host of Talking with Famous People. I would like to welcome you to this very special episode entitled Destination Pleasant Times. Because that's where we're going today. We're going to a place where things are pleasant, where times are good, where everyone's chill, and nobody's complaining about the cheese. I need to do a little bit of ponding here. Got a wee bit more to cover with the mortar, I believe, and then I'll be ready to put some stones down. Stones down. Cone Man No Sage, hello. Welcome. How are you? What's your name? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Has he taken any time to tell you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly one more time. I really want to know. It's the time of the season for loving. Isn't that nice? Isn't that better than your hate-filled hate season? Yes, it is. It's a lot better. You could go as far as to say it's better like Sunday morning. Yes, this is a cannabis plant. It's several cannabis plants, really. They're quite tall and quite bushy, some of them. Like this one here is considerably taller than me. And I'm pretty tall. This one here is quite a bit taller than me. They're very healthy and lush and full plants, you know. I feel like a excellent plant husband. Because, you know, they talk about animal husbandry. If you are a farmer raising animals. I'm not 4'4". I am actually 6'4" and a half. Is there a time to hate? I didn't know that one. Wasn't sure about that one. I'm hoping those are all old burns. I fertilized some more today, and it looks like everything's fine. It doesn't look like you fertilized too much. Hi, Ymir. I've got telescopic legs. Why is life so cruel? Well, life is both so cruel and so wonderful at the same time, you know. It's wonderful, horrible, horrible, wonderful. I don't know why it is so cruel, though. Usually I think of people as being cruel, and life as being sometimes defined by its notable badnesses. I don't have a lighter with me, so I have to go back inside and get one. It's so hot these days outside. It's not hot here outside, really. It's quite pleasant. I don't know what the temperature is exactly, but I can look right now. It is 79 degrees. It's not even 80 degrees, and it's like basically the hottest time of day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's probably a high for the day. I'm just broken. Did you hear about the triple killing in Ireland yesterday? No, I didn't. A woman, her son, and daughter were shot dead by her husband and their father. I'm good friends with her younger brother. Oh, that's terrible. Wow. That's quite the shocking turn of events. I'm sorry to hear that. Malcolm Jamal Warner is dead? I knew about Hulk Hogan. My grandfather, on my mom's side, wasn't really my biological grandfather, but the guy I knew was my grandfather. He was murdered when I was in 5th grade in his pharmacy. Somebody came in and shot him. It was 7 times in the stomach, which is a lot of times. I used to say it was 5, but then I researched it some because you can read about the case of my grandfather's murder. It was adjudicated in the California courts. Theo Huxtable drowned the other day in Costa Rica. Was he not a good swimmer? Or was he drunk? Those are your 2 possibilities. Or he was swallowed up by a freak rogue wave. I guess that's a possibility too. I'm not sure he was murdered. Theo, like many, did not know how to deal with a rip current. What about a regular current? Would he have been okay with that? He should have one of those floating circles around him. Everybody loves a floating circle, keeps you safe in the water. Did I tell you guys somebody emailed me the other day about cold water, it's a watery grave? And he wanted to know if I had found a copy of it because he was in the movie. He was like the kid in the movie or something back in the day. Are drugs good for ADHD? It depends. It depends on what you mean good for. Well, you're not going to be able to find it without watching the film of it, you know. But I at some point I did figure out what the film was called and where it was located in some college in Canada, but I couldn't. I'd have to have traveled there to go watch it, you know. It's on film. It's not on. It's not digitized. I was a fan of neither Hogan nor Ric Flair. I was not much of a wrestling fan, but there was a couple of years maybe where I did watch and was familiar with the wrestling storylines back when there was like the Iron Sheik and um, the guy who was in Princess Bride, Andre the Giant, and Rowdy Roddy Piper. I think I liked Rowdy Roddy Piper best. I mean, death is super shocking. You were just talking to an ENTP woman. Didn't go well. She's untalkative INTP, maybe. I mean, what makes you think they're NTP at all? The megaphone promoter. Who's the megaphone promoter? Oh, Jimmy Hart. But I never really got into wrestling that much. I don't think ISFPs vibe with them. It's weird. I like your channel. I think I like your voice. Um, you're not the only ISFP around here, but I think I think it's easier to like me in this relationship if you're an ISFP than in real life, probably, because I'm not that. I'm not really a very good friend. I don't keep up with people very much and stuff like that. Did I like Ozzy? Not really. After a shocking event like that, shocking deaths, um, the processing can take a long time. It'll never be fully processed, but I'm living on a crazy train. I'm on a crazy train. What's the message of it? What's my take on student debt? I would advise people not to take on debt to go to college. There are only a few things where it's really worth going to college for, especially as job markets are changing with the rising prominence of AI that enables people to do various things more efficiently than they used to. Like teachers are pretty obsolete, I would imagine. Oh, is that the message of Crazy Train message? I didn't know that. I guess I've never paid that much attention. I did like the song when I was younger. So, in a little bit, we're going to put on these socks, put on these shoes. We're going to go down to the pond and see what we need to accomplish here today. See how much more mortaring I have to do before I start putting rocks. So, anyway, destination pleasant times. Which means for the moment, I think we could just sit down here. Oh, put this down. Actually, let me get my socks. Well, that's good that he wants to eliminate that. Oh yeah, it's so nice. It is so nice outside, John. It's like 79 degrees. Doesn't get any nicer than that. And given that it's like July 24th or something, it's crazy. We're almost near the end of July. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you there. His general frame of reference that prioritizes less taxation and smaller government in theory in some ways. But then he's such a TI polar guy that then he goes and presents this big beautiful budget. Like, are you kidding me? You have the plan for the perfect system of taxation. I'm not very much an original gangster. No, I'm not any kind of gangster. If anything, I'm the anti-gangster. I'm the person who says, hey, 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 you gangsters aren't being very nice. Maybe you could try joining the Fun Friends gang instead. Then instead of being all violent and everything, you'd be fun friends. Hi, Bogdan. Not too much. I'm about to do a little pond making here in the backyard. Been working on this pond for quite a while, and we're just about ready to go into the next phase of pond making. But all I have here right now is enough Portland cement for a couple of half buckets. No, not with benefits, Putty Cat. Without benefits, okay? Remember, this is Destination Pleasant Times, not let's be filthy animals times. You know, people are weird about sex stuff. They really are. As somebody who's not very sensory, I think I've got a very sane perspective on the whole thing. But I'm definitely in the minority there in terms of my perspective on it, I guess. OG just equals original. Hi, Nang. I'm the Goldie Hawn of Original Gangsters. Is that what you're trying to say? I do look a lot like Goldie Hawn. And I sound a lot like Goldie Hawn. And the reason is because I am, in fact, Goldie Hawn. I've aged poorly, as you can tell. Who are you talking about? Danger, you're giving Trump too much credit. Trump does not know what stupid people like to hear. Trump is stupid. That's just all there is to it. He's dumb as shit. My husband is hot. Who's Goldie Hawn's husband? So, like, is it unsurprising? Is it surprising that an idiot says things that idiots like to hear? No, it's not surprising. You know, as far as actual impacts, he's a complete fucking random crapshoot of things. Some things are fine, some things are actually good, some things are terrible. The biggest problem is the damage he does to checks and balances and habits and institutions of a civil society. His disregard for humanitarian concerns and his deportation. I don't know what you'd call it. Well, deportation tornado. It's just appalling. But getting rid of the Department of Education, that was definitely many years overdue. Oh, thanks, Bogdan. Bogdan says I haven't aged poorly. Well, I was making a joke there saying I was Goldie Hawn, and I've aged so poorly that I now look like a man. Yes, I do still do typing sessions. Yeah, I could do that. Dang. I could do that. Just PayPal me whatever you think you can afford, and then I'll get in touch with you when I get back into my email. Trump doing the right thing, you support him. Some of the things he's doing are right, are correct, and some of the things he's doing are legitimate but unwise, and some of the things he's doing are illegitimate. on Golden Pond. Was that movie about like dementia or something? It had Henry Ford in it, if I recall. Ike's hotter than Goldie Hawn's husband, Kurt Russell. He not, the weird thing is, Danger. I don't even think that Trump understands that he's lying. Trump, he lives in a reality in which the way he evaluates things or makes determinations with his subjective feelings, and he does have an objective kind of intuition as a knowing function, but it's last in his front stack, and it's instrumental. And in both instances, epistemics are instrumental. So he's just he's just not equipped to be correct about things except as per randomness. Well, stopping the flow of foreigners into the country is fine, no sage. Nobody's complaining about that. I'm not complaining about that. I agree that the federal government should have all along had our border enforced adequately so that we could actually make a determination of whether or not somebody could come into the country, right? But so is I don't think anybody on either side objects to the idea that the United States federal government should have control of the borders so that we can implement our immigration policy correctly, whatever it is. What I think is correct to object to, and not on legitimacy grounds, there's nothing illegitimate about Trump doing these deportations of people who came here illegally, but it's unwise. In other words, the people who are already here and have established some kind of a life here are paying taxes, not getting any services, etc. Well, it just doesn't make really any sense to force them to go. Well, that's fine, no sage, but those are totally different issues, right? Correctly, successfully controlling the borders so that the federal government does its job correctly, so that the federal government can actually implement the immigration policy that we have. That's something
Yeah,
that all people should agree
that's
on, right?
legitimate. And if he did that, I would totally respect him and be like behind him. I'd be like, yes, we do need border control. Like this should be, a priority. Not taking people who are already here and establish themselves and like ripping families apart. Like I'm not down with that. Due process, please. Just due process.
Yeah, at the very least, we should make sure that to the extent that people are deported for being here illegally, that they are afforded the proper due process.
You have
But
to.
sculpted marble, those things are not important at all. We're not dealing with a reality now that the determination about whether what we should do is predicated on anything that happened in 1965 at all. So it doesn't matter at all. The reality is we have a status quo where we have a certain population of people who are here illegally and have established lives with the intent
Yeah,
of staying
just
here.
like
So the question is, if you want to advocate for kicking them out, what are the positive impacts of that? Because remember, illegal immigrants do not use any services, but they still pay taxes. And there are plenty of people who are here illegally integrated into their lives as workers in some capacity.
yeah.
Additionally, plenty of these people who are here illegally may have had kids while they were here,
Yes.
and those kids are American citizens. And
Yes.
there's no good way for us to
Just
argue that those American citizens should have their parents and themselves ripped out of the country.
like let them live, and then if you find out that they're illegal, just like somehow get them to like
No, Sage, the fact that there are Mexicans here does not make America less American, okay?
not at all. It makes it very American. Like they come here for a better life. That's the hope. That's why they're here. And then a lot of them are the backbone of society. Immigrants have been a backbone of this society since it began. Like
Regardless, the point is this. What you articulate there is not of real benefit, okay? The positive impact being that America is still like America that you want it to be like in some regard.
what kind is that?
No, well, It's not the case that immigrants drive down wages.
It's not. A lot of them being paid off the books.
Yeah.
Like, no Sage. Would you like to work in like 101 degrees as like what do they call like landscaper? No. But the people who like there are plenty of people
More,
who
more importantly, no Sage, instead of just thinking about it from the perspective of American workers, think about it from the perspective of American employers, right? Like, as somebody who wants to get some work done around the house,
oh,
if I wanted to,
yeah.
back when I was back in LA, if I wanted to find some official American company to do the thing, it would cost way too much. I'd just end up having to do it myself or not get it done, you know? And there's lots of things that Americans won't do for any reasonable amount of money. So, you go to the Mexicans who just speak Mexican. Like when I was in Vegas, I went to a tire shop in Vegas that was run by a guy who didn't speak English. He was just spoke Spanish, and I managed to get my tire replaced for $140. You say, well, that drives down wages for Americans. Well, what about the American consumer? I mean, why should I have to pay more than I should have to pay for something? How am I? I'm fine. Instead, because I cannot afford for going to America too much chance to get arrested for no reasons.
I think
Well, we have somebody who's coming. Thanks, Shonsta. We have somebody who's coming from Mexico to visit, who's a channel person in Diago. Uh, he obviously speaks fluent English. That's why, yeah, he's like a friend of the channel and stuff. I've typed him before, and we've chatted on the live streams and stuff. Anyway, he's going to come visit us in September, and
in September?
yeah,
Cool, when?
he just said September as soon as possible.
Okay, cool.
So I haven't nailed that down exactly.
That's fine.
If the population of any other country got replaced by another people, well, nobody's getting replaced. It's not like when an illegal immigrant comes in, they take a white person and send them out of the country. That's what it means to be replaced, right? Who's Defford? Archer says, oh, wow. Paris reminded me so much of your daughter. She reminded me a little bit of Delilah, too, yeah.
ESTP?
Yeah.
I like that ESTPs are open to getting typed. They're like interested in
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know if they're fully interested in MBTI, maybe just about themselves mostly, I would think. Right? Like it's FE or TI.
Well, they're looking for a map to understand themselves.
Yeah.
Um, so the thing is, they may be saying that illegals are taking benefits, but illegal immigrants are not eligible for any federal
No, they're
benefits
not
at all.
at all.
They might
So
be
they're
they
paying
might
out of
be
pocket.
eligible. They might be eligible for benefits in California or someplace like that.
Yeah,
It
they
depends.
might.
But that's a
Yeah,
state
cause
issue then.
yeah,
So
yeah. Which make it a state thing then.
I'm pretty sure they're not eligible for them here either. Obviously, one thing that does happen is that their kids get school,
Mm-hmm.
but that's paid for by property taxes, and they almost certainly rent anyway. So they're contributing accordingly.
Get rid of
The
this.
illegals are
Get
ruining
rid
this
of this.
place. I mean, I've never encountered any problems. I lived in LA where there's plenty of Mexicans, right? So the point is, really, the ultimate question is, do they contribute more to the GDP than they take away from in whatever services they manage to acquire? The answer is yeah, of course, they contribute way more in GDP. But people don't really understand how wealth works, I guess. I don't know. It's like people support the deportations for a variety of reasons, I guess. But I think mostly it's they don't want America to change. They don't want it to become browner, you know.
Who cares?
Well, I mean, the thing is, the America they're imagining that is changing is not. It's like there are plenty of places in America that are still almost all white people.
Yeah.
Like, for example, where we live.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not going to dispute that it's incredibly nice around here.
Yes.
But that has nothing to do with the race of the people who live here.
No, it doesn't.
Sure, poor people, like illegal aliens, are probably more likely to have kind of a, like, tackiness to them or something.
Well, they can only afford what they can afford, so what's out there is usually a little shanty looking, or what's the word?
Nobody's objecting to stopping illegal immigration,
Yes,
Sam.
it
What we're objecting to is deporting people who have already gotten here. Because,
yes.
after all, it is the case that the federal government did not do its job for decades of
Yes.
being able
Yes.
to
Yes.
successfully enforce
I
immigration law.
yep, and I agree with that.
And while it seems kind of uh, needlessly needlessly cruel and not pointless, right?
Yes, it's so needlessly cruel.
And pointless to send back everybody who's here illegally currently.
Come on,
But
it's cruel.
Sam, no, there's a difference between getting rid of people who are currently here and stopping people from entering the country
Yes,
illegally.
if you want border control, go ahead with border control. That's good. That should be, That's respectable.
Hi, simple girl.
Border control is respectable.
Well, Sam, the thing is, it may or may not be okay, but what I'm saying is it's legitimate for the president to deport these people. I'm not. It's one area where he's not exceeding his legitimate jurisdiction,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean it's a good idea. Okay. Thanks. I got him at the supermarket, Jenny Thong. Thanks, Kristen Allen. This is my beautiful wife, Rachel, here. Hulk Hogan is dead. That's true.
Yeah, he did die. I didn't want to give you the bad news. I wanted you to find out yourself. I don't know. Why do I do that?
I
Why
don't
do I
care.
do that?
I don't find it to be bad news or anything.
Okay. I hate, because I always hate, I guess I hate to be the bearer of bad news. So, I think, and the guy from the Cosby Show too. That's so sad. You heard about that?
Yeah, I did. He
So
drowned.
sad.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think so.
He was on the younger side.
Yeah, he was
Hulk
just
Hogan wasn't that old. He was 71.
71. Yeah, Ozzy Osbourne. I guess deaths do happen in threes. Um, Malcolm Jamal Warner. It's like, I guess maybe he didn't know how to. I don't know. That's really sad. Really sad. I
I
hate if he
already
did.
told Nang, yes, she could. She just needs to PayPal me whatever, and then I'll contact her from email. Eric, any thoughts on being yourself? Well, I think that from a cognitive function perspective, being yourself just means accepting that you have these strength areas and deficit areas, and trying to detach from internalized narratives that are limiting narratives or negative narratives about who you are and stuff. I would meet Eddie Guerrero in heaven. Where are you from? We are from California, United States.
I think if I was first lady, I would focus on mental health. That would be, how like usually there's like Michelle Obama focused on like healthy eating or something. Like I can focus on mental health. 'Cause
Yeah, you could be the pot czar.
what's that?
It's a newly created a position in the federal government whose job it is to encourage the states to legalize marijuana
Okay. Yeah. I'm a good example of that.
and putting out actual honest information about it instead of bullshit.
Well, that could be your thing too. It could be our thing. I thought like mental health and like getting drugs and finding the right doctor.
Yeah, no, that's great, Rachel. Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's a perfect thing to be your
Only because
thing.
I have it, yeah.
You have plenty of personal experience. How is my wife tonight? How is she?
Thank you for not speaking for me. I am doing good, thanks.
Andre the Giant. When I'm pretty sure Roddy Piper is dead.
Who's that?
He was another wrestler at the same time that Hulk Hogan was wrestling.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan was like major, big deal.
Yeah, he was the number one wrestler at the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. You'd remember well, but you don't like wrestling, right?
I just there was like 1 or 2 years where I watched it as a kid, where because like all my friends were watching it.
That's what me and Power Rangers were. I didn't really like it, but my friends liked it, so I would watch it. Same thing with Full House. My friend Vivian loved Full House. She loved the Olsen twins and she loved John Stamos because he was Greek. So I would watch it with her, even though I was like, I never laughed during it.
Do you like Rod Wave? I don't know who Rod Wave is. I've never heard of Rod Wave. How did they prove that? How did they prove what? That Roddy Piper died?
It's a great question.
It's not night, so your wife isn't anything tonight. Checkmate, atheists. I saw this girl in the supermarket yesterday with a hilarious shirt on. She looked like she was about 18 years old or something. And it was like a half shirt that went down to like just the bottom of her ribs. And it said on it, but Daddy, I love him. Which I just thought, that's a fantastic shirt.
It is.
Yesterday, you took a picture with Al Pacino, huh? You like tipsy older women? Well, I would suggest go to any bar near your house
Or winery.
or winery. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Women like wine.
If you want the fancier women, you go to the wine place.
I don't know. Fancier is a little bit.
Macho Man Randy Savage is pretty funny.
There, I used to um watch WWE by proximity because my dad and my brother watched it, and I would be on the computer in the basement, like on the other side. I fucking hated it though. I can't lie. Like, I remember the Undertaker, Cold Stone Steve Austin, The Rock, the guys who went like that.
Cold Stone Steve Austin is, of course, regular Steve Austin with some ice cream.
Oh my god, I would love for you to tell him that.
Because his name's actually Stone Cold Austin.
Yeah.
But you said Cold Stone.
Oh, I did?
Yeah. You said Cold Stone Steve Austin.
I am so dyslexic. Oh my god. Like, even that's gotta be T.E. Polar. Like,
Nah, it's just a natural slip of the tongue. It's easy enough to slip up between Stone Cold and Cold Stone.
I like him as Cold Stone, the ice cream wrestler.
Me too. I'm gonna mix you together like two different flavors of ice cream.
Yeah. And you know, I always said that WWE is like the soap opera for men. Like, you know, like
Yeah.
soap operas are ridiculous. They're so ridiculous.
Yeah, I used to, when I'd stay home from school sick or something, I'd watch with my grandma
Yeah.
Days of Our Lives.
Yeah, my mom was into Days of Our Lives too. ESTJ,
And
they would fist pump.
I could never figure out, like, okay, what's going on here? Like,
There was so much,
like,
always.
I'd always have to ask my grandma, like, is that guy a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah, you can't tell. You never can tell.
And she said, well, he's kind of both. He's sleeping with that lady and that kind of stuff. And she tried to explain it. But she's married to that guy.
They'd have affairs. I just remember people being in the hospital in a coma for like 6 episodes and then like coming back and like not knowing their partner or like being a different person.
Hmm.
Oh, I think a friend is calling. I have to go.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll be back. Hi, Laura.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Thanks for reaching out. That was very sweet.
Sure.
I actually thought of you today, and it wasn't a good time to call, but I called you. My phone.
Let's see here. Hello, I am a famous YouTuber, and to test if fame is beyond one channel, if you accept, I have a challenge. Okay. I don't think you're that famous of a YouTuber, but that's fine. What's your challenge? Laura from the TWFP chat. Who's that? Am I on? Yeah, I'm on top messages. That's fine. Do I remember my first date? Yeah, I do. I do. I remember the first real date I went on. We went to Green Street, a restaurant in Pasadena. Masonville. He was a Canadian mayor from there, from Mad Dog Batchin. Do I remember the first date I ate? No. Wrestling entertainment is prostitution and fake acting. I don't think it's prostitution, is it? I mean, wrestling is a lot of things. Well, it's definitely not prostitution. You're from Pasadena, no Sage? I don't know well about Pasadena. Do I remember finding a first hornet in the date? No, but I had to do something kind of sad today. There was a wasp that I've been watching for a couple days. It's like this hole digging wasp. It would clean out the area around its hole. Kind of trip out watching it. And I pointed it out to Rachel, and she didn't think it was interesting. She thought I should kill it, so I had to kill it. I get it, we don't really need a wasp right there. It's in a bad place, but it just seemed interesting to me. Oh, you're from Pasadena, Texas, huh? Yeah, I did, poor guy. She said she'd do it herself. I said, no, don't worry about it. I'll do it. It was this black and red wasp, but I'm not sure what kind of wasp it was. But I have no problem killing the wasp's nests when they're up under the eaves and stuff. I don't know any women that like Mad Dog 2020. What does that even mean? Trump wanted to have sex with Selma Hayek and filed lawsuits against him so the slut's daughter would become famous. Okay, you're living in some weird Muslim world of weirdness where anybody who has sex is any woman who has sex is a slut. Say when Paris was asked which critter she drowned first, she asked about their owners. That was an original question. It was. She wanted to kill the one that would live the longest. Who? Oh, right, yeah. What was up with that? Can I know their lifespans ahead of time? So, I guess, like, if this one's got a heart condition, I might as well just kill that one, right? And then when I asked her what was precious, she said, like, some value of the world, like being good to people or something. G Dragon fan forever. Welcome. I'm glad to know that your fanhood for G Dragons is not going to die anytime soon. Jenny Thong says, no Sage, you're absolutely an Indian man. Is that true, Jenny Thong? I do think you're a man, but I don't think that. I don't know if you're Indian or not. Maybe you are. He's Malaysian. God, no Sage. He's Malaysian. I'm not cursing you. I'm saying, yeah, I'm insulting your religion because obviously you don't get your attitude towards, enfranchisement of women from nowhere. You get it from it's classic Islamic misogyny. So yeah, I'm telling you, that's bullshit. You could try to get over it. It doesn't mean that I'm all for debauchery and people being whores, but I have no idea what you have against Selma Hayek. Like, what makes her such a big slut? I look like a skinny version of Richard Simmons, and I'm here for it. Well, I'm glad, Mountain Man. I feel like a skinny version of Richard Simmons, too. They do believe, though, in Osage, that Muhammad traveled to the moon on the back of some kind of magic animal. I'm not sure what he breathed on the moon. I think he's dead now, isn't he? I'm pretty sure he died not that long ago. I used to play D&D too. Richard Simmons, a homosexual? I don't think so. He seemed straight to me. Yeah, I think he probably was a homosexual. Islam is the only way to respect women. I mean, Islam's not a way to respect women or to disrespect women, right? It's the way that it actually plays out in the contemporary world, though, is very representative of pre Enlightenment thinking and treating women as chattel rather than fully enfranchised members of society. Now, granted, there are plenty of Islamic women who are full blast in on the whole deal, and that's fine. But Islam has a tendency to project its pre-enlightenment ways onto the rest of the world, and I find that unfortunate because it makes it difficult for people to discuss things in a civil fashion. It's just the Islamic world is so much more religious than Western free and civil societies, and they don't get how much less the religious the rest of the world is. Like I can't count the number of times Islamic people have come in here and tried to Christian bait or something. It's like I don't give a fuck. Jesus Christ, get over it. I'm not. I'm not so worried about God that I need to police other people's free expression in order to preserve God's good name or something. That's ridiculous. It's silly. No reason to be silly and ridiculous. I could put on these shoes here. Well, let's go down with just my flip flops on first and look and see what we've got to see. Okay, so I've just really got that spot right there. I'll show you guys. So the floor looks like clay down there, but it's actually underneath that little layer of dirt. There's a solid layer of concrete. I just need to get that spot right there covered with a base level of mortar, and then I'll go over all of these surfaces and put these flat rocks on them. So I'm pretty close to the next stage. Just got to do over there. go up here. So, I guess I should probably get mixing. I have all the ingredients I need to mix mortar. I've got sand, I've got cement, and I've got lime. Allah will punish all of us? Why would Allah bother punishing me? I'm from Mariposa, California, right near Yosemite. Are you dressed up as women when shag the stag meet? May Allah smite me for my blasphemy. I mean, like, do you really think that Allah needs you to be all super polite all the time, or else he's gonna get mad? Like, how weak do you think Allah is? I don't know where all the angry religious people came from. La La Land. Is that where they came from? Do I know the Romanian president's name? No, I do not. They're one of the many different breads and many different butters. GWFP. We're a land of many breads and butters. President of Romania is related to Trump? Well, that's fine. She's not hitting on me, she's hitting on Ike. Wait, who's she talking to even? I don't even know who she's talking to. Read this, please. Not hide anything. I went to a stag to do my maid, and we just dressed up as women, and we had to make name up and an email for the stag to just do my email. I told you this before. Okay, well, good for you. I'm not trying to judge you or anything. I don't care. For obvious reasons. Because why would I? What I do care about, though, is this trash. Muhammad told us to beat our wives with only an open hand, never a closed fist. He is very good to women. It's hilarious, Ivar. That's hilarious. I mean, the thing is, Catholic Church in the olden days, back in the Middle Ages, they used to have a rule that, like, you can only beat your wife with a stick that was like 2 feet long or something. It's ridiculous, obviously. But the thing is, the amount of people who practice that pre-enlightened variety of Christianity is a tiny fraction of the total people who identify as Christians. In contrast, the number of people who practice a pre-enlightenment version of Islam represents a much greater percentage of the total population of Muslims. Which is why it's concerning, because it's barbarism. You don't want barbarism. You want a secular civil society. There's no good way to integrate the sacred into governance, for example. I figured Ivar. But I still judge every individual as an individual, first of all. Wait, what did I do? I thought I was bringing a trash can with me. What happened? I just stopped bringing it? Oh, it's because I picked up those cigarette butts. That's why. All right, trash can, you're coming with me. Are they going to finish the bridge to Hawaii? I don't think so. I think what they need to do is build a pontoon bridge to Hawaii. Who is a creep? The guy from Radiohead? All right. Let's get something accomplished here. You ready? Thing number one. Thing number one is to empty the small trash into the big trash. And I'm done with that now. I try not to breathe in any concrete dust, so I tend to hold my breath while I'm messing with that stuff. All right. Am I really going to mix concrete right now? I guess I am. I mean, mortar. Barbarism doesn't have anything to do with barbers. Jenny Thong says, Winston's mom, can you ask Fly Guy to leave me alone, please? That's silly. All right, well, I guess let's do it. Your real religion is Rislam? You're a Rislamist? It's all about getting chicks. OG been drinking today. Am I OG? I don't drink alcohol. It's a non-alcoholic beer. Okay. All right. Well, I might as well just start doing the ingredients here. The first ingredient I'm gonna pour it into this bucket first. That way, when I pour it into the other bucket, I can mix it better. So I use this container to do the measuring. One of these, 4 sands, and half of one of these of lime equals mortar. According to the recipe on the bag, anyway. I need to put some gloves on. Okay. These are very dusty gloves. Here we go. Not okay, Jeremiah. Not okay. What's not okay? All right. So let's pour some of this cement into this thing. Okay, that's one of these. Now, go over here next to the sand. I would have gotten all-purpose sand, but they were out of all-purpose sand, so I got play sand. Presumably, play sand can be used for this purpose too. Here's the sand. I'll open up this bag a bit more. Put that there. And fill it full of sand. All right. That's one sand. This is a little bit overflowing, so I can make the next one a little less overflowing. Two. Three. I just say you could do 3.5 to 4.5. I've been doing 4, but I'll do 3.5. Now, half a thing worth of lime. I wonder what lime is anyway. I mean, I know it's a white powder, but is it like the same thing as like limestone? Like that kind of lime? Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to mix this up over here in this bucket. So I guess it's about time to put on my shoes. You think it's ground up limestone? Oh, cool. Car pies? I mean, I don't know what a car pie is. I guess it's a pie that's in a car. Sounds like something pornographic. Okay. Lime is basically calcium oxide. I see. We are brainstormed as the people of the Pacific Fly Guy. We're all related somewhere down the DNA line. Probably. So we're going to put a little water in here. Not too much. Alright. Now, we're going to pour some of this in here. And start mixing. This is going to definitely need some more water. Let's get this stuff right here. That's good. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to work on this area right here today. I'm going to have to first get some of this down. Make it a little flatter. Of course, I don't need to go all the way to the top here because it's not, the height of it isn't going to be like this high, you know. It's not going to be that high. So I'm going to scrape away a little bit more of these rocks out of here. Okay. Okay. So let me get these things out of here. Put this over here. Okay. Okay. All right. Get one of these right here. Everyone's gonna be trouble. All right. Well, first I'll mortar this area here, and then I'll worry about attaching something. Okay. Mortar's a lot easier to work with than concrete. Okay. Okay. Now then. Well, I say we're about done on our initial mortaring and everything. Let's see a little cleanup here. Where's this? Here it is. There. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little more hill strengthening up here so it doesn't erode into the pond. But other than that, I'm gonna start putting on the final layer on top of all of this. Maybe not right now, though. Well, thank you, whoever super chatted. I appreciate it. Susie Suze. Show Media, what are you doing? You can be a little trigger happy, you know, Show Media. All right. Okay. Let's put this down. Put these down. Thanks, Gaddis. Hi, Limp Dixit. Everyone's welcome here. Oh, I've got a number of things on my list, my to-do list. I'm anxious to get the pond done, actually, because I mean, the other things on my list aren't really as projecty as this, maybe. But you know, I'd like to finish this ASAP in anticipation of having to do harvesting and manicuring for one thing, but I need to go get my dental work done, and I got a lot of little things on the list to do. Hi, Defina. Defina, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Limp Dixit is doing terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on? Did you just crash the Titanic into an iceberg? Isn't it great to have things to do in comparison to nothing at all? Yeah, well, unless I'm depressed, I always have things to do. There's always things I can do, want to do, whatever. The only time I don't do anything is when I'm depressed. It's not like that's a regularly recurring thing. That explains my lack of activity for a stretch of time. John Lohe is a self-typed as an INFP. I'm not sure if the type is correct because I'm running so much of Spaces the INFP work with Eric. You could say that repercussions for doing the right thing, speaking out against corruption, has in turn put my family in jeopardy. Sorry to hear that. It's I'm a big believer in justice. Hi, squirrel. You need more seeds? No, there's still seeds over there. No, just a guy named Spacey. What do you think of that flipping of a script? What script got flipped? He might be an INFP too, I'm not sure. Arrowblade 4319, although I still think he cognitive function wise tests more INTP. I'm excited to see him when it's finished too. Do you personally hate wasting time? Well, do you live near me? I'm good at arguing things like that. You can guess at your type, but it's not the same as typing. Or you know me a little by now. What's my type? I have no idea, no sage. I learned a long time ago that I can't type people from the chat. Oh, I'm staying fussy. Because what I am is hesitant before making any new action because there's a variety of different possible ways I could approach it, and I want to make sure I don't make a TE mistake, like start doing something a step too soon or something. Like originally I started putting rocks up here near the top, but then I realized I need to finish this whole part first, and then I'm probably gonna have to go over and do a couple other things. So I need to I need to have a clear vision of how I want the rocks to look. Like, is it gonna be small pieces, mosaics, or larger pieces, or what? Sage, if you're crafty, you can get the whole chat to make guesses at your type, and none of them will be any better than just shouting 4 random letters into the air. I've been so drastically wrong about people from the chat before. I've learned better than to even attempt it. I like wandering around looking for new typology content. There's a ton out there, but usually it's only subjective opinions or panel verses. I'm INFP, I've been told by someone smart once. Well, I've typed people just on audio before, yeah. I prefer to see them, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's been a long time since somebody wanted to be typed just audio, but it has happened before. Probably rather not do it. If I knew in advance, like, hey, I'm going to pay you and just ask you to type me audio only, I'd say, I'd rather not, because it's like, well, yeah, you're not wrong, Fly Guy. I won't be persuaded by physicalities. No, this is my backyard. That's my propane tank over there. Thanks, Noel Santiago. Yeah, there's this hill here. So most of the backyard is just hill. A steep enough hill that we don't really go on it very often. But then down there is our shed at the bottom of the hill. With this part of the patio, with these rocks, is a great place to sit underneath this tree. Oops, I accidentally slid it down and I pushed the off button. Yeah, this tree is a nice tree to sit underneath. And if anybody stays up in that room, which Cameron stays there in that room, they're like up in the tree, which is kind of neato, I think. Of course, I never go up there. Pretty much never. I almost never go upstairs at all. There's nothing up there for me. Why would I go up there? Um, Rachel goes up there sometimes. She's got her extended closet. Can I say chicken whiskers? Yes, I can. Have I heard any Bigfoots? No, I haven't heard any Bigfoots. I should go upstairs so it doesn't get haunted, huh? This house doesn't seem haunted at all. I wish we had some Bigfoots around. But I've yet to see anything resembling a Bigfoot. We have seen a couple bears since we've been here. We've only been here for not even 3 years. Unicorn Sparkle Pancake 999. I can say that. Not sure I want to, but too late now. I'm pretty sure that's not what ISFJ stands for. No, I don't hunt. I do go fishing sometimes, but I don't really catch fish. I just go fishing. I would catch one, I would release it. I haven't caught a fish since I've been up here, though. I have gone fishing multiple times. Ghosts are like squatters. They'll just take any free abandoned infrastructure. Okay, well, the upstairs is connected to the downstairs, so. Do I ever catfish? No. I don't, in any of the various meanings of the word. I am my actual identity at all times. I'm not a big believer in anonymity.
It's so nice out.
How do you fix a car not getting enough power? Getting enough power? Hey, you push start it? Or you use jumper cables? If you're just saying it's not electrically, it is super nice out. How was your conversation?
It was good. I caught up with my friend Laura. She is also my mom's friend, but we used to go on like walks together and stuff. And like she had pictures of the house and stuff. She said the house was beautiful. She loves the wraparound deck.
Maybe you just need to talk more encouragingly to it, your car.
Yeah, that's a good idea. They say to talk encouragingly to plants.
Yeah. I've not done a whole lot of talking to these plants, but I've done some. They certainly are thriving. I give them a lot of water because there's a lot of plant to sustain. Conceptual jinx. Hashtag categorical jinx. I guess that's kind of the same thing as conceptual jinx in this instance. And that it's the same category of concept. ISTJs are hardwired to be accountants. I mean, I think that would be a job that they'd probably be fine at. But, um, I think a lot of ISTJs like working with their hands to some
Yeah,
extent.
they do.
No need to check either. Scout's honor. You're just going to buy a new car. Like, is it just not turning over at all? If it's not turning over at all, you probably need a new starter, like Fly Guy says. If the electricity is fine. But it could be like you need a new spark plug or something. You should try. If you have a stick shift, you could try to push start it. I'm from Mariposa, California, near Yosemite, which is the national park that has the rock climbing in it. Not that I ever go rock climbing, but sometimes people get it confused for Yellowstone. Hi, Hussein Al Sakal. Mind your business, mind your business. It drives, but it's not getting enough fuel. Well, do you have a fuel injector, or do you have uh, just a regular carburetor? Air intake. I don't know enough about cars to help with this at all. I'm not really a car guy. I have a car, but that's about as far as I go with cars.
That's good. I mean, I'm glad.
Technically, we have two cars. One of them's not a street
That's
legal
true.
car, but
Yeah.
technically we have two cars.
We saw, I think, the neighbor's wife go around with her 4x4.
With the dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was here with you.
Yeah. I was telling the people, kind of.
Oh. Yeah, the dead neighbor who used to walk his dog with with the orange cart.
The wife stepped up and she was like, let's get this dog out.
Yeah.
Which is good. He probably misses his...
I'm sure he does.
Yeah. That's all I have to say. I'm talking to my dad about Locust Valley Lockjaw.
You're Ubering to work tomorrow, huh? You should consider taking a skateboard instead. We can blame it all on No Sage. What are we blaming on you? Current unrest in the world. It's kind of a lot for you to shoulder. All of you are famous people in the chat, Chakra Reset, because you're talking with me, and this channel is all about talking with famous people. Ergo, you must be famous. How was the Vegas trip, Eric and Rachel? It was fun. I think we had a pretty good time.
Yeah, we did.
It was required a bit of adulthood because we got a flat tire on the way to Vegas. Just like 20 miles out of Vegas, 18 miles. So we were fortunate to get that close because at least I could get it towed to the hotel parking lot. And, that was annoying. And at the beginning of the trip, we were waiting for the house to close. I was hoping it was going to close before we left, but I got a little frustrated with the real estate thing. But it finally closed, and everything was fine. But that was at the very beginning of the trip, so it was a good trip. I didn't lose very much gambling, and we saw a kind of good show. Most of all, what we got to do was have Rachel be a good daughter and make her mom happy. So that was cool. We also had a really nice dinner, Rachel and I did.
Yeah.
I think we did see the new neighbors, Winston's mom. I think so. We're not sure. We saw a couple walking down the street that
Mm-hmm.
was not that far down from the house, and there was a car at the house at the time. So we think that's probably them, but we
I
don't
feel
really
like
know.
it is.
I think so too.
Yeah, by the way that they were dressed and like that's like a new neighborhood thing to want to do, right? Take a walk around the neighborhood. I think we did.
Yeah. And the dressed upness of it kind of makes them
Yeah.
seem like out of towners.
Yeah. I hope they're enjoying the house.
My daughter is not single. She lives in Los Angeles, though, so this is not my daughter. This is my wife, Rachel. Chilo. Matthew O'Day says, hi, guys. Hi, Matthew O'Day. The Atrocious Rat 2310 says hi. Hello, the Atrocious Rat 2310. Is that the year? 2310? Meeting the in-laws. Oh, just random numbers. Cool. It's going well, chakra reset. I recently did a full chakra reset, and so both my chakras and my multiple different eyes, third, fourth, fifth, sixth eye, they're all wide open, and I'm
Wow, they're
seeing,
all wide open.
yeah,
So they would say for you to stay away from people with negative energy because you're so open that their negative energy will just seep into you.
oh, well, let's keep that in mind. You got to be careful with those chakra resets.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Shiloh. This is the hill. There's our shed down there. We do live in the forest, just like we wanted to.
That's what I just told Laura.
Kind of crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready to go inside now, and I think I'm gonna need to get in the shower a little bit. So
I can take over.
you can take over.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll put you here. I'll put this on.
What's an INFP?
What's an INFP?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know how to answer things like that.
it's a personality type that has absolute values, subjective ways of determining and knowing.
He just put himself out there. Hey, Show Media. It's kind of hard to explain. An INFP. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, an INFP has introverted feeling first.
FINESITE.
Okay, so the INFP, 4 conscious functions are exactly what Eric said. They lead with introverted feeling, valuing and considering importance, beliefs, and worth. Supporting is extroverted intuition, interpreting situations and relationships and pick up meanings and interconnections to other contexts. I wouldn't say that's right. It's more ideation, yeah. Then third slot is introvert sensing, reviewing and recalling past experiencing and seeking detailed data.
It's Christmas in July.
You know, on the Hallmark Channel, they have Christmas in July.
Is it July 25th? Is that why?
No, they just do the whole month.
Oh.
And in the fourth slot for INFP is extroverted thinking, segmenting, organizing for efficiency, and systemizing. Hello, show media. That's an INFP in a nutshell. So an INFP has introverted feeling first, second slot extroverted intuition, third slot introverted sensing, and fourth slot extroverted thinking. INTP. Okay, INTP, lead with introverted thinking. Introverted thinking is analyzing, categorizing, and evaluating according to principles. Second slot, extroverted intuition, interpreting situations and relationships and picking up on meanings and interconnections to other contexts. Third slot for an INTP, introverted sensing, reviewing and recalling past experiences and seeking detailed data. Fourth slot for INTP, extroverted feeling, connecting and considering others in the group. Hi, Roy Murphy. Yeah, R.I.P. Ozzy. Thank you for saying that I'm beautiful. You're welcome, Tuts. Yeah, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan and Ozzy and Malcolm Jamal Warner. Hello, Matthew O'Day. I don't speak Arabic. Somehow it's translating for you. I never really watched Star Trek. I heard it was good. I'm sure I would like it. Bernard Adams, hello. Winston's mom says, welcome to Mrs. Host Eric's channel. Rachel is married. If you are new here and while you are being new here, please hit the like button. Thanks. Thank you, Winston's mom. I am married. I'm married to Eric. I am married. I'm married to Eric. He is the other co-star. He's the main person of the show. Hello from Serbia. My sister used to live in Serbia. Chase Cole says, guarantee Eric couldn't guess my dreams, hobbies, or IQ within 10 points. Why would he be able to guess that? That's incredibly hard to... Why is he a grifter? A grifter is someone like Meghan Markle. Nice, Fly Guy. You think you got it right. Good NI, because that's what people think good NI is. Predicting things out of like the blue. But in this case, they think that's what NE means. Thanks. I like being nice, Bernard Adams. Thank you. Your mother drove? Someone like that indeed. Be love always. This chakra reset. Why would you do that, delightful egg? To see if your butt could eat. Maybe he is. Eulogy. Thanks, D3. I actually was like, I don't know if I should even put it on screen. Hey, Carrot. Nice, D3. Thanks, Bernard Adams. I try. Sorry to hear that, Euron. You should probably, like, go to the doctor, maybe? Oh, eulogy. Don't you know that the people who wrote the Bible are unreliable narrators? I can't speak Arabic, but I can see what you're saying. I can say Yemen. That stinks, delightful egg. Probably literally and figuratively. Why would your parents kill you if they knew that you painted your face as a clown at 3 in the morning? I mean, that's just being creative when you can't think of anything else to do. At Chase, Cole, host Eric is a professional debate fan-freaking-tastic musician and only takes on typing sessions when asked. He's not grifting, doesn't need to. Yeah. Yeah, man. The people who wrote the Bible are unreliable narrators because it's not coming from Jesus. They're retelling stories from Jesus. So technically they are unreliable narrators. I'm Eric's precious dear. That's not true. Chase Cole, he doesn't get it wrong. Sometimes he does. And he's willing to like work with people if they have questions. So Euron, try to go to sleep. Thank you. If it's unreliable, then it should be thrown out entirely. It's perfect or useless. I'm exalted? Thanks. Took me a while to get exalted. D3. Rachel tell him the lipstick brand and color. I think he wants to buy it for himself. Thank you for the compliments. I appreciate it. I have not read the whole Bible. But I'm just saying in technical terms, like from what I've learned about unreliable narrators, technically the Bible is unreliable narrators. I don't really like the Bible, but I like Jesus and God and the saints and stuff. Good for you, at full delight. Ooh, Fly Guy gets it right on the nose. Point me to a better typist than Eric. Whenever people criticize Eric, I ask them this and they have no answer because you're right, Fly Guy, 100%. Like, I would high five you so hard right now. Good distinction, Super Tigre Adventures STA. We are humans, not horses. I didn't say that it was made by idiots for idiots, but I don't agree with the Bible. You're a legend Thanos. Ike is Thanos. I'm married. Jesus, don't you like Satan do? No, I don't. Love Satan. D3 says she's a faster typer than Eric. Did you type me faster than him? It took a while for him to type me, right? Have you read that? I have. Hi, Perla Adithia. Ha, says Ike Ojiamian. You must leave the chakra nonsense and repent. It's just for fun. I'm not serious right now. Do you know Squid Game? Yes, and I don't like it because it makes me scared. Thinking hard, that's why I'm the 99th percentile cognitively and you're in the 65th smarty. What the heck? I don't think so, eulogy. What sentence? It's so true, Fly Guy. People who brag about their IQ are always dumb. I don't like the IQ test. I'm a faster typist than Eric. Oh, like you're typing. I know what you mean now. That's what Eric's dad used to think he was. He thought that Eric was a typist on a typewriter when Eric told him that he's a typist. Delightful, good for you. Mine's probably around the same, and I don't care. I'm gonna brag a little bit. So, for some reason on Instagram, you know how on Instagram stories, like, there could be a green circle saying that like you're a part of like their secret list. Hello, Miles Turner. Well, okay, so on Instagram, if you're like on a friends list or a secret list that other people don't want you to see, there's like this round thing. Oops. This round, like, outer part will turn green. That means that you're on this person's like private list. I was on Wes Anderson's private list. I'm always, whenever like he's like advertising something, I'm on Wes Anderson's private list. Yeah, like it I don't know why. Like, why do they want me to talk bad about him? Hey Rachel, just wondering how Eric became type police. Yeah, I'll show you sometime, Acacia. I'll make a post and I'll put you as private, and only you can see it because it'll be in green. Hi, Monica. Hero Lamb says he doesn't do type police anymore. That rooster or chicken, whatever, passed away. It passed away instead of flying the coop. I like that. His right hand man officer. Ooh, Fly Guy again. I'm liking this like 8 Enneagram coming from you. Cowards attack through your loved ones. It's so true. Catherine uses a lot of emojis and says, "Can you say hi to Catherine and Batty? We are the biggest fans." Hello, Catherine and Batty. Thank you for being here. Sure, Keisha. Usama Khan, that's a nice sentiment, but you don't know me. I am married. That cop rooster, what was his name? Says Hero Lamb. What's Gumby for dummies, Putty Cat? You're welcome, Catherine. Santa Claus is probably an ESFJ. Ho, 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 who wouldn't go up on the housetop? Do, do, do. Down through the chimney comes old Saint Nick. Ho, 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 who wouldn't go? Ho, 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 who wouldn't go up on the housetop? Or who wouldn't know? Click, click, click. Down through the chimney comes old Saint Nick. Oh, guess what, guys? Someone's back. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Oh, wow. And then you can just cuff them like the other ones. Looks nice on you.
Thanks. I think I cut the other ones, did I?
Yeah, you did.
All right, sounds good.
Santa's a pip calling hoes all the time. True G3.
So I got the tickets for the 11th. I guess I'll forward you your ticket, or I'm not sure how that works, but I'll try to forward you one ticket. I'm not sure if it'll let me do that or not, but
Does the zipper work?
I'm assuming it does.
Yes!
Yes, it does. Fortunately.
Look who's back. And he's wearing new overalls.
Yeah, he is. Richard got me these new overalls. These ones are fantastic. Better than the old ones because their zipper works. The zipper works on these ones. There, is that better? I could turn on these lights up front.
You smell good.
Thanks. That's because I use soap.
You use soap to shower?
Yeah. It's like pretty much the same as shower with just water, except you get even cleaner. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced about him. Hi, Squiggles. I'm doing fine. How are you, young man? Rachel, what was your favorite game show?
Family Feud.
Family Feud. The Feud.
But okay, so Family Feud is probably my favorite, but I also love Price is Right. I loved being at my grandma's house and watching Price is Right. Like,
I watched
so
that
much
with my
fun.
grandma too.
Did
so,
you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those two are tied. I'm sure I would have liked, what was that game where there was like a person asking, like a female asking guys questions, but they were behind a wall?
The
It's a
dating
dating
game?
game.
But
Maybe
that
it was
wasn't
a
a
dating-
woman asking the questions.
It was a guy sometimes too.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah. You're talking about the contestant asking the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Them being like, if we were to go on a first date, where would you take me? And then guy number one, who's anonymous, says, I would take you in the park and we would go on a boat ride. And then like contestant number two says, I would take us to a music concert.
Well, you know what's crazy about that show is that the Night Stalker was on that show. He turned out to be a serial killer.
Shit, really?
Yeah, he was one of the contestants, one of the guys answering questions.
So never mind, take that game away.
Cecil Cole has some objections to my typing sessions. I mean, who is this person? I don't know who
Exactly.
they are. Sure, I mean, anybody can take any exception to anything they want. The thing is, he's probably not well equipped to argue the case because you know, it takes a lot of intellectual work to get to a point where you've got it right. It took me a lot of intellectual work. It's unlikely if this person is objecting to my approach that he's doing it correctly. Binkelderg says, wow, well said. Was it? Take your word for it. I only remember the guy on The Price is Right would shout, you want a new car! Right, well that was like the most important thing. Well, have they said something in the chat? Are they in the chat?
I don't know if they're in the chat anymore.
Or they were in the chat?
They were, but they haven't said anything in a little bit. We were really paying no mind, and Fly Guy gave him a piece of his mind, so.
Yapping about books he's probably never read. Me? I don't talk about books really at all. But if I were to talk about books, it would be for the purpose of referencing something specific from the book, probably. Hi, Scottish Warrior. How you doing? What theory does Fly Guy have? Pretty sure he's just an alt.
What does that mean?
An alt account, I guess, but an alt for whom? No, I did not like Double Dare on Nickelodeon. I did not like Nickelodeon
Well,
very much at all.
That was a kid channel.
Well, I know, but there were lots of things that Delilah and I could watch together that were kids shows. Lots of cartoons and stuff that I liked to watch with her. But I did not like the things on Nickelodeon in general.
I grew up with Nickelodeon. I watched Double Dare, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I liked, what was the one with the aggro crag? And I liked the one, like, with, like, the silver monkeys. Shit. You know, like they'd
Fairly
be...
Odd Parents?
No. It was like a obstacle course sort of thing. Legends of the Hidden Temple, and the one with the aggro crag.
Aggro Crag.
Yeah, there was like a big mountain you'd have to climb, and like things would fall down on you, and then like you couldn't hit certain spots. Some of the... I'm gonna look it up.
Aggro Crag. Aggro Crag's a pretty good name. For something.
Right?
Yeah. Maybe for a son. Aggro Crag Strauss. Guts. Gusto. Guts. G-Uts. It's called Guts according to Wikipedia.
I guess it was. I never wanted to be on it, but I liked watching. Yeah, Guts.
Dode. You have it. Guts.
Like, I feel like 80s millennials will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I agree, Fleck. I think G has no problem just mouthing off under his own account.
G?
Yeah.
So annoying.
I mean, he's not always.
I know he's not always, but we can tell when he is, and it's like, God, just like, oh, like, G, you make so much more sense when you're sober. You're so much more like, your judgment is so much more sound.
Well, he likes to get a little triggery sometimes, try to trigger me, or I don't know if he does it to you or not. But.
He triggers me, sure, when he talks about, like, far right stuff not living in America. It's like you can have an opinion on it, but like also you have no idea.
Yeah, I also get annoyed by his pro-authoritarianism, but
like,
you know, it's not really an expression of his politics. It's just an expression of him being in a bad mood or something.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It is kind of his. Like.
I don't think that we're going clubbing.
No, I don't think we'll ever go clubbing, but I told them if there's like a dance thing going on, like if there's a DJ at the Grove, I'll definitely go. I like dancing a lot. It's just that like with my neuropathy, I can't do it for very long, but like I don't care, I'll still dance. I like dancing.
You should take some B vitamins, by the way.
Two.
Yeah, 2 of those, one of the others. Well, I think it's not a matter of where one is on the political spectrum so much as it is a matter of how one understands politics. If it's an expression of your strong emotions, then you know.
I like that people want to know the Epstein list. Like people even on like the right side, if we have sides, we shouldn't be that divided, honestly. But, people who are like pro Trump, who are like, we want to see this Epstein list. Like, it's good. A lot of people want to see it.
Yeah, that is good. The thing is, for a lot of people, their relationship with politics is an expression of anger at one of two demographics that don't exactly really exist. Uh, Leaf blower, also known as Bobby, yeah. It's like, if your engagement with politics is to be angry at, I guess you'd say, wokeism or something, or your first politics is to be angry about, uh, say, gun culture or whatever. Well, then that's your problem right there. You know, the Epstein list is one thing, but not sure if someone who is on the list means they did something bad. Who knows? Well, yeah, I mean that would be a concern for sure. It depends what the heading of the list is, I guess. If it's just like people I've come into contact with, then it's not very informative.
And it should just be released because what's the big deal? No one would care about that.
Well, I mean, um, I think that the argument would be that people will then be cast in the shadow of guilt by association, even if they did nothing wrong. But I'm not saying that we shouldn't release the list. I agree with you entirely.
I mean, I don't know.
I think in this instance, it's like if you did have contact with this guy, you should be proactively coming out and saying, "This is how I had contact with him. This is what the contact was about. It had nothing to do with any of this crazy shit."
Yeah.
My name probably is on some list of who's on this plane, but I had nothing to do with that. You should be already proactively doing that. Well, here, Lamb, there's something salacious, I guess, about all that stuff that people want to hear the salacious details. But I know from my from my experience, I found I was fascinated with this subject for a little while at first because he was just such a villainous character, you know. But it got too dark pretty quickly for me, and I had to stop reading about it. It's what people get off on is justice, I think, more than anything else. People get upset, understandably, about injustice being perpetrated and gotten away with, especially. So when people get really into reading about a case like that, it's probably usually they've got, kind of mob with torches mentality going on. Not that they'd actually be part of a mob with torches necessarily, but they're hanging on what's going on in hopes that there's a big payoff at the end where there's justice done. Well, Fly Guy thinks Heroes Land is right that they just get off on this sex stuff or something. That's not my experience, but nowadays I am cautious to avoid things that are gonna have too much. They're gonna elicit too much response from me emotionally, you know. I think that really is the core difference is between the way I approach politics and the way that problem people approach politics. I'm not only am I not trying to get mad or looking for things to be mad about, I'm trying not to get mad. But for most people who engage in politics in a counterproductive way, they're looking for emotional experiences, reading about it, talking about it, whatever. Walter White 4000 for president, is that me? Yeah. Well, I'd like to be running this upcoming election cycle, but I've got a lot of stuff I need to do before I can consider doing that seriously. What's good? Many things are good, and many things are not so good. Yeah, I mean, I think that Diddy got off light too, but he probably got convicted correctly of the right things at the federal level. The problem is that most of the crimes that Diddy committed that he ought to be prosecuted for are state crimes, or like what I actually said is right. People like justice. Yeah, people do like justice. It's implicit in human beings that they're going to have TI fairness calculus somewhere in their stack for half the population, presumably. It's going to be 1, 3, 5, or 7. It's going to be an absolute value. FI and TI in plenty of instances are on the same side. What's one piece of advice you'd give to a 22-year-old? Be careful about assuming that what's good advice, that what would have been good advice for you will be good advice for somebody else. You know who I want to be my running mate? This YouTuber named The Fat Electrician. That's who I want to be my running mate. I like his videos. I like his politics. I mean, he hasn't articulated a shit ton of his politics, but he's not a groupist at all. And, he believes in gun rights and stuff. But he's not. He doesn't make videos about electrical work. He makes videos about like military people from the past, like Chesty Puller, this Marine, I guess, general who was super like gangster about doing everything. So he makes videos about that, or about like some Medal of Honor winner that you never heard of. Milf Crotch 69 is back. Robbie Kennedy is the boss. The world is a better place with me in it, says Olivia Whittingham. Well, thank you, Olivia Whittingham. And I would like to reciprocate that notion and tell you that the world is also better with you in it. WT Fizzy, in case you didn't notice the title of this video, it's Destination Pleasant Times. So I don't think what you're bringing here is a lot of pleasantry. Well, it's not a matter of arguing over it. It's just that some people are more like, some people have a lot of guns and some people don't, right? That guy is somebody who has a lot of guns and likes it. He was an officer. Was he a general? So yeah, he Like the fat electrician makes videos about people like that, Chesty Puller, or other like people from World War II, Korea, just like whatever kind of story interests him. World War One. He did a video about York. Wait, was it Alan York? I forget the guy's first name, but he's some guy who captures like 130 Germans in Germany. And see, it's one of the things I like about this guy too is he celebrates the successfully dealing with an enemy without killing them as a good thing. You know, he's not he's not a mindless Yahoo. Alvin York. Alvin York. In general, I think we don't probably have to worry too much about basic gun rights because the Supreme Court has affirmed a positive right to, well, not a positive right, but it has affirmed that the government cannot infringe upon the right to have a individual firearm, handgun, or whatever. So I don't imagine that gun laws are going to be changing a whole bunch. Eric, a Democrat in Michigan has introduced a bill in Michigan to require cursive to be taught in schools. What do you think? Um, I I don't think much about state legislatures dictating what ought to be taught in classrooms throughout the state. Marines sometimes say stuff like, "Don't give up." Chesty didn't give up, and the fat electrician did a video on this famous horse that helped a lot in this one battle. I think it was from World War One, obviously, because America didn't really have horses in World War Two. Although the Germans had a lot of horses in World War Two, interestingly. I don't know if you guys know that, but I've been watching a lot of history stuff lately. Anyway, there's this famous horse, and they needed to. It could have been in. I mean, I like cursive too. I like cursive too. That's why it took me a long time to answer the question. I think it's a good way to. I think it's important for people to learn it so that if they have to write down notes quickly for something, they can. You can. It's faster to write in cursive than it is printing. And my mentor teacher, Mr. Samuelson, he required all the students to write in cursive in his classes, and required me as one of his employees to write in cursive on the board. I thought that's cool. That's cool and old school. We also taught sentence diagramming, which is by far the best way to teach grammar. But you have to understand it to teach it that way, obviously. Not every English teacher understands sentence diagramming, so it's kind of tricky to dictate it, especially if you're talking about them doing it in elementary school where you have general purpose teachers. Gun registries. I don't think my gun's registered. Is it supposed to be? I just inherited it from my dad. I seriously doubt. Because that gun's been around since I was a kid. It used to be leaned up in the closet in my dad's bedroom next to the ammunition when I was a kid. You know, like a gun safe, except with nothing safe at all about it. I was just told don't touch it and expected to obey. I seriously doubt my dad registered that gun because were people registering guns back in The 70s? Who knows where he got it from? The cops took away the 9mm. I wonder if I could get that back. Hey, cops, look, you took away this 9mm that my dad shot himself with. Could I get that back? What do you think? Think the cops would give that back to me? No, it's not the same one. It's not the same one. The cops took that one away. The rifle I got is just a 22 bolt action rifle. Although it has a clip you could put at the bottom so you don't have to put a new bullet in every time. No, I don't think people should be required to have car insurance. I think it's ridiculous. It would be interesting to know what they did with it. But I guess would they call that used in the commission of a crime? Is suicide a crime? I don't think it is. I'm not sure. I have no idea. They didn't send me any letter about it or anything like that. I don't really want it back anyway. I don't care. I'm just kind of curious about it. What? Can you stop your dog from barking? These people across the street, that's not normally a problem with them. Okay, stop barking. Oh, definitely not worth the grief. I don't need a handgun that badly. Ugh. Dog barking. You know, it's like we had to pay the coroner's office. Well, it does cost you extra money, though. Pretty good. We had to pay the coroner's office for my dad. Like $500 or something like that. Like Los Angeles County's coroner's office charged us money to tell us what we already what the cops knew as soon as they got there, which was that he had been shot to death. I already know that coroner's office. It charged me $500 to tell me what I already know. Thanks a lot. Smash. What are we smashing? Potatoes, hopefully. That's an appropriate thing to smash. You want to smash me? I'm sorry. You cannot smash me. I'm a happily married man. Are you the uncle who makes the luggage? I don't know what the dog's barking at. I wish they would shut it up. This is not a normal problem. The people across the street, I never hear their dog barking. They've got this big dog that has crazy eyes. I don't know if it's that dog. I've never heard that dog bark before, but I'm not sure what's going on. Sure is loud and annoying, though. Ever since the last people moved out, these people are much better than the last people. These people aren't like super quiet or anything, but they aren't super loud either, and they don't have a dog that barks a lot like the last people did. They're clearly outside with the dog. Why are they not telling it to be quiet? Sounds like a little girl's dealing with it. That's good. You smashed Bigfoot? How was he or she? Were they lady / gentleman in the streets but a freak in the sheets? Oh. Was he a gentleman in the streets but a freak in the sheets? Is it true what they say about the size of a foot? The size of a creature's foot. Pretty cat makes number 2 when Bigfoot is tickled. Be careful. Okay. I'll be careful. You just need to remember this is a family show. Alright, Uncle Samsonite? We don't want any body talk. Goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Samsonite. Have a pleasant evening, and don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. So, I'll go in and put the athletics game on. I'm not saying goodbye to you guys. I was saying goodbye to Uncle Samsonite. I'm not going anywhere right now. And I think I will put the athletics game on, muted in the background though. Retain your aura, Uncle. Why am I not going anywhere? Because I'm not done live streaming yet. I am enjoying hanging out with the chatters. Can you say this gym term? I'd rather not. Bigfoot was surprisingly not into foot play. Seems self-conscious about them. Yeah. Well, technically, we really shouldn't be saying Bigfoot. It is hate speech. They prefer to be called Sasquatches. Bigfoot is like a slur used by Yetis against Sasquatches. He thought he had a monkey fetish? Sasquatch? Sasquatches are individuals too, Uncle Samsonite. They each have their own proclivities. Things they like, things they don't like. Now seems like a good opportunity to drop in a quick advertisement for my fabulous product, Spreem, which is the world's only vegan, cruelty-free sperm whale oil substitute. No, I'm talking about the abominable snowman, which, by the way, is hate speech from Sasquatches to Yetis, because Sasquatches and Yetis hate each other. They're like the Palestinians and the Israelis. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Mr. Beast bred 100 Sasquatches and Yetis together to make Yeti squatches. Oh. Can you hybridize them? They like bears? Because there are hybrid grizzly and polar bears. I know that. Grizzlers. That would be kind of a fun idea, but I didn't do that. Can I do a JoJo pose? I don't know what a JoJo pose is. I mean, like JoJo's Adventure, or Bizarre Adventure. I did watch that, but it's been quite a while since I've watched that. I am, in fact, an anime otaku. About as knowledgeable as anybody in the world about contemporary anime in most genres, but not all genres. Like, I don't really watch the girly romance ones. Here's my cat. We have to watch him eat. Or just menacingly points the camera with a pissed off face. Like that. If there were an anime in which you were the main character, Eric, what would it be called? It would be called executive function disorder. How about that? That's a good name. Has trouble been working out? Wow. He's been working out with this comb. I comb him to get his furs off. Okay? So that I don't have to vacuum him up later. Because he sheds more than any cat in history. Well, I know you didn't like it, but too bad. See how much hair I got there? It's a lot of hair. Erectile dysfunction with naked Jimmy Neutron. Oh. Seems like they can't comprise too large of a portion of your life story. And Jimmy Neutron wasn't too bad. It was one of the ones on Nickelodeon that was okay. As Eric's beard grows out more, he's starting to look like David Letterman. You know who I really look like? Eric. Inappropriately touched Golden Freddy's golden dingoling. The cat looks sick. Oh, he's not sick. He's just a filthy, horrible cat. He was originally a stray and kind of forced his way into our family. Yeah, what do you think he's ill with, Matt D? Share with us your veterinarian expertise. I recently sang a Saturday Somebody song in a recent live stream. He does have cat AIDS, that's true. But yeah, that's better than having people AIDS. And he actually looks so much better now than before I started this habit of combing him while I'm watching him eat. Because he doesn't clean himself for shit. He's very unlike his sister in that regard. He'll give himself a couple half-hearted licks now and again, and that's about it. There you go, you filthy beast. Can I be done watching you eat now? Yeah, the bald spot right here? Kind of. We got a tangle here. Four bald spots. He's got little bald spots on the front of his legs. We can't figure out what the hell they're from. I have no idea. I've never seen like lick that spot or anything. It's just see you later, Uncle Samsonite. No, I'm not gonna make a cat fur coat out of it. I'll just throw it in the trash can. Obviously, he's got plenty of a healthy appetite. I don't have a bald spot footy cat. I have hair spots. That's a little different. I have a default to bald, and then there's these hair spots around here. Oh, you think he's that old, Mrs. Mom? That's interesting. I've never really had any real guess about his age, because, you know, he was a stray, so who knows how old he is. But it's interesting to guess that. He is a large cat. Done? You want to drink some water now? You're going to go get your water? You want me to give you new water? I'll give you new water. Here. Cats like me to change the water frequently. Here you go. The veterinarian should be able to give me a good idea of the cat's age. Do they do it by counting the number of rings on a cat's leg? Translucence indicates aging, so he should show signs around the middle of the teeth. His teeth are quite yellow, because before, when he was a stray, I guess, he didn't eat dry cat food that cleans their teeth as much as other things. Even to this day, he still eats a wide variety of things. Like whatever it is I'm eating, he'll want his portion of it. He's quite insistent about it, in fact. Hello, William. Welcome to your destination. Destination? Pleasant Times. We're having pleasant times this evening in a calm and relaxed fashion that makes everybody feel safe and good. Isn't that wonderful? Don't you feel safe and good? What though, Acacia? Guess what? What though? I need to know what. I cannot guess. My guessing ability has completely left me. You're going to be right back? Okay. Fair enough. You're going to be right back. Chicken butt. Chickens don't have butts. They only have fronts. Little known fact about chickens. Playing Twister with my heart. Yodel-a-hee-hoo. 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 That's part of a Parliament Funkadelic song called Little Old Country Boy. Just a little old country boy, just young and in my teens. I don't gamble, drink, or swear. There we go. That's better. These are the perfect glasses for here. Twister's in the plan? Okay, cool. You know how much I love Twister. I just cannot get enough Twister. It's like, twist me harder. Okay, so I'm gonna enter in these two poker tournaments. Let's start in 10 and 20 minutes respectively. Why are we bullying Bill? Who's Bill? Twister would be a good Halloween costume for me? That's an interesting notion. Could I just be one of the circles, like green circle, for example? Rachel could be the spinner.
And that's okay. I think if you're thinking
Rather loud. Oh, the loss yesterday was really just heartbreaking. It was entirely due to an error being committed by either Jacob Wilson or Tyler Soderstrom or both. Painful, painful game to watch. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if Wilson's on the bench today. Correct. He is on the bench today. And so, no, Soderstrom's in the game. But I'm not surprised by that. Wilson's had a rough go of it all of July. He's been slumping. Eric, do you ever fear psychopathic people are positioning themselves closer to your life? No. I'm just, I'm not really susceptible to, like, I'm not very susceptible to being manipulated by such people, I guess. So, like, even if they got close, unless they were intent on doing sudden violence, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of the relationship that was not good or righteous or whatever. I've had to deal with, like, Nick, who is this kind of, I mean, I would definitely say a narcissist, but um, he he wanted to do his thing on me, but it just didn't work. I don't know. I don't know. It's the same thing as saying, am I worried they're going to be more intuitive than I am, or have a clearer map of reality than I do? And I'm not worried about that at all. I mean, if you mean am I worried about somebody getting close to Rachel and eroding it from that direction? Well, she's pretty. Uh, she anything that bothers her seems questionable at all. She talks to me about it, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm not completely like oblivious or naive about the possibility that it, I understand that Rachel's more susceptible to being influenced by wrongnesses of others than I am. But I think it's fair to say she trusts me and my answers, my explanations, or what have you. And it's not like anybody else is going to have adequate enough time around her. You know, that somebody else isn't going to comprise the majority of interaction she has because she and I spend so much time together. Curtsy. Oh, see you later. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, too bad. Right at the wall. I thought Curtsy was going to knock that one out the park. I'm fresh out of hash, William. I mean, the thing is, it'd be very difficult to erode me and Rachel's relationship um, because neither of us trust our subjectivities all that much, I guess. I trust my subjectivities more than Rachel trusts hers because I have SI front stock. But it's an interesting question. I just don't think anybody is savvy enough slash would have enough opportunity. No, I haven't really. I've thought about the fact that Rachel's in theory could be turned against me, like because of Effie Toole. You know, she's very much aware of and puts a certain amount of weight in other people's opinions more than I do. So I've thought about that with Rachel a little bit before, but you know, Rachel and I have such good communication, and even when Rachel watches a video where somebody says stuff that she doesn't like, she comes talks to me about it. Would I cry more if Treble or Capio were stolen? Well, I mean, I'd probably never know that the cat was stolen, right? It would just be one day the cat was gone. If so, let's just say, which of the cats will I mourn the death of more? I don't know. I guess I'll find out when they die. I'm not Steve Jobs.
Might be equal, I think.
Might be equal.
Yeah.
I've had Capio longer, but Trouble's more of a character, you know. Capio's a sweetie.
Yeah.
Is that an bipolar response? I don't know. Maybe. There you go, sweetie. Now you're on camera. Isn't that wonderful?
She's like, wait, what about the pets? That's what she cares about. Because her FI is third.
Oh, wonderful kitty.
Yes. So she's like, love me, love me, love me. I love the love. Yes. Oh, yes, the adult in this family.
Who's a good girl? You are. What is an FI polar response? Well, my response being like, I don't know which one I'll feel sadder about. I guess I'll find out when they die. I don't know if an FI person would have more clarity about that or not. Oh, yes. You are such a very good kitty. Yes, you are. What if they taunt you, they have the cat in chat? I mean, that's how they're stolen. That's how I know they've stolen it. The cat. Well, even though I probably wouldn't believe it, because presumably I would have to be talking about my cat disappearing, you know.
Man, oh my gosh, all that makes me sad.
Well, it has not happened yet, so.
I want to wear black lipstick, Acacia. Should I get into black lipstick? What do you think, Acacia?
This isn't a pleasant topic. Like, you mean if which of the cats dies first? Matt D says, I don't think the cat is sick anymore. I think you are. Really? What do you think I'm sick with?
Ooh, to match Capio?
Now, Matt D never answered the question about what you thought the cat was sick with, but I will point out that it's hard to take your diagnosis very seriously when you've abandoned that there's something wrong with the cat. That was your initial diagnosis. Why should we trust this one to be more correct than the previous? Hi, G-Man 1290. Thanks. A thought experiment is an imaginary scenario that is meant to elucidate or test an argument or theory. It is often an experiment that would be hard to do in real life. I told you his fur is balding in 4 spots. Yeah, but then you just told me you no longer think there's anything wrong with him. Remember? It was like the last thing he said. He said, I don't think the cat is sick anymore. Remember? Okay, well, what do I look sick with? What do you think I look sick with? Do you think it's maybe dengue fever? Or bori? Perhaps excessive kitty petting disorder? 15 philosophical thought experiments will definitely blow your mind. Take a blood test. Well, in that instance, you're just saying that you don't have any idea as to why you think I'm sick, but you just think I should take a blood test. Go to the doctor. Well, that's not very convincing of anything, obviously. If you're going to first claim to have made some diagnosis, then you're going to need to articulate what the diagnosis is, and based on the basis of what you made that diagnosis. Yes, she is a very cute cat. She's my special lady Capillo, which is Hawaiian for sweetheart, because she's a sweetheart. So one of the nice things we've attained here in Pleasant Town today, her name's Capillo, Kapio. It's a Hawaiian word that means sweetheart. No, thanks, Alex Plays. I'm happily married to my wife. My regular woman wife. Bird Ann's ass illustrates the paradox in the concept of free will. First, a situation where a donkey, equally hungry and equally thirsty, is placed at the center of a stack of hay and a pail of water. Both of them are equidistant from the donkey. Which one does it choose first? I mean, I don't see where any paradox of that lies. It's just a misunderstanding of what it means to say that people or animals have free will. It's a failure to, I guess, first of all, taxonomy what various people mean when they use the term, you know. But it can choose and does. So, like, where's the paradox in that? The cat is telling you that I'm sick. Can the cat be any more specific about the diagnosis than you? Or are you both just throwing shit against the wall and seeing what sticks? I didn't expect the cat to side with you on this. Capillo, I thought you were my kitty. I would point out that the cat hasn't even meowed, so it must be talking to you telepathically, I guess. Aristotle writes, a man being just as hungry and thirsty and placed between food and drink must necessarily remain where he is and starve to death. But why? Like, first of all, can you measure hunger and thirst on the same unit of measurement? Like, oh, I'm thirsty of 7.5 and I'm hungry of 7.5 or something. It just doesn't make any sense. Did they get him? No, they didn't get him. He threw to second base to try to catch the runner stealing, but failed to get him. Thirst kills you faster. I mean, even if I'm both hungry and thirsty in somehow equal amounts, and I'm equally distant from food and water, I still have the capacity to choose one of the other to go first, because it's not like people don't have the concept of doing one thing first and something else afterwards. I got that too much there. I had the nut flash. I should have just checked it at that point, but oh well. Live and learn, live and learn. That's what they tell you. Back at life school, they tell you to live and learn. Thirst is days, hunger is weeks. So if you're the same, then you've already been starving for weeks. Huh. Well, that's assuming that the amount of thirst or hunger is measured in distance from death. You could, like, imagine that you're thirsty and hungry after a lot of work, but that it's not life threatening. You need to start with water if you're starving, since dry food can rupture your atrophied insides. Well, maybe you should eat wet food then. Maybe you could have a wet burrito. Everybody likes a wet burrito. Everybody likes a wet burrito. Well, of course, you could measure quantity of thirst or quantity of hunger just as a quantity of desire for the thing. So you're not it's not measured against distance from starvation, but just like how badly you would feel like you'd be satisfied by that thing right now. And if you have equal, I'm choosing water for the ass for all my reasons, but you can lead an ass to water, but you can't make it drink. Well, you could also lead it to food, and you can't make it eat either. So if you're just talking about like which one you'd like most right now, and you have equal things, I'd probably still go with the water first, because if I'm thirsty, the food's not going to taste very good until I at least quench the thirst, because my throat's presumably already dry, and not good for swallowing food. So I'd probably still go with the water first. But even if I wasn't quite as thirsty, but was more hungry in terms of feeling, I still might go for the drink first, because if my mouth is dry or something, like, I don't know if I'm going to want to rely entirely on my own spit to wetten things. Oh yes, you're my kitty pageant winner, 'cause your beauty is winning all the kitty pageants. Because the mistake in the question is to assume, I think, that free will is a rational decision uh, based on, like, inherent TE efficiencies or something. Yes, deontological ethics is just Kantian rights-based ethics. It's basically the same kind of ethics I advocate, but the difference is, for example, I don't think that lying is morally prohibited, because it doesn't violate anybody's rights. Nobody has the right to right to have you tell them the truth. They don't even have the right to have you answer them. They don't have to say anything. So, accordingly, I don't think that lying is immoral except under certain circumstances, like giving false testimony or calls to action that lead to harm, like screaming fire in a crowded theater, etc. But Kantian deontology, it operates from the moral axiom that you should treat others as an end in themselves, never as a means to the end. So accordingly, it's a little stricter in its adjudicacy of moral impermissibilities. Thanks, Carrot. Rachel got these for me. It was a surprise. I got a present in the mail, and this was it. I think that a lot of those kinds of, probably all of those kinds of paradoxes are fundamentally just um, they're just people not understanding how language works. Twelfth century Persian scholar and philosopher Al-Ghazali discusses the application of this paradox to human decision making, asking whether it's possible to make a choice between equally good courses without grounds for preference. He takes the attitude that free will can break the stalemate. But this, of course, that's silly because, um, in terms of equally good outcomes, like, what does he mean by that? Does he mean uh, positive for your interests? In which case, then you can't remove that question from preference, right? Because interests are subjective, and accordingly, they preference is another word that in that context would mean uh, just what you arbitrarily subjectively prefer, right? Thanks, Mac. Whereas if he means it like morally, well, you can't measure positive morality in terms of equal goods like that. It doesn't work like that. The paradox is named after the 14th century French philosopher Jean Buridan, whose philosophy of moral determinism it satirizes. I see. Yada loves Cosmo. Wow, I'm so glad. I'm sure Cosmo is very pleased with that as well. Oh yes, you're a special kitty. And Daddy knows. Yes, Daddy knows. Oh yes. Oh yes. Daddy knows. Some proponents of hard determinism, such as Spinoza, have granted the unpleasantness of the scenario, but have denied that it illustrates a true paradox, since one does not contradict oneself in suggesting that a man might die between two equally plausible routes of action. Okay. Well, I mean, it's not a paradox for lots of reasons, I guess. It's not a paradox because you don't need a rationale to select something to go first, right? You just pick the one that you look at first or something, you know? You can't imagine the thought experiment where one of them's not to your right and one of them's not to your left or something like that. So in that case, then just pick something random like that, or just point to one of them. I mean, why does it have to be a choice made with a rationale to be freely made? It doesn't make any sense. Good job, Athletics. The Athletics are up 1-0. As our new guy, Cortez, just got a RBI single. Dawud Ali, the South Sage podcaster. Shalom, Mom. Sincerely, you have described the logical fallacy. Have I? Are you talking to Winston's mom? Again, I've experienced culture shock while doing business in China, and yeah, I know I'm incapable of eating cat or dog. Well, you may have already eaten it and not even know. I don't think they eat cats. I think cats are bad to eat. Lakika Alphonse, hello. Again, meaning life experiences. I experienced culture shock in China too. I was like, I've never encountered such in refusal to move forward without permission from somebody. Even like, they hired me to go over there and run their tournament for them because I knew what I was doing and nobody else knew what they were doing. But I still had to get permission for it's like it was ridiculous. You gotta put somebody in charge of this shit and let them be in charge of it. And you know, I, the guy I was getting approval from, he didn't know anything about what I was doing. The cat's so patient. I'm patient because I don't really like it when the cat's this right here. This is my armrest. Just like mowing the lawn and steps. Hmm. Hmm. False dichotomy is what that one's called. The what? That fallacy is called false dichotomy. What's gigogi? I don't know what gigogi is. I have no idea. Do you know what it is? I look footsome. Footsome? That's not a word. That's ridiculous. If you would like to like this video and or subscribe to this channel, that would be nice. I would appreciate the subscription especially because I am trying to get 20,000. I'm a made in Taiwan. Oh, you're made in Taiwan. I like Taiwan. Taiwan was not a very nice place. I didn't see any birds there though. I think maybe the Taiwanese people ate all the birds. I'm not sure. Taiwan was so much better than China. When I needed to get dental work done in China, of course, I had to wait because I obviously was going to get dental work from a Taiwanese dentist, not a Chinese dentist. Oh, kitty. What a wonderful princess. Yes. You have the glory of princesshood within your heart. Yes, you do. And everybody knows. Everybody knows. this cat has some eyes. She's got Betty Davis eyes. Apparently, JoJo Siwa covered that song. Rachel was telling me about it. And I said, "What's the deal? Who is this JoJo Siwa? I've heard her name before. She was a kid on Dance Moms back in the day, apparently. Now she's well. First, she invented gay pop, and then now she has a boyfriend, and she's, I guess, straight. Or no, she's not gay anymore. She's queer now. That's what she said. What does that mean? I'm not sure. But she also did a cover of Betty Davis Eyes. Okay, can you move now? Can you go? Can you go somewhere else, please? Gigogi Pop. Yeah. The fact is, if you want to be honest about it, she probably did not invent gay pop because she probably wasn't the first gay person ever to make music. Like, surely Karma Chameleon by the Culture Club would qualify as gay pop. My driver recommended this popular stop for Chinese barbecue. OMG, I love Gates. You do? You love the Gates. You love cats. That makes more sense. Okay. Yeah. Well, this is one of our two cats. This is the good cat. This is the sweet cat. The other cat, you know, he's a little bit more sour. I mean, he can be sweet sometimes, but he likes to climb on my lap. There he is. Oops. He likes to lie in the way, so I have to step over him every time I walk into the kitchen. Your cat died? Oh, that must have been sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I feel pretty confident these are the last two mammals I'm ever going to have as pets. I will have a couple of goldfish in my pond when I'm done with it. Along with, maybe, ideally, hopefully, some freshwater crawdads. And, if we're lucky, maybe some craw moms. I went to that big tower in Taiwan. And it got all these, like, these big weights in it for earthquakes, counterweights and stuff. I thought it was pretty interesting. Well, thanks, Coolest Forever. I hope I get a lot of subs and likes too. I'm trying with my all of my effort. I just checked my notes. You were right. The logical fallacy stated earlier is false dichotomy. Well, glad to hear it, Dawood. I happen to know because I used to teach critical thinking and I did a unit on fallacies. No, Kong Pei, you're not going to put your penis in me. Because I forbid it. I don't want any part of you or your penis in me. I do already have 19,000 subs, and it's true. But it's been stuck around there for quite a long time now. I could do more to get more subs. Walked up to the restaurant with the dog hanging like the duck, chicken, pork, etc. And I was like, nope, and requested monkey brains instead. No, I didn't eat the cat's testicles. I was not responsible for taking away that cat's testicles. He was a stray, and then the city picked him up and snipped him and put him back on the streets. And then after he no longer had his balls, he became like, "Oh, now you're my family." And we're like, "Get away from here." Unfortunately, he took over the family and he's here now. But we love him, and you know, he's difficult, demanding, controlling. He tries to bully Capillo, but whatever. He has a lot of personality. I don't think that Chinese people eat cats. I wouldn't be shocked if they ate some dogs here and there, but I'm pretty sure cats are terrible to eat, including like lions and tigers and stuff. Apparently, if you eat very much lion, you can get some kind of kidney problem or something from the heavy metals in their body. I do remember the term talk to the hand, not to the face. Just like I just said. That's how it went. Bear. Bear? I've never eaten any bear, I don't think. I have eaten venison before. Thanks, Coolest Forever. I don't know if I've eaten turtle or not. I don't want to eat any turtle. I don't know. I don't think I've ever eaten snake before. Um, I'm glad to know they don't eat cats. I always get worried when I see the missing cat posters. I've never had snake. I have had like buffalo before slash bison, and I think I've had alligator slash crocodile before. Maybe probably alligator, I guess it would be. But I don't eat a lot of exotic meats or anything. I know I've had an ostrich burger before. Hello, Switzerland, the country of chocolate and mountains and neutrality. Don't forget about neutrality. I guess maybe it was the tail. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I have had it before. In like Louisiana when I was a teenager, I think I had it. That was also when I first had crayfish. They've got some more unusual kinds of foods down there in Louisiana than one normally eats in California. The U.S. is famous for different rattlesnakes in the desert of Arizona. Not even in the desert of Arizona, here in the mountains of California. We saw a rattlesnake by the side of the road, Rachel and I did. I pulled over to try to encourage it to go away from the road because I didn't want it to get run over. And I saw it was a rattlesnake, and I was like, maybe I don't need to encourage it that much because I don't want it to turn around and bite me. That dog is still barking? Jesus, I can't. What's going on, dog? I don't know if it's been barking the whole time or not. You couldn't hear it inside. The house is quite soundproof. I mean, I heard the family there not that long ago. I heard the little girl saying the dog wants to come inside. I hear a woman over there right now. I don't know what they're doing. And keep in mind, this house, I've never had this problem from them before. Maybe they have somebody visiting with a different dog or something. I'm not sure. A lot of not any really any Mexicans around where I live, but there certainly were a lot of Mexicans in Los Angeles. I know they broke, but these are the only ones that I can wear for this distance that I'm doing. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back inside pretty quick because this dog's barking is driving me nuts. Thanks, coolest forever. You're the coolest forever. So yeah, so I don't know what the dog is up to. I mean, I have no idea. Like I said, though, this is not. I'm not worried about those people being not very good to their dog like the last people were. I've never encountered anything like that from across the street before. So they seem like decent people, you know. They seem like their dog that I know of, I've never heard bark before. Crazy Eyes, I call him, or her. She's a really sweet, nice dog. She sometimes runs around the neighborhood a little bit. She comes visit me. No, Republican. I'm not worried. I hear the people over there. I suspect it's they have a visitor who brought their dog. Is my guess. It's just really a guess, but I don't think that I've never heard that their dog bark. Right? I can't imagine it sounding like that. It would seem like it would have a different, a lower bark on it. I'm not calling the cops on anybody. The dog's fine. If it persists for, like if it's happening again tomorrow or next day or something, maybe I'll go investigate. Apparently, my neighbors did this regarding the previous neighbors across the street's dog, and that was what prompted the neighbors across the street to put a sign that said "Trespassers will be shot." But I don't think he's in pain. I don't think so because, like I said, I can hear people over there. That bark sounds like a "I see something" bark. I was kind of interpreting it as I want to come inside, but maybe you're right. It's Cali Love 420. Dogs need that THC too. It's an anxious bark, but people easily make their dogs anxious. Maybe they should prescribe their dog Prozac, dog Klonopin. What country do I live in? I live in the United States. I live in smack down in the middle of California. What county? Oh, I live in Mariposa County. The mother of counties, they call it. Originally, it was this massive county from which a bunch of other counties broke off, one after the other. I guess I just wear it with one arm on it. Yeah, let's up 1-0. Severino's pitching. We're in the third inning. Sevy's not giving up any runs yet. That's good. He's not had a great season. Well, good news, everybody. The dog seems to have stopped barking for the moment. Just like we all wanted. What do you think about the Russians shooting down the French Mirage Day? This is the first I've heard of it. I mean, Russians better be careful. You know, I'm sure they say it was an accident or something or what. I have a wife. She's inside the house talking on the phone. And I've got a daughter who lives in Los Angeles. And I have an aunt. That's it. No, I don't think they're going to draft me. I'm a little too old for the military, I suspect. 54. In fact, I believe Winston's mom confirmed that the other day, that I would not be allowed to join the military now. Maybe if this is the end of a long and bloody war, then they'd be like, well, now we gotta draft you, Eric. And we'd really be in trouble. It would be like the people fighting for Germany at the end of World War II. Dirty commies. Every Russian has communism in his vein. I'm not sure about that, but I do think that Putin's a fucking international nightmare. Dawood Ali says France needs to back down. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. I don't think appeasement has ever been a good idea uh, with you know cult of personality style leaders that have aggression minded foreign policy. It's not a good idea to appease them. So at some point, somebody has to draw lines in the sand and say, "We we will defend a free and civil society against your authoritarian garbage." You're back. Cooler Forever is back. Cooler Forever is back, and they're cooler than ever. They're at least 4 times cooler than they were last time they were here. Russians kill Ukrainians. Funny thing, both nationalities are Slavic. Well, because it doesn't represent um, some sort of ethnic hate. It simply represents um, Putin's bald face imperialist ambitions. He wants that coastline. He wanted Crimea. Well, you mean defensive in their attitude or in what they're doing? What they're doing is definitely not defending themselves. They definitely instigated the war in Ukraine with like false uprisings in Donetsk and Luhansk. I just had to do some damn chores. By the way, does it bother you that American taxpayers are the ones that helped Ukraine to this day? No, it doesn't. I think that we shouldn't have just assisted them with arms and stuff. We should have had U.S. boots on the ground, U.S. military forces in the area, not crossing into Russian sovereign territory, but instead pushing them entirely out of Ukraine and making clear that we're not going to permit that kind of regression from our liberty and justice. If we're going to spend as much money as we spend on the military and have the biggest military in the world by a large amount, then let's do what ought to be done with it and not what ought not be done. Ought we have gone in and defended Ukraine and been there on the ground with them? Yeah, absolutely. Ought we have invaded Iraq? No. They didn't do anything. Well, I don't know. Dawood. I don't know about that or not. But what I do know is that it's up to the U.S. ultimately to oppose both Chinese and Russian imperialism and to defend the sovereignty of nations that are threatened by them, including Taiwan and including Ukraine and Estonia. And because it's not like Putin's going to be done unless he finishes in Ukraine. Well, let's host Eric's views on MBTI testing. And I think it's terrible because those MBTI tests they're using are not accurate ways to test people. So if they're basing their decision to put you in meow position based on you being meow type, well, they need tests that are accurate, and they don't have them. And even then, I don't like the idea of cognitive functions in general being used to slot people into utility slots, right? You can be useful like this. I think that it's best and most purely understood as a correct description of how human consciousness works, and that's the end in itself. When you start having to justify its existence by its utility and hiring people, I'm not a fan of that. Also, God bless America for the 36,000 dead Americans that helped liberate South Korea in 1953. Indeed. Yeah, well said. If you ask anybody in South Korea if they wish we had given up and let North Korea take over the whole continent, they will all say, no, we're glad you did not do that. On the other hand, Vietnam was a somewhat pointless quagmire. So the thing is, it's in both Korea and Vietnam, those are much more complicated situations than the question of Ukraine because you had civil wars going on, right? But in Ukraine, you have a war of aggression launched by Russia against a sovereign neighbor for purely callous ends, or self-serving ends. And trying to justify with a bunch of lies and propaganda that convinces people who like authoritarianism. It's enough to make me go inside again. The U.S. is also the country that pushed the Iraqis out of Kuwait. That was a justified military action. Yeah, I am Jody North. I am in the NTP. Anyway, if they've got a barking dog one evening, no big whoop. Hopefully this doesn't represent some new pet of theirs that's going to be like that forever. I busted out of the program. That's fine. No, the U.S. doesn't have free healthcare. There's not really any such thing as free healthcare. You can try to have some sort of single payer arrangement and get government funded healthcare, but at the end of the day, it's always paid for, and it's best paid for by individuals out of pocket, because then you don't have outrageous abuses of free medicine stuff. Like if you let everybody go to the doctor's office if they want, people go to the doctor all the time for whatever nonsense, and it'll be paid for even though it's not necessary. Can you briefly explain the MBTI cognitive functions? Sure. There are two knowledge functions. There's ways of knowing, and you can know from your experience, or you can know from your intuition. You know from your experience, that's SI. When you know with your intuition, that's NI, introverted intuition. And the thing that makes knowledge distinct from, say, deliberation is that knowledge is instantaneous. Whether it's your intuition telling you that shape over there is a person bending over, and then maybe turning out to be wrong. As you get closer to it, you realize, oh, it's just a pile of sticks. Or whether it's your experience telling you that thing that looks like a person is just a pile of sticks, Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Kiev was attacking and bombing East Ukraine because they want Nazis to be running their government. I watched it transpire from 2014. Retirees were also targets. Well, I mean, regardless of Ukraine's internal bad behavior, that is not a justification for Russia to invade them. There are ways of deciding things. You can either decide it by the universal logic of language, statement connectives, conditionality, and correctness or incorrectness, definitional limits and stuff. Or you can make determinations by your own interests and what matters a lot to you. What's going to make you feel better or worse, happier or sadder. I had a weird dream about watching Oprah discuss her favorite fictional microwave popcorn, Orville Redenbacher XL movie theater microwave extra buttered popcorn, trying and have buttery and tasty. That dream was surreal. That sounds surreal. You feel dull and uninterested. I will typically feel that between bottles of Adderall. I'm going off Adderall tomorrow. Rachel and I finished it today. All right, Curtsy, way to go. Nice job. Oh, he's out. Dang. That's a one RBI double. Schumann tried to score from first and they nailed him. It was a good throw. But we're up 3-0 now. That's good. Thanks, Fatland Carrie Lodge. Am I a doctor? No, I'm not a doctor. I'm just a regular guy. I'm a regular guy with regular ways. Okay, it doesn't matter if Russia calls it a special military option. The West armed Ukraine to fight to the last Ukrainian to test weapons. Sad but true, in my humble estimation. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's fair to say that Russia's been consistently and persistently and a force that works against the basic institutions and habits of democracy, as has China. And Ukraine represents the military manifestation of that mindset. Can't tell if life just sucks or if I'm getting a bit depressed. I've been working on music for a week heavily and I've run out of creative juice, and now all that's left is existential loneliness, emptiness, and dread. How about the US? What about the US? Do I think the US should have intervened in Ukraine? Yeah, I do. You seem old. Tell me, was your life fine and your wage you earned? My life has been fine, but it's not anywhere close to over. It's like the best years of my life are still ahead of me, as far as I'm concerned. Because at this point in my life, I'm somewhat, I'm comfortable, empowered financially and stuff. But it's not because I did a good job of financial planning myself. It's because I got an inheritance. But when I did work, I made okay money. I had for a while I had my own business, and I was a professional debate coach. Before I had my own school, I was the director of another school, and we did fine. I made plenty of money, and my wife at the time, she worked full time and made money too, but she had a spending problem. Fortunately, I'm not married to her anymore. I believe it probably is harder for you in your 30s now, but don't forget I'm Gen X, I'm not a boomer. And, you know, the the actual real earning power of my generation was dramatically lower than than my dad's generation or boomers. My dad wasn't a boomer. My dad was silent generation. How much does a 1 liter Coke cost in the U.S.? Um, Probably a little less than $2, I would guess. I don't normally buy 1 liter bottles, but they do have them. I'm just waiting in public Discord, BC, for someone to join, have friends I could call, but I need the high of meeting new people for the first time to shake things up. It's time for bedtime, old man. Well, that's redundant. It's time for bed or it's bedtime. Either would have been fine. But it's not bedtime because it's only 7:52 in the evening. So even if I were going to go to bed early, which I'm not tonight, um, because uh, I took recashed the bottle of Adderall today, so I got quite a few of them in there in me. Now I can hear the dog barking. I should close the shutter so I don't hear it. Well, what the hell is going on with the dog, though? Debate coach. Hate to assume connecting the dots. How at host Eric on personality time. Yeah, I was a debate coach. Quite a good debate coach, in fact. Um, Paris says, "Hey, Eric, just watched the highlights of our typing session. I want to say thank you again for letting me go well over time. I had 4 a.m. musings this morning about it that I'll comment saying, cool, cool. How did I get into personality typing? Um, I just started making a lot of videos about cognitive functions and personality type, and then I started typing people, and then eventually I said, I'm tired of doing this. If you want me to do it, you have to pay me. But, you know, um, the reason I got into personality typing is because I was looking for, I wasn't really looking for, but I encountered cognitive functions, and it provided for me an answer that I didn't have before about to understand a lot of philosophy questions. And so it really opened up a clarity about the universe, consciousness, truth, lots of things that you really can't properly understand without cognitive functions. Like, what is truth? Well, questions of what is truth and are one thing, but they link to what is knowledge, for example, versus belief. Well, when you understand cognitive functions, you understand that knowing is a way of paying attention. And people know via two possible channels of knowledge, experience and intuition. And those things link back to the idea of object permanence and shape constancy. So, what do I think about Trump being president? I think it's a disgrace. Not, but at the same time, I think that Kamala Harris was at least as much of a disgrace, and I think that Hillary Clinton would have been at least as much of a disgrace. So it's not like the American people in either of those elections had any better choice. I think Biden was better than Trump, even just because he didn't do anything. But Biden was super weak. Obviously has dementia and stuff. So the presidency should be filled by a statesman, somebody who understands the core values of America, who is principled and also pragmatic when necessary. Have you read The Master Key System by Charles Hannell? No, never heard of it. Remember, the old generation was glad Reagan was president and crushed the USSR. Well, I mean, Reagan was. There are plenty of things you could complain about Reagan for, but the kind of stuff that was controversial back then is just has been normalized completely at this point. back when Reagan was president, there was still a common narrative that was shared by most people that the ends don't justify the means. But people don't feel that way at all anymore, it seems like. Oh, you don't want to go with either of those two. Speaking of disgraces, like Trump's a disgrace. Kamala Harris would have been a disgrace. Bernie Sanders is a disgrace. AOC is an absolute fucking disgrace. So, you know, a real statesman is intellectually capable of doing the job. He understands, he has the knowledge base of doing the job. He understands the Constitution and law and legal arguments and stuff like that. And, is correct, most of all. Correct and can explain why. One of the number one jobs of the president is not just to make decisions and execute the law and so forth, is to to provide the national narrative to that people to 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 answer the people's questions about which are going to be implicit about why we're doing this and what we're doing and so forth. Well, I'm not saying that the president has screwed America. I'm saying that Trump 1 was a disgrace but fairly harmless. Trump 2, I might end up eventually saying the same thing in terms of harms done to the country. But the main problem that Trump brings to the country is an antipathy to checks and balances and the habits and institutions of democracy. Who has more power over the economy, the Fed or the president? Well, I mean, the thing is, it wasn't the president's fault that we had massive inflation following the COVID alarmism because obviously, if you continue quantitative easing without there actually being new wealth generated by actual work in the country, then it's going to have a huge inflationary crunch. Should the Fed have stopped quantitative easing during the COVID alarmist period? Maybe, probably. But I mean, the thing is, I don't think FDR was the greatest president. He was a good wartime president. I'm fond of Polk. He only served one term. He only wanted to serve one term. Got lots of good things accomplished. Didn't wasn't Nobody creates inflation. Inflation occurs when the amount of currency in an economy outpaces the amount of new wealth generated. So the the Fed has to quantitatively ease, which means infuse the economy with more currency because the total amount of wealth in the country continues growing because wealth is first and foremost a an abstract or metaphysical quality of beholdens that's attained when somebody does useful work for somebody else. So accordingly, when quantitative easing continues while the total amount of work does not, then you have inflation. If they didn't quantitatively ease at all, you'd have deflation because the total amount of work being done would increase the total amount of wealth. No, I don't think being certified for MBTI is useful at all. I think it's completely idiotic because MBTI is wrong. No, I don't think we're headed to hyperinflation. Um, because the Fed's job is to print money, and they should be printing money. How exactly they infuse new money into the economy, that's a question that I think needs to be answered better. Like the current method that the Fed has of infusing new money into the economy is via the banks, and it gets lent out. I'm not sure why it's not just distributed, but regardless, regardless, the current we've topped out on our inflationary crunch. We've experienced the you know basically all of it at this point. So food's not going to get that much more expensive. I think the only sector where we still need to see the inflationary crunch hit is the housing sector, which will be good for people who currently own homes because their value will go up. Well, it's okay. It's not like the Mexicans had more claim to the land than the Americans did. It's not like he was guilty of Trail of Tears like Andrew Jackson. Okay, well, The thing is, Matt D, if you want to know what actual conditions for hyperinflation look like, look at Zimbabwe and its attempt to engage in land redistribution and stuff. That's what actual hyperinflation looks like. I don't know how many dollars the Fed took out of the economy either. So they take plenty of used bills out and replace those. Then they also have a quantitative easing, which is to say they infuse more currency into the economy to keep pace with the added wealth. I don't know what the GDP is right now, so I'm not sure if what that number. Well, okay, Matt D, it doesn't really matter who provides the currency. There is a question regarding whether or not it should be infused in the economy the way it is, but whenever it was my intent, I was curious because I was considering just to challenge the outdated testing. 1.2 trillion in new currency? Well, what's the GDP? The thing that people don't get is that there's this idea that somehow if we didn't print any more money, there wouldn't be inflation. Well, maybe, but there also would be deflation. And you don't want that because that'll seize up an economy because then people have no reason to do anything with their money except just hold on to it and it just gets more and more valuable. No, COVID was not a pandemic or whatever you want to call it, okay? COVID was a great example of what happens when you let fear replace principles. We saw shit tons of totally different, but all ridiculously alarmist and insane COVID policies all over the country because localities all made their own policies and extra legal actions. And we have nobody to blame but everybody, except for me and a few isolated people who were correct about things. It did nothing good to be wrong in the way you are, right? You're saying that it wasn't actually a novel disease, but it was. And it was probably a lab released bioweapon. But the point is that to try to blame some centralized figures for the way the world reacted to that is insane. There was no way anybody could possibly reasonably predict that the entire world would freak out in that fashion. Now, I agree with you, Matt D. It was a ridiculously alarmist and outrageously outside response to what, in terms of actual fatality rate, turned out to be an order of magnitude lower than what was initially reported. As I said at the time, it would be because of the obvious methodology flaws. But with the idea that this was planned somehow, what makes the most sense by far is that it was an accidental lab release of a bioweapon, some or possibly a purposeful one, but then some well of power that uh, had that knowledge pushed out this narrative that this thing was it's time for everybody to freak out because they knew that it was a bioweapon. Well, I mean, Matt D, who's controlling the media here? I'm making media right now. I'm explaining things to you correctly. I haven't been fooled by anything. There are multiple sources of information. Anybody can access them. The problem wasn't, and I never even got censored. You know, it was like during the COVID time, I was correct entirely about it the entire way. I knew exactly what we should not be doing, this ridiculous lockdown stuff. I knew it was a terrible idea. I said exactly what would happen. Nobody listened to me. So what am I going to do? They, you know, no, Matt D, I didn't hear the same thing over and over again. I did smart research like an intelligent person. I critiqued the methodology of the Italian reporting of 4% fatality the minute it happened before I saw anybody else critique it at all. I still haven't seen anybody else critique it. I correctly critiqued the methodology. of the reporting and correctly predicted that it would be an order of magnitude less than what was reported at 0.4%. I did that all right on the spot. I didn't need I didn't need to wade through media lies. The evidence was right in front of you. All you had to do was read what it said. You maybe became brainwashed, man, but not me. I was correct the whole time and still correct about it. Well, we're talking about inflation and COVID and stuff. I'm still mad at the world a little bit for the whole thing because everybody had the possible choice of listening to Eric and saying, hold on, everybody, this guy is correct. But they chose not to. It just came crashing down and it hurts inside. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like even now, even to this day, you hear people talking about a COVID vaccine. There's no COVID vaccine. It's like that whatever that drug is that it gets injected into people does not prevent them from getting COVID. So ergo, it's not a vaccine. It doesn't matter what various different experiences are. It's like the whole COVID thing. We already knew that it was in America unconstitutional to have these lockdowns. It violated freedom of assembly. And we already knew that the Constitution didn't say, with an asterisk, unless there's a virus going around. We already knew that the onus of persons' health responsibilities is on themselves, right? Like, I determine whether I want to take the risk to get sick, not somebody else, because it's my body and my life. We already knew all this. We already knew that it's maybe reasonable to quarantine people who are sick and prevent them from getting others sick, potentially, but it's not reasonable to quarantine people who aren't sick on the grounds that they might get sick. That's insane. I'm not talking about how pandemics work. I'm talking about how onus of responsibility works. Get it? So I correctly predicted at the time that there's no way this is going to work. Everybody's still going to get COVID because of a 2-week long incubation period and novelty of the virus, lack of immunity they're due. So we have to actually evaluate when we come up with a plan, let's say, like a plan to lock everything down. There's certain things you need to, certain what they're called stock issues you need to meet your burden to affirm. You need to show inherency, you need to show solvency, you need to show, well, topicality is not really relevant here, but you need to show significance and harms. So if you actually evaluate it with a professional kind of calculus that allows you to be correct, you'll see that there's absolutely no way, shape, or form that any of that shit was justified or a good idea. No, onus of responsibility means, like, for example, you decide whether you wear a hat or not. It might be healthier for you to wear a hat to keep the sun off your head, but you make that decision because it's your responsibility, because it's your own body, right? You own your own body. You get to make decisions about what to do to it or not to do to it. So I'm sorry that I used the word onus, if that scared you or something, but it just means that individuals they get to be responsible for their own actions and incur the benefits and harms accordingly. Like nobody would ever advocate that people should have been prohibited from staying home or prohibited from wearing plenty of masks or covering themselves up in bubble wrap or whatever they wanted to do. It's a matter of respecting the individual's right and capacity to make decisions for themselves. My daughter was a COVID alarmist, and she got every shot and booster shot that she could get, and she got COVID more than anybody I've ever met. She has got COVID so many times. The point is that liberty and justice are core values in America, and they require us, to, if we're going to understand them correctly, to understand what comprises areas of rights, what comprises areas of reasonable expectation, where those rights come from, where the powers of the government come from and what they're used for, what comprises an emergency. Because obviously, there are instances where the government can infringe on rights in cases of emergencies for certain temporary limited amounts of time. Emergencies, of course, are emergencies because they're emerging. Once they've emerged, it's no longer an emergency. What about the USS Liberty, though? I don't know. What about it? I don't know anything about it. I mean, the worst part about COVID was how everybody thought it was like a team thing, right? Like, well, I'm on team science, so I'm in favor of these vaccinations and lockdowns and stuff. Even though there's nothing scientific about that at all. But then there was team. It's a conspiracy or something like that. Well, it's neither of those things. It's two teams full of idiots. Not listening to Eric, you know. What about Building 7, 9/11? I mean, I think it's a smoking gun that it was an inside job. At least to some extent it was. I mean, in theory, I suppose it could be like, let's hurry up and take advantage of this thing. But even then, to some extent, it's still an inside job. So I believe that Building 7 fell down because of fires that were caused from plane crashes built that had building between them, you know. So no, I don't believe that. I think you have to be dead committed to the narrative that um, to the official explanation to not find that to be a smoking gun. You know, I'm like I said, I'm correct about things. I'm not opposed to conspiratorial explanations when they make the most sense. No, you know, I don't need any more mods. It's 4-0 athletics, so that's good. At least we're doing well in the basketball game. I could go try to. I could change my clothes and go out back and do a bit of ponding, but I don't want to get these new overalls dirty. Not yet, anyway. Nice job, Urias. No, I mean, I'm in full agreement with anybody who says Building 7 is makes it such that the most likely scenario is that there was an inside job, at least to some extent, regarding 9/11. I think the people who don't want to accept that, they're lying to themselves. Because, you know, there's Building 7 contained a bunch of like CIA stuff and etc. The real purebloods are the ones who didn't get vaxxed and never got sick. Anyone know anyone? I don't know anyone who didn't get vaxxed, at least in my IRL circle, because my family, we all had to get vaxxed to see my mom at the nursing home. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anybody in my IRL circle. I know people around the channel who didn't get it, but I also think that it's kind of silly to think that that the shot was bad for you. There is some evidence of some rare negative side effects from it, but by and large, the problem with it was not that it was bad; it's that it was didn't do anything. It didn't work, you know. We have a standard to evaluate whether something works or not, right? Like, okay, what is this vaccine supposed to do? It's supposed to stop people from getting COVID. Does it work? How do we evaluate that? Well, we simply look to see, does it stop people from getting COVID? The answer is no, or go, it's not a vaccine and doesn't work. It was a failed attempt at making one. Gee, will you stop with your fucking provocative garbage? Jews or Jesuits? Zachary K. Hubbard cracked the code using gematria. News comes by the numbers. No, it's meant to prevent you from getting a vaccine. For example, I got a mumps, measles, and rubella vaccine when I was a kid. And what that does is that prevented me from ever getting those diseases. When they introduced the polio vaccine, polio went extinct because everybody got the vaccine and nobody got polio anymore. That's called what a vaccine does, right? The reason we were supposed to stay locked down and wait for a vaccine was because once people got the vaccine, they wouldn't be getting COVID anymore, was the purported promise of it, right? In fact, it didn't work. Then later on, the narrative changed so that people were arguing that, well, it doesn't prevent you from getting it, but it makes you less likely to die from it. But in reality, if you look at the data on that, there are only some populations of people for whom it apparently it correlates with less fatality. In other populations, other demographics, it correlates with more, and it's probably just a wash. No, it was well, yeah, it was scientifically researched, but it failed, right? It was a good attempt, a good idea, maybe. Let's try to use this mRNA kind of approach and sidestep the problem that we've always had trying to vaccinate for coronaviruses, namely that they adapt too quickly, and it's not they you basically can't vaccinate for like the common cold. Same kind of virus, except this one's been engineered as a bioweapon, probably. We don't know that for sure, but probably. So, well, COVID vaccine was dispersed maybe within 6 to 8 months, but it wasn't 6 to 8 months after the initial COVID things, you know. So the point is that there's most importantly is to remember that the ends don't justify the means, okay? And the entire population of America, anyway, endured indignities that were clearly unconstitutional. My father and I, neither of us wanted to get the vaccination, but we had to, or else we were forbidden from visiting my mother in the nursing home, regardless of whether we had COVID. So, I mean, that's not the way a just society operates, right? And most importantly, well, what a good society, a smart and just and reasonable society does is they stop lying to themselves at a certain point, right? And stop claiming that despite the fact the vaccine didn't work, that we should still embrace it as a wonderful thing that it saved millions of lives, even though it clearly did not. Sometimes scientists attempt to do things and fail, you know? Scientists aren't gods. No, I never did consider faking my vaccine papers because I just never saw the vaccine as bad, you know? It's like I wasn't I would have if I had the choice I would have avoided taking it because I understood that it was rushed into production and that they didn't really have a full testing regimen on the stuff and so it could have side effects they didn't have a chance to discover yet. But I didn't think that it was some sort of conspiracy or something bad or anything like that. I just thought I shouldn't have to take this in order to go about my business, especially given that it's yet to be proven to be correct. It hasn't undergone the normal FDA standards for medicines and stuff. So, but I ended up being right. It didn't work as I predicted well before they made it because I understood the way coronaviruses work. Um, but it didn't do me any harm either. You know, that's fine. Well, remember, Putty Cat and everybody, the COVID lockdowns were plural lockdowns. They were a bunch of individual locations, municipalities, counties, etc., all passing different extra legal conditions upon under which everybody had to function. Was it constitutional? No. Was it in any sense did it represent acceptable legal processes, like processes of passing laws and stuff? No. So it's important to remember that we can lay the blame for COVID at the feet of us all, at the feet of all of our little elected officials, even at local levels and stuff. This county wasn't like that. Mariposa County was cool. Flu shots are recommended every year, but they're not required, right? And I'd like to think that none of us believe in a world in which everybody has to get flu shots or else they can't go about their business. I never get a flu shot. I also never get the flu. So nobody's saying, John Lowe, that people should not have been allowed to get this quote unquote vaccine. That's the thing. My side is not trying to force any perspective on the matter onto anybody. It's respecting their autonomy. But why don't I get the flu? Is it because everybody else gets flu shots? Very, very small percentage of the population gets flu shots. Regardless, I'm not afraid to get the flu. I'm fine with my immune system doing its job, okay? Well, it was for me. It was for me. And what was mandatory is that businesses stay closed. Like I was getting ready to go to nationals as a debate coach, and everything was shut down. I had no choice but to end that season of debate. And the thing is, we had lots of businesses in Los Angeles County, several of whom at least tried to open and were shut down forcibly by law enforcement. So the restrictions were much worse than just a mandatory vaccination. They were a much greater restriction of liberty. And remember that those restrictions of liberty were applied to people that were not sick. There could be no claim of quarantining to prevent the spread of disease. You can't quarantine people who aren't sick to prevent the spread of disease. The idea that you could quarantine people who might become sick, well, I mean, that's just insanity. You can't live like that. That's insane. Everybody always might become sick. I couldn't enter public spaces without having a mask on, etc. I mean, there's nothing to disagree about here. You believe in your right to protect yourself from this virus as much as possible, right? Your right to put a mask on, your right to stay home, your right to take all the vaccines. You believe in your right to do all that stuff, right? So do I. Now, do you believe I share rights too, or no? Just you. Right. I believe in your right to do all that stuff. Do you believe in my ownership of my face, or do I just believe in your ownership of your face? Well, I agree we rely on vaccines to protect us against viruses like polio, mumps, measles, rubella, chickenpox, HPV. All of those vaccines are great. You know why? Because they prevent you from getting the disease like a vaccine is supposed to. Yeah, I mean, you still see the remnants of the mass psychosis because even now, in the aftermath of the whole thing, people are convinced that that vaccine saved millions of lives and insist that it did, and are convinced that on balance it was a good idea because it saved lives to do all this lockdown shit. In fact, if you actually were to calculate all the impacts, the harms vastly outweigh any possible benefits. But that's not how we should evaluate it anyway. We should evaluate it as a rights matter, not as an impacts matter. The ends don't justify the means. Just because you think you're keeping someone safe doesn't justify you keeping me in a cage. Well, presumably none after the vaccine came out, right, John Lowe? I mean, the point is, however many lives COVID took globally, that's just proof that all those measures didn't work, right? If in fact making everybody locked down, there wouldn't have been millions of COVID deaths, would there? If in fact we had let it run its course at the outset, like I had suggested, then maybe my dad wouldn't have gotten it so bad that he killed himself because he would have been younger. You know, it's like but it's not about the impacts. That's the most important thing, right? It's not about the impacts. It's about the unintended consequences that happen when you justify your means with your ends. That's never an acceptable thing to do. That's called utilitarianism, and it's wickedness incarnate. So, my dad got vaccinated, of course, because he wanted to see my mom in the nursing home, and immediately thereafter got COVID really bad. So the point is, if in fact people hadn't tried to lock down for such a long time, then everybody would have gotten it right away, and we just gotten through it. Our immune systems would have adjusted, etc. With a 0.4% fatality rate, it's no higher fatality rate than the flu, so letting it run its course would have definitely been the best choice. But regardless, you don't have to let it run its course. For you, you can take whatever protective measures you want. That's called your right. That was what I was part of as the mental impact of the aftermath. Right. It was caused innumerable suicides. It caused impacts that nobody even talks about or thinks of. Like my dad was deaf. Once everybody started wearing masks, he could no longer read lips. He couldn't hear anybody. He couldn't accomplish business in a store. It was ridiculous, And it's just the fucking the health theater, is so appalling. Like in the supermarket, they put this laminated pad over the numbers you push to punch in your PIN number, right? It doesn't matter if I push the numbers themselves or the laminated pad over it, I still get my finger on it the same. That kind of insanity was rampant. You know that some idiots are making decisions if that kind of insanity is rampant. Yeah, but you don't know what your impacts are going to be. That's why utilitarianism doesn't work, right? If you want a moral framework, it needs to tell you ahead of time, before the prospective action is taken, whether or not it's morally permissible, morally impermissible, or morally obligatory. Utilitarianism can't tell you that because you can never guess all the possible impacts for a given action and measure them, and different people will measure them in different ways. What causes one person suffering might cause somebody else joy. No, they didn't use a ventilator. He didn't die from COVID. He just got it really bad, and basically it kind of blinded him because he had some recent eye surgery, and the COVID made it so that eye surgery like failed kind of. So he started having like double vision. He couldn't see anymore. He couldn't hear. And the COVID, when he was really sick one night with COVID, he got up and he fell down and he broke his ribs. So then he couldn't get around anymore. And shortly thereafter, he shot himself. Rachel and I got it pretty bad too. But but we didn't get it nearly as often as my daughter did. She got it more than anybody I know, and she was convinced that it was a great idea to take all these vaccines and booster shots and what have you. No, utilitarianism is just how wicked people justify their bad behavior on grounds that will produce good outcomes, you know? Like, well, I know we gotta drone strike these non-military people in the Middle East because it's gonna make the U.S. safer somehow. It's like that's just garbage because it's like even if those individuals are a threat in some regard to the U.S. in the sense that they don't like the U.S. or would like to do damage to the U.S., the if you're going to measure impact, you have to measure the blowback too, and the amount of total hatred directed towards the U.S. for doing this shit. Right? The point is, we can't determine whether it's a good idea or not, or morally acceptable or not, based on measuring the impacts of it. We have to determine whether it's morally acceptable based on there's something more reliable than that. Snort a line of fire ants for Ozzy. Cognitive dysfunction along with poor immune system impacts a whole lot. Well, he didn't have cognitive dysfunction. He was perfectly with it. He had lost his eyesight. His hearing had been gone for a while, and when he lost his mobility too, as well as his wife had just been put into hospice, meaning they were anticipating her having no more than 120 days to live. Maybe it was 90, I don't remember. Arresting people during COVID for trying to run their business is crazy. I agree, it was crazy. It's not consistent with any legal principles that we uphold as values or anything. It was appalling. It was an appalling example of utilitarianism run amok. I'm predicting that this is going to save lives, so it doesn't matter what or how I do it. It's not a matter of perception versus perspective. It's a matter of being correct and in accordance with principles or not. That's the beautiful thing about rights. Rights are easily calculable. We don't have to have any disagreement about them ever. They're well defined, well understood. R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. Maybe I'll play a Hulk Hogan song. Hulk Hogan was a wrestler, and when he went to restaurants, everybody would say, "Please, just sit here, sir." But you know, Hulk Hogan wasn't really all that great. I think Rowdy Roddy Piper would be a better one to take in a lottery. Hulk Hogan. Don't you go messing with the Hulk. Hulkamania is what it's all about. And Hulk will throw you into a chair again. This time. But watch out for the iron sheik. He is really kind of weak, but he represents the enemy called Iran. And don't be afraid of Andre the Giant now, 'cause even though he's very big, he's docile like a cow. There you go. That's a song about the Hulk, Hulkamania. Somebody else died recently, Ozzy Osbourne. Let's see what we got for Ozzy here. Bite the head off this bat. I think we both know that this bat doesn't need its head this time. But it's a crazy train and I have a rhyme. Would you like a taste of my lemon rind? No thanks, just bat for me. I'll eat it most headfully, and I will chew on its little brain. Perhaps I can learn echolocation that way. There you go. There's one for the Hulk and one for Ozzy Osbourne. Next time someone tells you you're from England, pretend you never heard of it. I need a voice to help me debate my family about therapeutic methods required for maintaining positive mental health. I don't know what to tell you about that. Like, what therapeutic methods are they opposing? If you want a rap song, I'll have to play the hip hop beat. There's a hip hop beat on this. Here it is. It's a little too fast. Yo, MTV raps. Did you know that? It's true. MTV raps. My name is Eric, just like Bo Derek, and I live out on the ocean oil derrick. And if you're allowed to go fishing in the sea, then I'll catch a swordfish or a manta ray. I don't know which, but I can see soon when I pull up my line and there, boom, look, it's a flounder or some other fish. Hooray for me, that was just what I wished. Let's go. All right. That's right now. Feels good inside. I'm going to change the sound of the piano now, so it's not a grand piano but a clavichord. Wow, that'll be fun. You'll hear what it sounds like. It sounds like this. Well, round about 1984. I saw 100 people inside of a door, and I went over there and I climbed the stairs. And I told all the people to get rid of the airs because now was the time for me. It was the time for you. It was the time for she. It was the time for anything that would be. And now is the time again. So let's go. Come on, everyone. Let's rock and roll. I said, let's go. Come on, everyone. You niggity know that's so. Yeah, it is, and whoa. What would you do if I told you I needed a tow? Would you get me out of the car and onto the road? Well, my name is Eric. Like I said, I grew up with a parrot inside of my head that would tell me things like, I don't know what, maybe buy that lunch thing for lunch. And then I'd say, but I don't want any lunch. I had breakfast late, you know. And then the parrot would say, just go ahead and go, because you'll be hungry later, for sure. Well, this is part of the song where we dance. We go around like we were living in France. We move our arms and our legs and our feet. We move our torso, and that is neat because then we're dancing. Oh yeah, look at me, I'm dancing. I'm moving with the beat like I was Carl Jansen, who was a famous dancer from 1922. I don't know if you remember him, but he remembers you. Even though you're not a famous dancer, you still are cool like Prancer, who is one of the reindeers on Santa's sleigh. Oh yeah, don't tell me no way, I say you're like Prancer, you say that's okay, cause I know who's like Prancer and who is not. And you're like Prancer, yes you are a lot. There we go. That was a wonderful song. That was a rap song that Dr. Dre produced that song. I think he did a pretty poor job of it, really. Everybody was like, oh, Dr. Dre did such a good job. I didn't think he did that good of a job with that song. I gave myself therapy 6 years sober, no rehab, mental health, literal revised 3 months of therapy details, maybe triggering to viewers. I have my family vocal willingness yet. Well, I mean, do you need them to help or do you need them to stop hurting? It's just a concentrating of one addiction for another until it is love. Love is the reason for the seasons and everything. Reason for the seasons? I thought that was the Earth's tilt. I'm pretty sure it's the Earth's tilt, but maybe love plays a role in how much the Earth tilts. Maybe the Earth loves tilting to the side a little bit. I mean, is there some specific thing you want them to facilitate, or you just need them to stop being toxic, or what? Because I dealt with Rachel's family, who was not, they were not doing a good job of caring about her or her mental health at all. Their attempts to kind of like force certain kinds of mental health solutions on her when they did not fit her at all was comprised abuse. But, she didn't have any way out of that until I was like, oh, fuck no. My mic is really loud. I don't hear that very often. Frank Zappa is here, huh? Back from the dead. Both, they actively trigger negative symptoms, yet they are also my only link to the practical tools required. Yes, forcing mental health solutions. Yeah, well, I think you actually have a better, easier time dealing with mental health professionals or health professionals than you will with your family, probably. You seem certainly articulate. May my dreams heal. I didn't even know my dreams were injured. PP is short for Capillo, yeah. Spelled pie pie. Just like that. I also call her Pio, short for Capillo, too. Eric, let me get my overalls back. Hi, Luigi. These are not your overalls. These are my overalls. Okay, these are brand new. I just got them a few days ago, and I'm just wearing them for the first time right now. It's pretty exciting, sure. The thing I like about these overalls, as opposed to my other pair of overalls, is that the zipper works on these, so I don't have to take them all off just to go pee. Like I do my other overalls, like I'm a girl. And it's like, hey, I need this pee zipper to work. If I were a girl, maybe not, but don't eat more mushrooms. I'm already tall AF. I wish I could get mushrooms right now. That'd be fun. I'd totally eat them right now. Or take acid would be fine too. The thing is, you can't really fix toxic, you know? You manage to study your trauma and give yourself therapy. I should just do that, working bum. I should. Did you hear about the guy who was hit by a can of soda? He was lucky it was a soft drink. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. Well, I just look like anybody in overalls. Just because Luigi wears overalls doesn't mean I look like Luigi. Sure, I want to hear a pizza joke. Yeah, music is amazing. It's the most powerful of all art media, and the least time sensitive. Like it doesn't really age. It's good. It's always good. Josh T is still alive. I'm glad to hear it. I didn't know your life was in danger. Maya Fidel said hi. No guard. Ian Reedy Pretty Peas. Sad songs with happy photos. Happy music with sad photos. I got 6 sad songs and 7 happy photos. Happy music and a bunch of sad photos. Eternal Dragon backwards, huh? Tyler Childers? I don't know who that is. No, I don't think I can play anything of his. I'll play a song, though. I'll play a written song instead of just me making something up. I think I'll play... Maybe I'll pull up a document. Lady May is a really good song by him. I think it would have some songs you enjoy. Alright, I'll play Cloudy Day in Los Angeles. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to find. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. Thanks, Gabers. R.I.P. Ozzy and Hulkster, for they are dead, as is Theo Huxtable. Theo Huxtable has died. Oh my, 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 my. Theo Huxtable is dead. Theo Huxtable has died. Theo Huxtable, my, my, yes. Theo Huxtable is dead. And Chef Aunt Burrell is also dead. Ozzy Osbourne as well. And also Hulk Hogan, he's also dead. And hopefully none of them are in hell. That's a song about them all being dead. Where Did I Sleep Last Night by Lead Belly. I don't know that song. Go like this. Where did I sleep last night? My belly's full of lead. Do a duo with the 19 NG bearded man that plays the discs. I don't know who that is. Hi, Jammer Travels. Hurt Flowers. I don't know Hurt Flowers. I'm fairly long bearded, but not super long bearded. Hurt Flowers, huh? Stop hurting the flowers. What did they do to you? Stop hurting the flowers. Why are you mean like that? I don't know what you could possibly trying to accomplish. The flowers are sweet and nice, they only have good things to say. But you are hurting them anyway. Those sweet little daisies and petunias too. Why would you hurt the flowers when they haven't hurt you? Well, this is a guitar, not a ukulele. I wasn't singing in an unusually high-pitched fashion, but that's fine. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent picking the skew with you. Now Gerald has a thought, and Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, looking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Oh, Gerald has a thought. Hi, Clown Prince of Colorado. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Iron Lion. Thank you. Try shutting fuck all the way up. Try shutting fuck all the way up. You're too loud, can't you tell? Nobody wants to hear you sing. You don't sing well. Bonsai 19 telling me I should try something else like shutting the fuck all the way up. Because my eye bags look like his knapsack, which means his sack is only this big. If your sack is like my eye bag, sir, then I feel sorry for you indeed. But then I don't want to deny you the pleasure of your steamy sack. Chicken and Black Johnny Cash, I don't know that one. Enough guitar. I'm not as into making music as I used to be. I do like fucking around the piano a lot because I'm still, like a learning instrument. But the kind of fucking around the piano I do on the stream is not the kind of fucking around that I like to do on the piano. I don't know what a Lamar Jackson edit even is. You should sing Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. I don't know that song. Would you like me to sing a baseball song that's not Take Me Out to the Ball Game that you may not be familiar with? I'll sing you one right now. It's a beautiful day for a ball game today. The fans are out to get a ticket or two from Walla Walla, Washington to Kalamazoo. It's a beautiful day for a home run, but even a triple's okay. We're gonna boo and raise a hullabaloo at the ball game today. Anybody know that song besides me? If you're a Dodgers fan who listens to the Dodgers on the radio, back in the day, I don't know if it's still this way, but then they used to start the radio broadcast with that song. I didn't bring either my cigarettes or a lighter, so there's absolutely no reason for me to be pretending otherwise. Well, what have we here? Our cigarettes seem to have disappeared. Perhaps I smoked them all. Here's a lighter. And now we'll go to the car to get a pack of cigarettes. Wonderwall by Oasis. I wonder, is that your wall? And if it is, can I climb up it? My name is Oasis, and this is my song, Wonderwall. I'm sort of familiar with Wonderwall, but probably not well enough to sing it. I don't dislike the song, but it's not on any of my playlists, you know. You're my Wonderwall. It just doesn't thrill me that much, but it is a pretty good song. Kind of like that one Coldplay song. It's a good song, but I still don't really want to listen to it. You know that one Coldplay song they have where they sing the song stuff about being Coldplay and stuff. I don't know what they're singing. Cigarettes, right? They're in the car. That whole Coldplay affair thing has sure gotten a lot of action on the interwebs. People memeing it and making fun of those two people. I guess they wouldn't have gotten caught if they hadn't looked so guilty. Would be my guess. I mean, for them to have gotten caught without looking guilty, somebody else would have had to be at that show who knew them. It seems like, right? Shine, please, brew. I don't know that one. You're 13. Congratulations. You're now a teenager. I mainly like rap, but a little old stuff. Do you like, Fuck the Police coming straight from the underground? You like that stuff? Like that kind of old stuff? Yeah, I gotta go. You're funny, bro. Back. Okay, cool. Thanks for being here. GBK the Roof. You like Eminem? I see. I respect him and what he did and stuff, but I don't find I can necessarily listen to his shit very much anymore. I do sing some covers. Covers I don't get. You don't really get in trouble for it. The worst thing that happens is you have to. You just don't get any money from the video, which is fine. I don't really get much money from these videos anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. Are you Zionist, Yehudi, Israel, kill baby in Gaza, Palestine? No. I'm pretty sure I'm not that person that you just said. Yehudi, Israel. Who's Yehudi, Israel? Is that, or who's Yehudi? What's Yehudi? Want me to sing the white boy song? Why Zionist, Yehudi, Israel, kill baby in Gaza, Palestine? Why? Well, I guess they must think those babies have committed murder and are giving them the death penalty. Or Yehudi equals Jewish? Never heard that word before. I want a big avatar woman to sit on my crippled legs, maybe lift up the tail and bellow into the blue butt. How is Babby formed? What religion? What religion am I? I'm Christian. Zyklon bomb. Is that like a cubic zirconia? I know what that is, Gee, and I don't approve of your meowing. Why don't you stop being so meowing sometimes? How about that? You considered that? I don't know why. Jesus, Zan. I mean, I do know why, kind of, but it's like it doesn't justify it. They have some justification. It doesn't necessarily mean it's justified. People do unjustified shit all the time, but they usually have some justification for it. It's just not adequate, and the shit they're doing is fundamentally not justified. Or justifiable, not justifiable fundamentally is what I should say. So then that's all it. So it's kind of complicated, I guess. And what are you hoping to accomplish with that anyway? If you're hoping to get me to care more about Gaza, well, sorry to say you're barking up a dead tree there. I got plenty to care about here, right here at home. Like these beautiful plants. They're so big and healthy and thriving. Unlike the babies in Gaza. Too soon? Yes, you're looking so healthy and robust. So full of vim and vigor and vitality. It's just exploding into the budding phase with this. Typically, plants have a last growth spurt right as they go into budding. And these things are tall. Like, the tallest of them is, well, very much taller than me. It's as tall as me with my hand all the way outstretched. Maybe it's a little bit more even than that. So that's some tallness, needless to say. I could use some more very tall stakes that I could tie these things to, but I think at this point I'm just going to have to let them live as nature intended, untied to things. Except for the parts that are already tied there. No pesticides on these. Occasionally, yeah. CXS Mike, but I've got a hot young wife, so it's not my preferred method of ejaculation. Where's my caregiver at? I don't have a caregiver. Decay way. My wife gives care to me. I give care to her. You know, we care in the sense that we care about each other. MB. Do you still do it at your age? What's MB? No, I'm not bonsaiing them. No, Fly Guy, that's not true. Because it's like the plants will get as big as you let them get, as they can, you know. So like, given the amount of dirt I have here, and the amount of fertilizer, amount of water, this is as big as they can get. And then when they start budding, they stop growing up, and they just start budding. So but they have this last growth spurt right as they go into budding. And even if the buds were somehow less dense or something because the plants are taller, you still get so much more total amount of buds that it makes more sense to do this. It is the case that it's a good idea to top your plants, which causes them to have two main stems coming out of the top rather than just one, and create therefore two colas, as they're called. The main fat bud that's on the top of the stem. I mean, clones should grow the same as other plants. It really depends on the conditions in which you grow them, I suppose. But a clone that's been started is just like a seedling of the same height. It should be. These are started from seed, and not all of them did quite as well as the rest of them. I have this little one down here that it had some tough times as a baby when it got hailed on and it didn't get very tall. It's only about as high as my waist. Am I a racist? No. Today, like a Hulk fell off today. A cordon. I don't normally measure those. CXS Mike. It doesn't cost anything to grow weed. I think it costs enough for a few bags of steer manure. That's the only thing that costs anything. Oh, the seeds cost money. But no, it's definitely not cheaper to buy than grow. Not the amount of weed that I smoke. You already asked me that. Jesus Christ. Did you run out of material already? Jake the Snake Roberts is still alive. Oh, Sean, well, that's good then. 130 miles an hour, you say? That must really hurt. I mean, there's no cost in the plants. The seeds cost something, but if I'd wanted to, I could have planted all this year from last year's seeds too. I still have leftover from last year's. I did buy new seeds, but you know, let's say I have $200 in the seeds, maybe. That's being, that's assuming I'm just counting this year. I bought some bags of dirt, maybe like $8 a bag for, I don't know, like 8 bags of dirt or something. Probably a little less than that. Probably like $6 a bag. It's just this cheap steerman of a blend. I don't know. Maybe I spent like another $100 on dirt. That's $300. I didn't buy any. I did buy fish emulsion, but I've mostly been using this tomato fertilizer that was already here, and we pay for our water by the year. We get unlimited water. We pay for a year, so it doesn't really cost anything. It costs maybe $300 for multiple pounds of weed. I did buy fish emulsion, but I lost it somehow. I like fish emulsion as a fertilizer, but I'm currently using just this tomato fertilizer. I think I actually threw away the fish emulsion when I was throwing away these other things. Yeah, I'm just using this stuff. Let me turn the camera around. Tomato and vegetable plant food. So, that's done fine. They have drink a lot of water, Yeah, I also don't think the Hulkster is necessarily a very good guy. But, I don't know that much about it, so. Seems to be that's the standard operating procedure for celebrities nowadays. You hear about them and you learn they're not a very good person. Okay, well, I'm going to get multiple pounds of weed out of this hopefully like 4 or 5 pounds probably. So even at $30 an ounce, growing is cheaper. I need that amount of weed too to last me for a whole year. I'm gonna make it last a whole year. Plus, I prefer smoking weed that I grew. Uh, I agree with you that for my dry weight, 4 or 5 pounds dry weight, I'm gonna need it. You know, it's not like I sell any, but it's all from my head. But me and Rachel both smoke a lot of weed. Did I put potash into the soil on the last month of growth? No, I didn't do that. I just used that tomato, vegetable, plant food, and I also used some of this bulb fertilizer here. This stuff like melts more slowly. Yeah, I prefer my home ground too. I like to have, like, at the end of this harvest, I'll have jars with all these different kinds of weeds in them. I can mix it up, but obviously some plants are going to produce more than others. This one here at the end is going to be done first. I don't know what it is, but it's super sativa because the leaves are super thin. And I don't know if you can see, but this one's already budding pretty good. It's the only one that's well into the budding process, though. All the rest of them are just barely beginning to bud. So that'll be done first. You have jars for days stuck up. Yeah, I've got jars for days too, but they're all empty now. So they'll be filled up at the end of this harvest, and fingers crossed I'll have enough to last me till next year's harvest. Even if it is cheaper to buy weed, that's only if you buy the cheapest weed. And even I also go to the Indian weed store, the Indian reservation, and they have the best weed. And they've got good prices too, but it's not as cheap as what you're talking about. It's like the cheapest I'm gonna get there is $100 ounce. So, and their cheap weed is good. Last time I went there, I got one of the more expensive ounces, which was like 200, and that was good weed. It's so much better than the normal white market stores because the Indian weed store only sells weed that the Indians grow. Yeah, $100 an ounce isn't too bad. It's better than I can get at a white market store, and the weed's better. Yeah, get her. Sometimes called marijuana. Sometimes referred to as the pot. Don't smoke the pot. It's a gateway drug. Yeah, it's not too expensive at the Indian weed store. But, it gets expensive enough for me because Rachel and I burn through a lot of weed. I currently have, because when we first moved in here, had this weirdly insane lucky thing happen to us where because we were moving out of, yeah, I am kidding you, Gator. I don't think marijuana is a gateway drug. I think the whole concept of a gateway drug is insane. You don't need to travel through any gateways to try drugs. And one doesn't progress from less hard to more hard you spend a lot of nutrients in water purification. Are you growing in pots? It's a lot easier to grow them in the ground, as long as you put them in good soil. It doesn't. I don't know. I'm not that big of a fan of concentrate. It's fine, but anyway, we got in the somebody had was mailing out pounds of weed to people across the country, and because our house was on the market, you know, um, whoever was selling this weed on the dark web or whatever had put our return address as the return address on it, and our realtor, I told the realtor when we left the house, like, hey, pick up any packages and stuff that come for us. And he picked them up. And then months later, I got them from my daughter. Months later, my daughter got them from him. Then I got them from my daughter. Brought them up here. They sat here for a while. And then we opened them, and there was 5 pounds of weed. And why had they gotten returned to my address? Insufficient postage. Why did it have my return address on it? Because our house was for sale. It looked like nobody was living there, which is true. We weren't actually staying there. We're staying in a hotel because we didn't want to mess up the staging of the house, It's sold, G. We're done with that other place. We all smoke. No one cares. No one cares about my lucky day that I had, getting 5 pounds of weed. I also got a couple ounces of mushrooms. Do you have a California brain? If I ask you a question, will it be a typical California answer? I mean, I don't think there is such a thing, but like, why don't you just ask the question and find out? I want to answer it. I think it probably helped it move a little quicker. Gee, it looked pretty nice by the time we sold it. Looked better than when we bought it. We didn't get any more for it than we bought it, but that's fine. We're out from underneath it now. We don't have to. I don't have to have all that capital tied up in that real estate. I live in Mariposa County, California, which is a very rural county. No stoplights in the county, not even one. Did you leave the PNW and go south? What's the PNW? Which is better, California or Arizona? I don't know. I guess it would. I know Arizona's cheaper, more affordable, but there are parts of Arizona that are kind of like forested too, I guess. It's just no, I've been in California my whole life. I grew up in LA, and we just moved up here to Mariposa a few years ago. I was born in LA. I lived in LA until just a few years ago. So I was like in LA my whole life pretty much. I have California brain. Why? Because I didn't answer the question, which is better, California or Arizona, with any particular answer you anticipated. You should move to Miami or Belize or somewhere in the Bahamas. No, thank you. Yeah, I live in a beautiful part of the state and a very, I guess you'd say, an atypical county for the state. It's basically a no growth county. You just found out that Hulk Hogan was racist. Taking care of property is a lot of work. But I mean, right now we just need the liquidity anyway because we've got the majority of the portfolio still waiting a probate hearing. So, he's rolling. I am. They see me rolling. They hating, patrolling, trying to catch me riding dirty. Catch me riding dirty. Well, they're not going to catch me riding dirty. You know why? Because I'm safely following the traffic laws. I don't want to move to Belize. Jesus. I'm very much happy with where I am. This is my dream destination already. I would never want to live anyplace else than this. It's a wonderful house and a wonderful place. I look blazed at AZ right now. Oh, I look as blazed as you do right now. I'm trying to get there. It takes a lot of pot smoking for me to get high. And that's something that just happens from falling out of bed, You got to devote yourself to smoking. John McAfee. His is certainly an interesting story. Once upon a time, there was a John McAfee, and he killed Ozzy Osbourne. Why, you ask? Because he protected bats. Hulk Hogan, also killed by John McAfee. No, I'm sorry, they were both killed by Courtney Love. The devil just got fired. I'm surprised Ozzy Osbourne lived as long as he did, because I remember back in the day when that show was on, he did not seem like he had a lot of years left in him. He seemed all just like fucked up all the time. Receives hooky poop through nets. McAfee. Right. So the question is that we're trying to figure out right now is who killed Hulk Hogan, who killed Theo Huxtable, and who killed, who's the other one? Ozzy Osbourne. You think it was Randy Savage, Macho Man? He's already dead. I don't think he killed him. No, life didn't kill them. They were all moited. Moited by a moider. I don't know who either. You really believe that Theo Huxtable drowned, huh? I kind of knew if I gave you a California question, you'd gravitate toward California. Well, I mean, did I? I talked about the advantages of Arizona. I think that you have more different kinds of possible places to settle in California, different climates and stuff. But if you like what Arizona has to offer, Arizona has all the practical advantages. Property is cheaper, standard of living is lower, cheaper. Cost of living is cheaper. There are fewer government meahs, like smog checks and stuff. Val Kilmer is dead. Who killed Val Kilmer? Do you think maybe Ozzy Osbourne and Hulk Hogan teamed up to kill Val Kilmer and then later killed each other? Well, Theo Huxtable just drowned, like they said. Patrick Swayze killed them. That's possible. Likely, even. Cancer? You mean astrology's the crab? Maybe I'll ask Jeff Epstein who killed the Hulkster. Hmm. Theo Fuxtable. That seems like the name of a character in a pornography movie about the Cosby Show. I went to put my penis in the baby. I think that Donald and Elon dig his grave. Drew P. Dick. Life is fucked up like this. Is it? Like what? G throws out the totally unsubstantiated and unsupported claim that Epstein is likely still alive. That's silly. Do you call it pork roll or Taylor ham? I don't call it either of those. I don't even know what pork roll. I guess if there was a roll with pulled pork on it, I might call it a pork roll. Life is short and crazy. You only live one. Make the best of it. Well, that's good advice. Accord 'em. Bill Cosby, man, I loved his little prank on the way to court that one time. What did he do? He pretended to be scared of someone jumping out of the bushes. IIRC. I iterate really carefully. What does IIRC mean? Bill William Bilford Cosby. Little Richard liked little boys. Is that true? Or are you just throwing random shit out there just out of nowhere? Cosby, Bill Cosby, he liked to drug women and then, you know, repay them. So he was pretty evil. I don't know what makes you want to do that. Like why would you want? I don't know. It's crazy. Bill was a foot boy. Well, he was all about that pudding pop. R. Kelly likes to pee on everybody all the time. Pork roll. We eat it for breakfast most of the time. It's from New Jersey. Huh. Well, I don't eat it for breakfast. I've never heard of anybody serving it for breakfast around. Can't think of any restaurants that serve pork roll. I've never heard of that. I've never, I mean, I've heard of it kind of, but I've never heard of the other one you said. So they couldn't fight back. Okay, well then, I guess it just boils down to the question of why does he want to force himself on them in the first place? B-Boy Brothers says, hello, sir. Hello, B-Boy Brothers. How are you? Are you breakdancing? Like this? Are you putting down the cardboard box and spinning on your back or your buttocks? Is that, when they spin like that, is that on their back or their butt? I guess it's on their back. Kind of like the top of their butt, maybe. Sometimes they do it on their head. I would break something if I did, says B-Boy Brothers. I see. Yeah, I tell you what you'd break dance. Like this. Pew! Pew! It's called breakdancing. If you're feeling kind of blown away right now, I don't blame you. That's an excellent example of breakdancing. Thanks, B-Boy Brothers. It can be a thrill to have power over someone. Sometimes it's a lifestyle. Ugh. That's a very toxic kind of pleasure for sure. Thanks, Lord Slim. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think I will. Thank you for the suggestion, Gator. Smoking a wrong rip here. Mr. Giggles refers to me as Elder Dragon. I'm not a dragon, actually. I'm just a regular person. According to Jordan Peterson, I should go slay dragons, but I'm a little too lazy for that. Hello, Victoria Marshall. Taylor ham or pork roll. I don't eat either of those things. We can't get Scrapple. I've heard of Scrapple. My dad used to talk about Scrapple, but we can't. That's why I know you must mean Scrapple rather than Scribble. Unless Scribble's a different thing. But I don't think I've ever had it. Off topic. Do ISFPs value being blameless the way INTPs value being correct? No, I think they value prioritizing that which they hold most precious. And that can be prioritized in a number of ways. It could be prioritized by harm prevention, could be prioritized by putting yourself in the other person's shoes that you value a lot so you can feel where they're coming from. The difference between TI and FI is an interested calculus. You understand what you want, what's important to you, what's less important to you, and you evaluate whether you're down with something when you're deliberating about it, making a slow determination about it. You're using your own interested calculus. What do you guys eat for breakfast? Have I served in the military? No. We have some little miniature blueberry muffins that we get at the supermarket, the bakery part of the supermarket. And we have King's Hawaiian bread rolls, which I like to eat those a lot. In fact, that's all I've eaten today is King's Hawaiian rolls. I should eat some real food, probably. I should make something. Maybe I'll cook something up, like rice and something. You're usually a breakfast skipper yourself? Well, I'm sure if I got up in the morning, I might skip breakfast, but like at some point, I'm going to eat my first thing of the day, and I'll call that breakfast, regardless of whether it's right away or not, I guess. So, like, I got up today. I guess it was in the morning. I probably just drank coffee for a while, and then I eventually found my stomach feeling a little bit like stomach acidy because I had so much coffee, and then I had some bread. I was like, this bread is good. It's filled full of gluten. I have 0 XP in the live chat. How sad for me. I double up on breakfast so I don't eat late. Double breakfast? Well, that sounds filling. I used to be more down with like eggs and bacon and stuff. When we go out to eat, still get that stuff. But I don't cook it. We never buy eggs. And occasionally I'll see, like, if bacon's on sale, I'll get several packages of it. I'll periodically make it. But is Denny's or Waffle House in California? Denny's is, Waffle House is not that I've ever seen. I've never seen a Waffle House in California. I know there's one in Arizona, at least one, maybe more than one, but I've been to one in Arizona. I had a bit of a challenge in the Waffle House because it's too filling. I can't keep doing it. It's killing me. Well, don't do things that kill you. You have huddle houses instead of Waffle Houses or Denny's. Well, the one, I've been to Waffle House on multiple occasions, but the last time I went to Waffle House in Arizona, they had this rule that said if you're ordering stuff to go, we apply a 10% surcharge as a gratuity, and so I'm like, okay, fine, so that's fine. Just I still want it to go. Just yeah, I get it. You got to charge me 10%. That's fine. And the lady, she tried to charge me 110%. So my bill was like 620 or something, and she tried to charge me like $13. And I kept trying to explain to her, no, that's not 10%, though, lady. That's 110%. And she had this piece of paper that explained to her the steps to take to figure out how to do the 10%. She kept doing it over again, and it kept coming out the same amount. And I was like, "Ugh." But listen, she didn't want me to explain why. I told her what the amount was supposed to be, and she eventually, after calling, it was like the middle of the night. It was like 3 in the morning. After calling her manager or something in the middle of the night multiple times, her manager finally picked up and told her that indeed it was the amount that I said it was. She came back to me in tears, but I wasn't even mad or anything. I felt bad for her. I wasn't mad at any point during the thing. I just like, but listen, hold on a second. Just hear me out here, lady. The total bill is $6.20, right? So 10% of that is 62 cents, not $6 and or $7 or whatever she was trying to charge me. Oh, she seemed like an ESFJ to me. She wasn't a tart. She just had shitty TI. And she trusted the TE. Yeah, you get cheesesteaks at like Subway. You're not gonna. It's not a huge thing, but you can find them places here and there. At least I'm familiar with them much more so than with pork rolls or Taylor ham. How's the coffee bar? Oh, you think I should clean it? Is that what you're telling me? You think I should clean it? Loud laugh in the video, but he does hit little look at the bushes like someone is coming for him. What is this? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, that thing. Right. Let's see. Okay, good. It didn't close that window. Polar is a funny thing. I met an ESTJ today with the craziest theories about how he's best friends with Ryan Reynolds and Brad Pitt. That doesn't really sound like anti-polar. That just sounds like mentally ill. Does your wife cook Italian food? No. She microwaves things from the freezer. Sometimes she'll microwave potatoes. To the extent that there's any cooking being done around here, I do it. She's not really a cooker. But she'll make things for me, like put things in the microwave or make me a cup of noodles. I never make my own cup of noodles for some reason. I always ask her to make me a cup of noodles if I want it. I'm not sure why. It's just one of those things where you fall into your respective chore roles, things that are expected of you that you expect yourself to do. Like I deal with the trash. Today, Rachel actually took out her own trash bag from that trash can and put it over there by the trash can. at my request because I don't know. She's wanted to do it, I guess. Do I make homemade meatballs? No. I don't make. The only Italian food I make is pasta sometimes. I don't think you'd call macaroni, Kraft macaroni and cheese Italian food, probably. Oh my, I bet you have quite the 9 iron in those overalls. Oh, Koshi Cuddy. That's an interesting expression. I've not heard that one before. Luca built different. Luca built different. Stay healthy, Gramps. You too, Luca built different. Luca built different. You stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. How? By being early to bed and early to rise. That's how. Wouldn't you like that? Health and wealth? I bet you would. And that means going to bed early and getting up early. Alright, well, let's deal with cleaning up from last night's dinner first because I haven't cleaned up yet. Don't even look at the coffee station, okay? I don't want to clean that right now. You're asking too much of me. Too much, I say. I already put that one out there. Alright, well, that's good. That's one thing I don't have to do. What? No. Yes? Am I? You know what? Fine. Fuck it. Fine. I will clean up over here. Fine. If you guys are so insistent about it. Alright, let's clean up the gross area. Obviously, it's just gonna get all gross again, but that's life in clean universe, you know, and the universe of cleaning things. We'll get this bad boy here, get some Formula 409. We'll just, we'll just push this over there. Alright, now that we've gotten the loose stuff, we're going to give it a squirt with the Formula 409. Just like that. And then we're going to get it with this scrubber. I'm going to just scrape this stuff off, so let me get a good scraping tool for that. Alright, let's go get a scraper. Because there's one thing the extroverted thinkers among us know. It's right tool, right job. Okay? You need the right tool for the right job, or else you're going to have a hard time. If you have a scraping job, use a scraper. Now what you're going to see is a very satisfying scrapage. See that? See that scrapage right there? That's some high quality scraping. Satisfying, it provides good solvency. It actually solves the problem. And I don't really have to worry so much about gouging as I would with, say, a knife. Let's get these big chunks out of the way. Alright. We're going to hit it again with the Formula 4 knife. The thing is, of course, coffee creamer is like nature's bong resin. It gets very sticky. Nature's bong resin. Alright. I think you're going to be impressed, amazed, surprised, bewildered, astounded, all those things and more when you see how much we've cleaned it up already. Wow. That's pretty clean. Sort of. Well, you can easily isolate the spots that we've not yet gotten, as you can see them here, with your seeing eyes, if you want to look more closely. If you look with your looking and seeing eyes, you'll find that what I'm telling you is true. Oops. Happy holidays, happy holidays, happy holidays, happy holidays. Banana keep spinning. Happy holidays to you. You could put your fist inside my stocking, just like Santa used to do. Okay. Well, that's pretty good. I would say it's good enough. Good enough for government work, as they say. So now we need to put the coffee pot back. Well, I should probably clean the coffee pot a little bit first, too. As you may or may not be able to see, the coffee pot has the same problem on top of that that the counter had previously. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it the old muggity mew. There. That's good enough. I'll just get that wiped up like muggity meow. Come on now. Guess I need to wetten this. Yeah. Alright. Meow that with a little bit of meowings. As per meow. And there we go. We are done cleaning the top of that. Now look at the coffee station. Now there's a civilized coffee station. / microwave place. I didn't get the top of the microwave. It also has coffee creamer, but it's not too late. Okay, so do this a little squirt there. Makes it easier to pick up with a paper towel. I'll squirt into there. Alright, good enough. Well done, Eric. Well done indeed. High five. Alright. Next on our jungle adventure through the dark wilds of the Congo, we'll be cleaning a pan. You need to WD-40 the deadlock on the front door. Oh yeah. WD-40 it. I'm going to print a label that says Ethernet cables and put that on a grocery bag and then bag up a handful of loose Ethernet cables that I'm not using at all. Well, that's very well organized of you, Ruben. I'm very impressed. What did I go in here for? I came in here for something. Besides just to look at the TV. Well, I'll get these on here. Put these in the sink. I don't know what I came in here for. Oh, my glasses. That's what. That's right. Hi, Yarp Yarp. Way too TE for you. Well, I am going to clean these implements here. And then I'll be ready to cook because I didn't make that much of a mess last night. I'm going to bring the trash can over. I want you all to remember my saying. Cleaning's not so bad. That's my saying. Repeat after me. Cleaning's not so bad. So I'm going to scrape this grease and pyatt directly into the skin. Pyatt. Pyatt. Piazza the Ninja. Pyatt. So once we've gotten all of this scraping mostly done, so at this point I'm going to need to employ a couple of all-purpose paper towels. That's right. This time I got all-purpose paper towels. Unlike those other paper towels that are only good for some purposes. A wonder spray, huh? Is WD-40 really the wonder spray that does wonders? It's not the worst thing you could spray on stuff, I guess. That would be plutonium mist. You don't want to spray plutonium mist on things. Alright, wow, that's getting pretty clean there, huh? Almost like a real pan. I'll throw a little bit of Sizzo on the Rizzo. And we're going to scrub, scrub, scrub until our little heart's content. Rinse that off. Give the old rinse-a-roo. The old rinse-a-roo Magoo, as we used to call it back in the War of 1812. We had a lot of old-fashioned slang like that back then. Get these onions and grease up here. Let's scrape it already. That's what I needed for the scraping. Is a scraper. Which is really your number one choice in scrape technology. It's like I always told Mom, why choose something that scrapes less well? Let me sandblast your pan. I'm going to sandblast away the calluses on your heart. It's a good concept for a country song. Or the rust on your heart. I'm going to sandblast away the rust that's on your heart. A pretty good song idea for a country song. Okay. There. Isn't that nice? You're from Guadalajara, huh? You want a towel? Sorry. These towels are special. They're just for me. These are actually very shitty paper towels. I wish I had gotten some other brand. You know. Is it a better deal to get this super shitty paper towels? Probably not. Really. Okay, so what are we doing for dinner tonight? What are we cooking? What are we making? What are we feeling like? Well, I think we're gonna make some rice. Anyone else notice the mosquito has been crazy this year? I've kind of noticed the opposite, actually. Dana, Scree, Taylor. They were kind of bad at the beginning of the summer, but they've pretty much chilled out at this point. You're just passing through this stream. All right, well, you and you continue on your journey, of course. And thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Right, what are we doing for dinner? That's right, we are doing rice and we'll see. Let's start with the rice portion of the activity here. I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to move this over here. Did Did I wash this? I guess that's not really that dirty. I guess I washed it, yeah. Alright, so now we're going to get out the rice pot. It looks a little something like this. Right here. And we're going to get the lid out for the pot. Then we're going to take this pot over to the sink. And we're going to get our measuring cup. Okay. Get the rice out from here. We're going to open the rice. We're going to scoop out 1 measured cup of rice. Just like this. Oh yeah. You're right there experiencing every bit of the phenomenal action here. We're going to reseal this bag of rice using a gentle push and seal motion. Okay, we've decided to cook 1 cup of rice. That means we're going to need twice as many cups of water. Twice as many as 1 is 2. So, here's our cup number 1. And our second cup, which we will call cup number 2. Alright. Now, what we're going to want to do is to swoosh it around so that it's all evenly distributed. All wetted and on the ground. There we go. Now, let's put this right back in. Now we'll take this and put it over here. Okay. We'll turn the fire on as high as we can. We're going to turn the timer on for 8 minutes. In 8 minutes, that's when it'll be at a good boil, and then we can come back and put it on low heat. Give it another 22, 23 minutes. And then we'll have rice that's perfectly done. Perfectly done, like rice at a fancy Japanese restaurant. I tend to make it. When I don't make it perfect, when the rice doesn't come out perfect, it's almost always because it's a little too mushy. So I need to let it go a little bit longer, but I think probably 8 minutes and 24 is good. It's a good decision. All right, so what are we going to cook with the rice? You can't have just rice. You can, but I'm not going to tonight. There's nothing in this cabinet that strikes my eye as useful. I could go look in the pantry. But what I'm really looking for is just a protein. And I think tonight I'm going to go with sausage as my protein. And I think I'll get an onion cut up. Also, we'll get some garlic, which is the all-new vegan garlic substitute. garlic. I can't believe it's not garlic. Oh, this is garlic, Marlene. This is vegan, cruelty-free garlic substitute. But isn't garlic vegan, alright? No. No. You don't think garlic's vegan, do you? And you also think that beef is vegan? But garlic's not an animal. You got a lot to learn, Marion. A lot to learn about life, respecting life, and not being a murderer all the time. Of garlic? Yes, of garlic. Okay, well, I think I'm going to do the onion and garlic first. That makes more sense. You found WD-39? Wow. The WD-40 Corporation thought they had destroyed all the bottles of their prototype that was just too powerful for the commercial market. Squirt a little bit on your bicycle brakes and it will slide uncontrollably down a hill for 100 miles before stopping. It's a very long hill. Okay, so we're going to get some, but not all of this. Like maybe about that much of it. Take off the paper, put it right there. Set this aside. Now here's some garlic. I'm sorry, garlic. The vegan, all natural, cruelty-free garlic substitute. Okay. How much of this garlic do I want to use here? The real question. Well, let's use these two, and these. I'll put these ones back. Alright, so for the garlic, you gotta smash it like so. And then the paper will just come right off. In theory. Okay. Get these guys. Like me. There. Now, look at these bad boys here as well. Alright, let's take off the papers. Take out the garlic. Just like the night sky is always so starlit. That doesn't really rhyme, Eric. You're right, it doesn't. I don't know what exactly wrong with garlic. Monarchic? I guess monarchic. Sounds good. Okay, get off of there, paper. Yeah, get off here as well. Okay, excellent work, everybody. Excellent, excellent work. This is about ready to go, so let's put the lid on here. Put the fire down to there. We'll put it at 24 minutes. Alright, so now that we've got the garlic all smashed here, we can begin cutting it up into smaller bits. I'm going to take these little ends off. That part's no good. Okay. So, okay. Got that cut up pretty good. Cut it a little bit more. There. Now let's get this onion cut up too. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. There. Now we'll get this cut up a little bit more. Like so. Like saw. Like see, like so. Like sue. Like saw. This isn't really the best knife to be doing this with, but it's fine because I don't have that much onion to chop up. I have a much better chopping knife that I should just be using right now instead of being dumb. Right tool for the right job. All right, that's good enough. Now, let's get this. Let's get that. Let's put some white wine in. Can you get down, please? Get a little bit of butter. Okay. Put the butter back. started. Oops. Start cooking this up. Okay, Kitty, you get down. Trouble, go away. I don't want cats in here right now. Thank you. I think I'll rinse off these knives here. Give them a quick clean. Put them back where they go. And then I'm going to get out one of these knives to do the following things. I'm going to just, this. I could cook 2 sausages, but I found in the past that with onions and stuff, 1 sausage is really the right amount for the rice, so I think I'm going to do that. These are called Irish o'garlic sausages. So yeah, I'm just going to do 1 sausage. All right. Now, this is clean. This can go back in here. This needs to be rinsed off. And it can go back in here. These extra garlics go back in the fridge. What do you want? I already watched you eat a bunch earlier. Alright, now I've got this partial onion I need to put back. You need to make cuts in the sausage. It's frozen still. I can't cut it until it's defrosted some. Where's the lid to that? So yeah, I have to wait for that to soften up a bit before I cut it. Looks like a penis that is in the pan. It's not a penis though, it's a sausage. Okay, this is too much for me. 3 strikes. Okay. Little mama wanna holla at a pimp. This is a horror stream. Okay. Full bikini panda. So, regardless of what full bikini panda is, this meal comes out delicious. But because I don't know how soon or late I will use the sausages, I keep them in the freezer. That way they don't go bad. And I don't have to throw out sausages. Got my onion wrapped up in saran wrap. Hi, Braden Hernandez. Sorry, I don't want that, says Crust 0516 Able. Well, it's not done yet. I mean, it's not even going to look all like that when I'm done. All right, so we'll add add the onions and the garlic now. Just switch that around in the wine and the butter. And as this sausage starts to defrost, it'll release some little bits of sausage grease into the mix too, which provides a little bit more fat. Okay. I'm going to put that cutting board right there. Let this go for a little bit longer until the sausage is defrosted, at which point we use our food scissors to cut it into small pieces. It's called Irish garlic sausage, but it's kind of like, bratwurst or Polish sausage or whatever. That smells good with the garlic and the onions and the wine and the butter. It's a good start for just about anything savory. Garlic, wine, onions, butter. You could add a little extra here and there stuff too. But this is going to be, ultimately, ends up being primarily Asian. So I'm not going to put like oregano in it. Or a bay leaf. Or rosemary or thyme. Yeah. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I don't think so. Unless I'm seducing myself. Okay, now, what we're going to need is a pair of tongs, as per meow, and these food scissors, as per meow. And we'll cut this off in little pieces, like so. Okay. Now that that's cut up enough, I'll put the lid back on this. And I'll wash these things. What am I making? Asks Carmine Lombardi 2000s. I am making rice with sausage on it. No, Jesse the Stallion. Obviously not. For one thing, I don't think I really ever find myself making food for people I dislike. Alright. Those are done being cleaned. Now, we need to go back over here. We're going to look at this. I'm going to stir it up, just like Bob Marley says. So I'm going to resist the urge to add any additional flavors or anything to this, because I'm going to season with soy sauce and or teriyaki sauce with the rice. And so I don't want it to be over seasoned. Nobody at the show. Hi, Samuel. Oh, that's not what it says. It doesn't say nobody at the show. It says nobody yet to show. Or something like that. Alright, it's cooking up quite nicely. It's on the right time frame for, you have to actually look at the lyrics, because now you've got me confused about it. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Is that what it says? I have to look. I think it's nobody yet to show, which is grammatically incorrect, which I sometimes am fine doing. But, it's like nobody's yet showed up. Like that. I guess it's not incorrect. It just leaves off the up that makes it sound normal. Okay. Now we're getting to the part where it's really going to cook. Because the wine's boiled off. Now we're still getting some color on this stuff. And looks like we've got 6 minutes left on the rice. This will be done hopefully a little before the rice. Because after the rice things, then we gotta give it another 5 minutes of resting time. Slabs below. Why don't witches wear panties to get a better grip on the broom? I see. Because they're using their vagina lips to grab onto it. that what you're saying? I'm not sure how much grabbing power the vaginal lips have, actually. Have you ever heard the expression, as grabless as a witch's vaginal lips? It's an old saying. That I think is relevant here. Mama, why can't my vagina lips grab nothing? 'Cause you a witch, baby. The devil done cursed you. I could climb a fire pole with my vagina lips. Oh, I don't know. You must have got it from Daddy's side of the family. Who my daddy? I don't know, Shug. Someone whose mama got weak vagina lips, I guess. You sure be stirring, Mama. Yeah. Sugar, I've been stirring since I was born, just about. I spent just about my whole life stirring. Your whole life, Mama? Yeah, sure enough. I started off, I was just a baby, I started stirring. My mama said, Sugar, you gotta come stir this. I came and stirred it, you know. Well, Mama, did I stir when I was that little? Well, no, I didn't make you stir as young as I had to stir. But you're gonna start stirring pretty soon. How old am I, Mama? I told you, no one ain't knows the answer to that question. Somewhere between 6 and 16. Oh, could I be 7, Mama? I already told you. Just pick one and stick with it. All right, this is really starting to win the Nobel Prize for cooking. I was so relieved when I learned they'd start giving out a Nobel Prize for cooking. That now's my chance to win the award for delicious rice dish in a one pot, one pan capacity. All right, look at that stirring. That's some high level stirring. I obviously learned to stir at the finest Japanese school of stirring. Mama, you done so much stirring, you could have made you risotto. Child, you know I don't like no risotto. That ain't how rice supposed to be. All mushy like oatmeal. I'm sorry, Mama. It's okay, child. The Lord knows we all make mistakes. Even you, Mama? Now hush, child. This is really starting to look like a thing to put on top of your rice. Oh yeah. That's gonna be what some people like to call a flavor explosion. Others call it a tsunami of flavor. Still others call it a solar flare of flavor. There's some reason, they all use meteorological or natural disaster type events. Example, a heavy rain's worth of flavor, or a sunny day's worth of flavor. Which has more? You tell me. I think we both know. If you said rainy day, you were right. Rainy days have more flavor than sunny days. Okay, that's done. This is done. This is done. We're just gonna stir it around a little bit more. And then we're gonna put the lid on it. Once it settles down a bit in here. I don't want anything to get stuck to the bottom of it, so that's why I'm waiting for it to settle down before I stop stirring. Alright, that should be fine. Now, what I'm going to do is put this timer on for 5 minutes. And let that rest. Okay. And we as well shall rest. Your chef would not be happy. I'm so KAP, I don't know what the fuck that is. Well, I mean, what I've made is rice with sausage, onion, garlic mixture on top of it. M. Rax says it looks like goop and a side of dog shit. Well, I've got some good news for you. I'm not serving you any. What is rice? Rice is like these little white things. You eat a whole bunch of them. I did that earlier, but at the end I wanted the coloration on the onions and garlic and sausage without it being all wet with wine, so.
Hi, handsome.
The rice is in the pot. There's no rice in the pan. Okay, well, I'm glad everybody's unified and they're disliking what I made for dinner.
Why?
I
Because they're jealous.
don't know. Just because it's fun, I guess. Both. I'm tall. The ceilings aren't that high up, but I guess they're normal height ceilings, probably. It has butter in it. I already had wine in it. It was already reduced. And that's the end of the process of doing all that stuff. So yes, it left some coloration on the underside of the pan, but I'm not going to make a sauce out of that. No. This is an Asian dish, fundamentally. It's not, even though it's got white wine, butter, garlic, and onions in it, the sausage and onion and garlic mixture ends up tasting quite Asian. I've made this dish plenty of times before. I know what I'm doing. Hi, simple girl. So I know you. You were the guy who smoked weed all the time. Is that me? Why do I smoke weed all the time? That's not how you spell cap, Rule and Show. For the C. You need to learn how to spell your slang terms. Okay, well, if you say so. I think I'm going to heat myself up another cup of coffee here. There's a little bit more in this pot. This pot's from earlier today. Not particularly old or anything. Maybe Rachel made it. Maybe I made it. Oh, it's a cave where you're from. Like you capping on that food, OG. I mean, I'm not doing anything on the food except waiting for the rice to be done resting, which is be done in less than 2 minutes, according to the timer right there. A big bag. Don't act you don't know. I smoke a lot of weed. Yeah, I do. I smoke a lot of weed. Um, yes, I don't have any sesame oil, but I do plan to season at the table with soy sauce. Rachel probably, if she's going to eat any, will put teriyaki on it instead.
Is it okay if I don't?
That's fine, sure. That's fine, darling. I totally understand that you are not hungry. No, I didn't put any MSG on there.
Is there a Steph Hoff? Also, that's
Yeah, it's a different person.
oh.
It's a totally different person. I know it's weird, but yeah. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for the meal of fantasticness? I am. I'm going to use this bowl. This seems like a fine bowl. What did I put that in for? Why is it still cooking? The coffee's going to be way too hot. Did I put it in for 2 minutes? That's too long. Ooh, that's a spicy hot coffee right there. Why did I put it in for so long? That's like instant milk creamer. That's how hot this coffee is. Be careful with the little fingies. I must have been to prison. No, I've not been to prison. I have been arrested one time. But it was for marijuana possession in Oklahoma. So I, paid the fine and I never saw the inside of a jail cell. All right, that looks absolutely perfect. This rice is just indeed perfect. I'm sorry I don't have quite enough for you, Rulin Sure. You should have said before I started cooking that you wanted a plate. This is the rice. It's looking perfect. So, what are we going to do? We're going to scoop it with what? Well, with the rice scooper, of course. Have you ever collected Pokemon or MTG? Yes. Both. So it's been quite a long time. I don't have them anymore. All right. I want a second if Rachel wants some rice left over there. And then we put this, half of this stuff, about that much of this stuff, right there. And then put the lid right there. We'll put this over here. And now we're going to get a utensil. I think I'll go fork today. No, I'll go spoon. I'll go spoon. So there's a spoon. Now I'm going to put a little bit of soy sauce on there as my finishing flavor. That should be about right. see. Yeah, that's good. That's super. Rice, sausage, onion, surprise. The surprise is garlic. Super ONG. Which is like 10 times as powerful as regular ONG. Okay, I'm gonna get my coffee, and I'm also going to. Yeah, this is my wife, Rachel. Would you like to take over streaming for a little bit? Seems to have you having a fun conversation in the other room.
Yeah, it was.
What are you talking about?
Lou and Kami.
Cool.
Hi, Winston's mom. Hey, Gator. Winston's mom is the best.
Get up, cow, and pee.
Hey, simple girl. How's it going? Of course he's my man. Why would he? He's my husband. Hello, CJ. Yikes. He's the best person I've ever been with.
We're totally used to it, everybody. So, for those of you who are like jumping to protect us from trolls or something, this is par for the course. We do this every time we stream. We encounter this stuff, so it's fine. It's not a big deal.
Rachel, I'm looking at espadrilles and how to wear them. Do you like Spanish espadrilles? Yes, I do. I actually just bought myself a pair of clogs for the first time. I thought it'd be nice to get clogs for the fall and to wear with jeans and around the house. Yep, clogs. I'll show you.
Not something we normally share with people who come in and immediately ask for a phone number. That's for sure.
Yeah, no.
No one's on coke, Devin.
555, suck my butt.
Yeah. Yes, she does.
These are the clogs. These are the clogs that I'm gonna get. Yo, Roberto Duran.
Just like the famous boxer.
Thanks, simple girl.
I could roll Rachel a joint if she wants me to.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Should I do an Ozzy tribute by biting the head off of a bat? I'm just joking.
No, what I think you should do is an Ozzy tribute by giving a bat a hat of some kind to celebrate their head, you know, rather than bite it off.
Then bite it off, right. Hi, calling me Cammy.
Meow, 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 meow.
Ozzy
meow,
was
meow.
super entertaining. Can't lie. Like, I really liked watching the Osbournes reality TV show. He was hysterical.
Aloha, aloha.
Aloha. You know, I never got, yeah, I just thought, look, that's all I thought. Those are my thoughts on Ozzy Osbourne, is that he was funny on that TV show. Maybe at his expense, but I thought it was entertaining.
Well, I mean, being high isn't a reason to think anything one way or the other about him, really. He did seem not very healthy. I'm talking this.
Oh,
stuff
I see. Okay.
I would say he didn't seem very healthy during that show. I didn't think when I'm watching him in that show, oh, this guy's got decades to live.
Neither did I. I thought he had
Yeah,
years.
He seemed like he was kind of about to wear out. You can't drink because you're on meds. Well, hopefully the meds are fun.
Yeah, hopefully your meds are fun.
I can't drink, but because I don't drink, I do get to enjoy other drugs.
Same. I don't prefer to drink. I have to learn to say no more often because I actually really don't like it.
You don't say You don't say yes very often.
No, I don't. G? No. I don't like that nihilistic thinking.
You just got scolded, G. R.I.P. to the great SB. And to the great Theo Huxtable as well.
Yeah, man, that's sad. That's really sad. He was only 54. Yeah, Simple Girls, same. I don't like the way it makes me feel even in the moment. Like, when I went to the gay pride disco thing in town at the Grove, I had 2 drinks. I drank my first one pretty fast and I was like, oh shit, this is hitting me. Like, I need to nurse the fuck out of my drink. And I didn't like it because it was inhibiting my dancing. It was making me feel sick. Well, I don't know. It's just he had so much drugs in his system all the time. And then was sick. And people feel sorry for him, but I don't know. It's his own fault, too.
I don't feel sorry for him.
I never felt sorry for him.
Yeah, I thought that he'd incur the consequences of his excesses sooner than he did.
So did I. Keith Richards is still alive somehow.
I mean, I doubt that Ozzy's cognitive issues linked to his intoxication habits, but I could be wrong. He lived a long time too.
He did. He was like older than my parents. He was born in 41. Thank you.
died in the worst way, and she was one of the most health conscious people I've ever encountered. She didn't do anything to excess. She did everything that they
To
recommend you do to
prevent,
prevent
yeah.
dementia. She got it anyway. She died horribly. So Hulk Hogan's steroid use didn't serve him well. He still lived to 71, which is not particularly old, but again, somebody that I wouldn't have expected to have a ton of longevity because of their, yeah. Yeah, that's mostly all I did too. Stuff off, smoke weed. And I take Adderall, which is kind of hard on me sometimes, like hard on my constitution.
It can be hard on my body too sometimes because like I clench.
Yeah. Me too.
I think Malcolm Jamal Warner will be missed too. He seemed like a cool dude. So sad. And then yeah, Hulk Hogan.
I mean, to a point that's true, Gator, but it's like I really can't sleep on it at the beginning of a bottle. Less so later in the bottle. Why do you think there's a trend for less relationships in babies and millennials? Yeah, I mean, I'm quite a bit of Adderall today. I'm hungry now, or was. But it is true that I didn't eat anything except a couple of King's Hawaiian breads prior to this.
Oh. I don't sleep when I take Adderall, but I know that, so I give the rest of the next day a rest. Like I'll sleep, or I'll just lay horizontally for most of the day.
Yeah, Ritalin not nearly as good as Adderall, which itself is not as good as Dexedrine. But oh, I mean, it definitely lasts longer than that for me. You know, like I took some this morning, and then Rachel and I split the rest of it. Concerta is Ritalin. It's the it's just a I guess generic name for it or something. I'm not sure.
I don't know about millennials and relationships. A lot of the millennials that I know are in relationships, like married. Um, I think a lot of millennials are choosing not to have kids because I think there's various reasons. The cost of living, cost of having a kid. Um, some people don't want to bring a baby into this world. Some just don't want to repeat the mistakes that their parents made. Some people just don't want to have kids. There's just no reason besides that.
I think there's an additional thing too, which is with Earth's population as massive as it is, it's just you know we just don't tend to think of having a baby as such a special thing to do or something.
I don't know. It is a special thing to do, but I do feel judgmental when I see a family of a large family. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's all. Just what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Did you what did you definitely didn't plan for some of it, or maybe you just wanted to have baby after baby after baby until they're all babies. That's crazy, crazy. Oh, I believe in the pull-out method. I believe in condoms. I believe in birth control, dude. Just I don't know.
Don't breed like a filthy animal. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, just don't. It's not good for you or your child. Oh, he's
No, Jesse Stallion, I already told you the answer to that is no. Actually, I answered a slightly different question before.
because Elon Musk lacks in TI. And he's crazy when it comes to having kids. I hope that he has conflictor and supervisor children to keep him in line.
That's exactly how I've avoided um, getting pregnant this whole time.
Really?
Yeah. His kids have dumbass names like E-I-E-I-O.
I mean, saying the world is a fucked up place for not having kids, I don't know. The world has always had problems. Um, I put my mental, see, like for me, it's like I put my mental health first, and I have bipolar, so I am bipolar, so like I would have to get off meds for a while. It would just be fucking hard, and I don't want that. Like, I just don't want to have kids. Sorry. And it's not just millennials, it's a lot of Gen Z who are feeling that way too. Because I actually like hear a lot about millennials having kids. I don't know.
Alright, there.
Yeah, I don't need kids. We don't need kids.
I already have one kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the kids I need. Okay. Nothing of any particular interest here. Except for that one thing. And where's the yeah? Here it is. I mean, I get the idea that, oh, well, I should have lots more of me or something. Having children is amazing. I had and raised a kid. Part of the time as a single dad, but I got a second wife and, you know.
It's nothing personal to the world. It's just I just don't.
Cool, Phil House says. My kids are smart. Just the other day, my little girl wrote help in the alphabet soup. My wife's not the best cook. Some people need to not have kids, and some people, it's really important to them to have kids,
Yeah.
you know? It was actually quite important to me to have one kid, but
Yeah, Eric did want that. That was a goal that you had. You knew. I never knew. I was always flip flopping back and forth.
I'm glad I had a kid. That she's turned out great.
Yeah, I'm glad you had a kid too. You know, I don't dislike kids. It's not like I
Yeah, I know. I'm glad that we're not having a kid. Bro has drip. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. If you mean like cocaine drip or something, no, I don't.
Oh yeah, Steph Hoff. My mom is one of six. But I also I mean they uh
You're one of three.
I am one of three. I'm the eldest of three actually. I'm the big sister.
I want a kid, but I suck at approaching women. My rejection sensitivity is too high and I act retarded. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but it's also the case that well, I mean, it's normal for intuitives. I don't know if you're an intuitive or not, but depending on your relationship with the sensory functions, you may find you may be what I'd call, it sounds like you are, and you could use this term yourself, puss shy. It's fine to be puss shy, and if you're still on the younger side, you'll probably outgrow it at some point. Kind sir, looking on the computer, may I ask you a sample joke? Yes, you may. One doesn't normally ask a joke, but it's fine.
What if a woman showed interest in you first?
These are these are brand new, MP. This is the first day I've worn them. Say again. If a woman shows interest in me for in him,
Yeah,
profile.
yeah, like
Drip is like swag. Oh, okay. Well, I am wearing these nice new overalls that my wife bought me. Am I ready for? Yes, I'm ready, Banana Man.
I'm glad I was okay. Can I just say I'm glad that I'm a part of you being so drippy?
I'm glad you are too. Is this you bought this shirt for me too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you buy excellent things for me.
Well, the
Wonderful.
Carhartt was just needed, and you had another one, and you like pocket tees that are cotton. No, not stolen.
These
I
are my
gave
second pair of these overalls.
Yeah. So, I wanted to buy Eric another pair for a while, and we were financially able to, so I got him. I got him the Carhartt overalls and a pack of new shirts once his shirts, you know, get get a little holy.
Damn name drop? I don't know what that means exactly. What's your area of work? I used to be a professional debate coach. Right now I'm unemployed, I guess you'd say. And complete a sentence, bro. IDRS. I don't have any problem completing sentences. You should check to see if the thing you're gonna say applies to the person in question or not before you say it.
I say but it's because I'm thinking. I have any fifth people. I need to think before I speak.
Regardless, it's not a legit
I know
critique.
that you're talking about me. I know because I say before I talk. Sorry it bothers you so much.
Easiest rage bet? Well, I would have gotten upset about it if I'd known you were talking to her about it. Or when I got upset, but I would have probably just timed you out or something. Because it's fine to try to insult me.
Yes, I'm so happy that your Carhartts are doing so good.
How do you make a witch itch? Throw a lot of mosquitoes at her? I don't know what I'm gonna get from Social Security, if anything, but I'm certainly not counting on getting anything from Social
I
Security.
know that I'm not gonna get anything. I was told that in like the 10th grade.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'm at a Rosie Sound. We've had a lot of activity this evening. A lot of different people coming through. Not particularly super huge numbers or anything, but at any given time, but a lot of different people rolling through. You know.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Hello, Sam McMillan. Millican. Yes, you can subscribe your boy Exet Benna. Do you like Robert De Niro Divergent? Hey, I like trains here. You got it right. I'm glad I did. I try. MP, if you've worked for 10 years of employment, then you should get a Social Security. I mean, I did. It won't be much, but I was told by my history teacher in high school that my generation wouldn't be really seeing Social Security checks. I don't know. Thank you, Moo Reaction. Banana says, Man says, well, I'm going to try another joke with this one. Thanks, your boy, except I am married. Thanks, Sam, for Milliken, for asking. We're doing good. We're in California. Where are you? Yes, I'd like to hear a funny joke, Banana Man. I swear, Peppermint Patty and Marcy are gay. What's up? And what's up with Marcy always calling Peppermint sir? I agree with you, cool fellow. I agree with you on both things. I do think that they were a couple, or at least Marcy was hot for Patty. And I don't know why Marcy always called Peppermint sir. Maybe because I don't know. I don't think he lied. I think he was trying to give us his advice. No, he wasn't my hot teacher. Brighton. Cool. I've never been to the UK. No, I didn't know SpongeBob, Bob, and Patrick are gay. You've always wanted to go to California? Cool, you should definitely go to California at some point. Sam. Hey, I'm responding to the chat. Log out. What village? Mermew reaction. Hello, Danny T from California, United States. You hear they're coming out with a sequel to 12 Angry Men? It's called 12 Angry Women. No, I haven't heard that. Is that true? I wouldn't waste your time. What do you mean, Sam? We have sequoia trees where we are. Good morning, Jackie Garg.
Well, it's a beautiful night out. It smells good in here. It smells like weed and sausage dress.
SpongeBob and Patrick were in an intense J.K. Rowling relationship.
England is a dump. Is it? I haven't been there in a long time. I haven't been there in over 20 years. You're British phobic? Is it because of their accent? You feel they might charm you beyond your capacity to resist? I say, don't be afraid of me. I'm from England.
I'm from England too. I'm from the different part of England. That's why my accent sounds different. It keeps on changing.
And I'm from a different part of England too. I talk like this. Would you like to go to the lorry station and pick up the Evening Standard?
Always. I always want to.
So with the accents, you're scaring me.
Get scared by accents?
Beer. Rachel occasionally drinks alcohol, but not
yeah,
very often.
I don't really like it.
I don't drink it at all. This is non-alcoholic kind of thing. My accent doesn't sound British. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. How about German? I can't do a pretty good German accent. Ja, would you like to come with me on the train to Stuttgart? And then afterwards we will go to Bonn. A for effort. Thanks,
Thanks,
Scribbly
thanks,
Bites. I
Scribbly
appreciate you
Bites.
judging on effort. That's good.
That phrase, A for effort, needs to start coming back.
Yeah, I like it. It's a positive spin on a failure. The Queen did blow in the White House. And everyone blamed it on Hunter Biden. Okay, well. What do you think about Hunter as a first name? I don't hate it.
Me neither.
It's among the group of names like Cooper. Cooper, Hunter, um, like
Cody.
Cody, yeah. Cody. They're dogs' names. Like Brody as well.
Yeah, Brody as well.
Non-German people doing a German accent always sounds really camp. Ha ha ha.
How Brody is it on a scale of 1 to 10 for a Brody to marry a surfer?
Oh, it's about a 10.
Right?
But you know, not necessarily a surfer. It could also be a jet ski person.
Sure. It happens to be.
I think Brody is a
surfer.
little more likely to incorporate engines into their things than say a Cooper.
See, but Brody, I know of a Brody.
Mm-hmm.
So Brody Jenner.
Brody Jenner, is that a boy?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Bruce Jenner's kid?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not keeping the Epstein files locked up. Or a bull rider.
If
high class white trash is Hunter. I'm not sure exactly what high class white trash looks like. It's high class but immoral. Is Brody a both names way? I don't think so, but Jesse is.
Jesse for a girl or a boy.
Yeah, but if it's for a girl, it's short for Jessica, probably. If it's for a boy, it's just Jesse, I guess.
Although Jessie from Toy Story, I think, was just Jessie. I don't think she was Jessica.
We make a good point. But I'm not sure. I'd have to look at her birth certificate to see if she was born as Jessica.
I bet she's Jessie.
Squatted trucks, high class? Squatted trucks. Oh, I know. You're talking about people who have a fancy little wilderness car. We have a little wilderness car. It's a pretty Brody thing. Pretty Hunter thing, I guess, to have. Called a side-by-side, some people call it, or not really a quad because it's a 6-seater. It's a utility vehicle, or you might call it that as well.
Another compliment on your Carhartts.
Oh, thank you, Garrett O'Malley. I've been getting a lot of compliments on these days. This is the first day I've ever worn these overalls. Todd, that's a pretty beachy name. Todd, I think that it really says something about an adult male if they still go by Bradley instead of Brad.
What do you think about Bradley Cooper then?
Well, I think he thinks he's fancy. That's why he still goes by Bradley.
Yeah, like why not just go by Brad?
I think Bradleys who go by Bradley think they're fancy.
Okay, but what about Brad Pitt going as Brad and not his first name William?
Well, Brad's not short for William.
Yeah, but
is that his middle name?
His middle name is Brad.
Bradley, probably.
Bradley, I think. Yeah, it is Bradley.
So.
Yeah, so
he's doing the normal thing of going with Brad.
Brad, but do you think that he should have used his first name?
I don't think it matters really. I don't think it matters. People that say Christopher instead of Chris. Or here's the most pretentious Christopher. They call themselves Topher.
Oh my god, like Topher Grace, but he's legit cool.
Yeah, but Topher, like your name's Christopher, and you don't want to go by Chris or
Mm,
Christopher. You want to go by
The
Topher.
Topher?
I don't know about that. That's pushing a little bit too hard. I think I'd rather deal with a rogue than a fool. I think people need to stop calling their kids dumbass names like Northwest
Yeah, I agree.
or EIEIO, whatever that kid's name
Yeah,
is, XY247 or something.
Mhm.
Well, I named my kid Delilah back when pretty much nobody was named that. But then they came out with that song later on. Hey there, Delilah.
I feel like Dick is an antiquated name, like because it's used so much, like as a penis word.
Yeah, well, how did it even come from Richard anyway? How is Dick short for Richard?
DIC. So I guess they maybe were like, okay, let's put a K at the end and they're Dick.
Well, where does the D come from? Or the D at the end of Richard? D. Then he goes back to the first three letters. He goes D at the end, then IC.
How does that happen?
Where does the K come from? Old song. That song might be older than me. What song is older than you? Baby boomers made Richard. This guy is a dude. Is grab a drink and smoke, though we disagree politically. Oh well. Do we disagree politically?
Excuse me.
I mean, I don't have
Dick is like honestly, like adults in the 50s were named Dick. Like not even their kid's name was Richard. Like so Dick is like you'll find a lot of like people in their 80s who go by Dick.
Yeah, well, Dick Winters is a good example of a dick. Yeah, I'm familiar with who he is.
Oh, Dick Winters, exactly though. But he was older though. No,
Richard Nixon.
Dick Winters.
Oh yeah, he fought in World War II.
Yeah, so he was on the older side. So that's what I mean. Like people coming from the war were dicks. Like it was more of a 40s name.
Yeah. My father is a baby boomer named William, aka Bill. Like, but why did they change the W to a B for William?
Right.
Why did they change the R to a B for Bob from Robert?
And where does Jim I.M. come from John?
It doesn't. It comes from James.
Oh.
But it still changes the A to an I.
Yeah.
It should be Jam instead of Jim. Little Richard. He went by Little Richard. He didn't go by Little Dick.
No, he was smart.
I saw an interesting video not a super long time ago about how soon there will be no more Bobs in any professional sport.
That's crazy. But there's two Max Muncies.
Yeah, and there's Roberts and Robs, Robbies, even Bobbies, but no Bobs.
That's really interesting. Well, like that might be like Barbara. Do you know of any like Barbaras who are younger, who are my age or younger?
No, not a lot of Barbara. Not a lot of people name their kid Barbara anymore. I think my mom's name has had a bit of a resurgence, Jane. When I was younger, I always thought, oh, my mom's got a super old-fashioned name. Nobody names their kids that anymore.
Yeah, but
nowadays it's come back into fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bob Gibson is no longer in professional sports. He's dead. But he was a famous sports Bob. God bless America.
Yeah, I looked at this YouTube that had popular girls' names from like 1900 to 2019, And the name Mary was on that list for so many decades.
Yeah, there are 2 Max Muncies in the MLB.
Yep, 2 Max Muncies in the MLB.
One of them's on the Dodgers and one of them is on the Athletics. The name Wendy always made me laugh. Wendy's nuts across your face.
Oh. I'm glad my name's not Wendy. Although I like Wendy from South Park. She's one of my favorite characters. She beats the crap out of Eric. And for anyone to beat the crap out of Eric, it's definitely Wendy.
Yeah. He definitely needs a good beating.
But whatever. Eric Cartman is Eric Cartman, but he fucked with Wendy. And what does Wendy do? She
doesn't take no shit.
No. She's like, meet me outside. I'm not joking.
Gramps still got it. I'm not even a grandpa.
Nope.
But
Wendy Testaberger, yes. Wendy Williams. Wendy from The Wizard of Oz, right? No, Wendy's from Wendy. Wendy from Wendy's.
Go Tigers. Are you a Tigers fan? Putty Cat, it comes around here quite a bit, is a Tigers fan as well. Rachel and I have the questionable privilege of being Athletics fans. Wendy's nuts going on my boyfriend's face.
Boom.
Bang.
Also, we're kid friendly. Although it is 11:33.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming they mean nuts like walnuts or peanuts or something. My surname is Gaelic and means the small bald one. Rachel's maiden name means hairy woman.
Yep.
So
I feel you.
If small bald one and maybe, if you were to marry her sister, for example, you could be a combination of a small, bald, hairy woman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you meant testicles.
Oh, so you're getting graphic. So we're a kids show.
This is a family-friendly affair, okay?
Yeah. Exactly. We can even it out. My mom's maiden name was McCurgan, and that's Northern Irish, and I don't know what it means.
I don't dislike UFC, but I tend to prefer boxing when I'm watching combat sports.
I'm a wimp. UFC makes me go, oh no, there's blood. Oh no, his nose is smashed up.
Yeah, UFC can get a little brutal sometimes. Gator likes Islam. Is Islam a UFC fight? I don't understand. Interesting website, and you can look up the meaning of names and their distribution around the world.
What website? I'll look right now.
Did you try to put a link? Do you want to put a link? What's going on with that?
Close, we're in California.
Nope, this dude made my fishing list. You have a salmon pole when you're in Oregon. I've never fished for salmon before. I've only fished for trout and ocean fishing.
Don't you have to be like in the water? They're like, isn't it like fly fishing?
I don't know how you fish for salmon. I have no idea.
The movie The River Runs Through It has a story about salmon fishing.
Mm.
You have to get the right cast.
Gator fly fishes. I don't fly fish, but I also don't seem to ever catch any fish, so it doesn't really matter how I'm doing it.
I had beginner's luck, and I caught a fish my first try. I really think when we went to the Pacific,
Northwest.
no, when we went to the Pacific Ocean, remember we went and we were fishing and it was really rough waters. Something was pulling, and I doubted myself, and I didn't pull something. But it was like I caught something.
Yeah, I've never gone fishing outside of the state of California, Garrett O'Malley. And we don't have salmon here.
Oh, you could stay dry. Do you like? Are you in a boat or a dock?
I would imagine it depends what time of year as to how you fish for the salmon. Because I think once they start
They
going
have.
up the rivers,
They
then they don't bite anymore.
yeah, they die. Once
yeah,
they eat, they die.
yeah. We're in California, and we are in Mariposa, California, right smack dab in the center of the state. It's where Yosemite is. We're like in this little spot that's kind of between Sierra National Forest, Yosemite National Park. You're from Riverside? I've been to Riverside. Oh, you're saying you can fish from on Riverside? I see.
Oh, I see. You can fish from a riverside. Ah.
There we go. We're reconnected. We're reconnected.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
I put pressure on myself because, like, I want to catch a fish. I won't. I'll obviously throw it back, but I feel like we should leave the Dungeness crab alone.
Yeah, I never gone crabbing, but in general, I just feel most comfortable, I guess, fishing for trout. I've fished for trout my whole life. They stock the rivers and lakes with trout so that they're bred and purposed for the purpose of catching them.
That's cool.
Yeah, we're mountain folk. We live well, we're not super high up, 4,100 feet about, but we get snow here in the winter. I've never been crabbing or caught a salmon.
Crabbing, um, like, you have to go out in a boat, don't you? Or is that also something you could do by?
I think you gotta, well, you could catch them on the rocks, certain kinds of crabs.
I just want to leave the crabs alone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat them. So, you like the canned trout? That's better than tuna. I'm not so sure about that.
A lot of them live on the shore, huh? I had no idea. I guess I always think of lobster who live at the bottom.
Rachel had crabs for dinner at her anniversary in Vegas, but it's fair to say you didn't like it as much as lobster.
It's too rich for me. That first leg that I had was so good, like in the butter and stuff, but then after I was just like, oh my god, this is so rich.
It was a lot of Alaskan king crab. Yeah, that was a pound of Alaskan king crab is actually quite a bit of it.
And they thought I was gonna like eat it all. I was like, no. I had trouble eating this last bit of it.
I've played with plenty of starfish in my life. Uh, I eaten halibut? Yes. We had really delicious halibut. We're married.
We're married. Yes, Married. I like scallops.
We've eaten halibut before. We had it a couple anniversaries ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a delicious sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Am I okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay? You have to can it yourself in jars. That sounds terrible. Jarred or canned fish
No.
in general. It's a big no for me. Although I will eat canned tuna.
Honestly, Sam, I don't really think that sounds good.
Make a spicy tomato sauce with crab, garlic, chili, and parsley, and we'll have a linguine.
I don't.
I mean, crab linguine might be okay. I think Rachel would probably prefer lobster linguine.
Yeah. I don't really. I'm gonna. It's gonna be a while till I have crab again. Honestly, like, and I don't mean to complain. I feel
You're not
bad.
complaining. You're just telling what your experience was.
I just like these small little lobsters that they have where we are in Mariposa, and it's easy to eat and it's white, so it doesn't taste like anything. And when you dip it into the butter, it tastes just like butter.
Well, we only have the lobster when it's a nice dinner out.
Yeah.
We don't go have it all
No.
the time.
No. That's like our special dinner.
It's not impossible, Garrett O'Malley, but the truth is we don't really love to travel.
No.
We're pretty comfortable where we are. You know, it doesn't mean that we don't have people visit us here sometimes. We do.
Maybe it's actually the real thing that he does want. Cool fellow.
I mean, lobster's pricey at the restaurants. Whatever restaurant you go to, it's going to be
Yeah.
pricey, but it's extra pricey in like casino.
I feel so bad. Oh yeah.
Have you tried imitation crab?
Yeah, I've had imitation crab. It's
What's it made out of?
other fish, which is pretty gross. I could eat it until I read what kind of fish were in it, and then I was like, "This is so gross." I'm not. Look, I have eaten fish in the past. I used to like swordfish. I used to be obsessed with popcorn shrimp as a kid. Um, although I think anything fried is probably good. Um, but like calamari, I used to eat it, and now I think about it, like how it's made, and it just makes me sick to my stomach. And I don't want to eat any sort of thing that has eyes. Like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't, and I'm not into salmon. Like, my mom used to cook salmon all the time and be like, ugh, I'd be like, ew. I'm, I'm picky when it comes to that stuff. I much more like to have Italian food.
Yeah, just in advance, I already removed that comment one time.
Thanks for making me feel insecure.
Well,
I feel like I have to fix myself.
well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I think you're fine. You shouldn't
Okay,
let him.
thanks.
You shouldn't let him bother you at all.
Okay. I like this dress.
I like it too.
Thanks.
I have a brother on the Alsea River in Oregon.
That's cool, simple girl. Thanks, Justin Vance.
I'll stick to chicken, I think. I like chicken as well.
Yeah,
Chicken,
chicken.
beef, and pork. The animals that we've domesticated for the purposes of eating are my favorite things to eat.
Honestly, though, like, I know I could survive as a vegetarian. Like, I'd have no problem going vegetarian. Because, like, I could have cheese. And I like cheese. So, and dairy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's the California pot out here? Reggie's basically no longer exist where I'm from. What are Reggie's? All mid-tier cannabis. Well, the weed, the Indian weed store, the Native American weed store, Tribal Flower Company. That's better than the weed that you can get at the white market stores. The weed that we're growing is good too.
That's cool, simple girl.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's not really that. It's not. You can get low grade stuff, but it's not that bad, you know. Justin Vance is from Australia. We're from California, and Rachel's married.
Yes, to Eric. It's too strong. I don't think there's any such thing. Okay, maybe I I've definitely taken too much weed before where like I was fucked up.
That's if you eat too much.
If it yeah, I ate too much of it. I ate like fucking a solid thing of just like edible weed. It went in a cube. And I got fucked up. I was so like, not like in a bad way. It still was not in a bad way. Like I still haven't had a bad experience being high on weed, but I just knew I was like, oh wow, like I'm like slower than usual.
The weed we get here is too strong, says Sam Milliken. Well, the thing is, we smoke a lot of weed, so we don't get cocaine ever.
I don't really like cocaine.
I don't really like it either. I've gotten it. I mean, I've done it multiple times before, but I never got into it.
I did it once and I didn't like it, so I never did it again. And I never was presented the opportunity ever after that either, so I didn't seek it out. I don't like it.
Justin Vance loves cocaine. MP says it's too expensive. I mean, it's one of those things that if somebody says, "Hey, you want a bump of coke?"
Yeah.
I'll be like,
Yeah.
"Of course, of course
Me
I
too.
do."
Me
Who
too.
says no to free coke?
I don't take meth. Stop judging me. My eyes are this way because I have dark brown eyes.
It's because you got beta quadra eyes. Because you're not an organ pot and fishing. I definitely have gotten Oregon Pop before and been very pleased with the deals you get up there. And
Yeah.
But I'm also very pleased with the Indian weed store.
I like our Indian weed store.
Yeah, it's a lot better than your average stores in California.
Yeah, it is.
Best sex you'll ever have is on cocaine. Well, I don't know about
I
that.
don't really want to do that. I'm not doing that.
If we could get some ecstasy, that'd be nice. But we're just got to be careful not to get serotonin syndrome.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm just like push shy when it comes to drugs. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, moderately, obviously. I just there's some things, and like acid, the idea of it sounds great, but I don't want to trip that long. Being stuck on a trip would make me feel terrible.
I mean, meth is not doesn't have any political affiliation. All right, it's
Yeah,
just
really.
meth. It is something that's still prescribed to this day under the name dioxin, I think. But you know, I used to be a meth addict, but that was like street meth. You know, I'd smoke it. And I guess what you want to call it, a meth addict. I was doing it regularly for years.
I never thought of you as a meth addict, but
Well, that was before I ever had a YouTube channel.
true.
No, I've tried to get crystal, you know, not crank, as I understand the term. Sometimes we get shitty stuff, sometimes not. Oh, that's easy to kick. You just gotta have time to sleep. Fishing trip with a few cigarettes, a few bong rips, some mushrooms, a variety of other things is fine. I don't drink alcohol though.
If we were going on a fishing trip, I wouldn't take mushrooms.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Because,
Because,
like, it's unpredictable for me.
yeah, I would have trouble actually doing the fishing stuff. NP's not a big stimulant person, likes depressants. I'm the opposite. I tend to
I'm the
like
opposite,
uppers.
too. I'm definitely the opposite. Honestly, I take Prozac because I like that it gives me an up.
Mm.
And I don't feel like I need it every day because I do feel like I'm a serotonin person. But when my dopamine drops, I feel it right away. So I'm a serotonin girl.
I think that Rachel's favorite drug is probably ketamine.
I hate to admit it, but yeah, it is.
Sam Milken is on sertraline. I don't know what that is.
I would take ketamine right now and like I don't know, I'd be talking to you guys. I've been on ketamine talking to you guys. Right? I feel like
I don't drink while fishing, and she's not on mushrooms while fishing. True. Sertraline is an SSRI like Prozac. I see. Zoloft, says Dream Believer. We're not on Zoloft.
yes, I've been in the K hole and Eric helped me through it. It was so pleasant. I was listening to YouTube. And then when I was like, what the heck, where are Eric and Corey? Because I got out of the K hole and I was like, what time it, like I didn't know what time it was or anything. So I like sat down in that chair right there and listened to Johnny's Always Fair, Never True, right?
Ever done DPH? I don't know what DPH is. So I guess no.
But yeah, I was on ketamine and listening to YouTube in the K hole, and it was very pleasant. The room was so like I was so like cozy, and it's just like the stuff that it was suggesting to me was like on point. And then like when I was like, wait, did Eric and Corey go out? Like when I snapped back into it, I went downstairs, like I said, and sat there and listened to
Music.
It's Never Fair, Always True. Because we were like really into it at the time, and I was like, I know it will make me feel better now. It's never fair, it's always true. I hate that I'm in love It's never fair, it's always true. Know that I'm in love with you, it's always. It's never fair, it's always true. Know that I'm in love with you, it's always. Ding, 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 ding.
Benadryl can be used as a deliriant past 300 milligrams. Huh.
No space big enough for how I feel. I'd show you with my hand if I could deal. 'Cause I love you more than I could love myself. Mama said don't fall in love again. She remembers all that I forget. Yeah, I try so hard, I can't outrun myself. Oh, strawberry chainsaw, you're the treat. Someday you're harsh and then you're sweet. And that's okay, that's fine with me. No woman ever could compete. Yeah, best believe that they can try, but I don't want someone else. 'Cause I'm more than sure you're the one.
Well done, Rachel. If it's not too intrusive, what do we do for work? Neither of us is working right now. We're just living off an inheritance, and I probably will get a job.
I don't think that
Pretty
I'm
soon.
ever going to work.
She's probably not going to, and I don't want her to or expect her to. Ever thought about just going straight bald? I mean, I haven't done anything at all to prevent it. if my hair wants, the rest of my hair wants to fall out, that's fine. I'm not going to do something that requires me to do some kind of maintenance thing. I can barely give myself a haircut every couple of months. But my career, I was a professional debate coach, competition flow debate coach. Coach policy debate, Lincoln Douglas debate.
And he does shave it close to his head.
When I do give myself a haircut, I put it on 2.5 or 3 and just cut it all, beard and everything down to that. Hi, Sen. Is that short for Cynthia? SINTHIA is definitely a good name for a stripper.
What is it?
Cynthia, but spelled SIN.
Mm-hmm. That is.
Hi, you are a big man with big lungs. Why do you like short bongs? Because it's just more efficient. I don't necessarily prefer shorter bongs. I like this bong as well. I coached for. No, I mean that's not the way it works. You have to prep out cases both in the affirmative and negation for every topic. So, and the negation you got to prep out neg blocks, which are not necessarily a case, but are responsive to what the other people are saying. Well, why are you doing that? Oh, why are you in doing that? I'm here to apt, and kids can be on your walk and rushes just like me. I'm only a 12 years old that's dumb as hell. Okay. What do you do around these parts? I live stream. I explain things. Sometimes I play a little music.
Kimi and Lou said that you're a good teacher.
That's nice to hear. Hello, Amber from North Carolina. Sam Milliken says, you guys are really cool. Nice to get on a live stream and meet some friendly down-to-earth people. Well, thank you for saying so. How many years do you smoke? Have I been smoking weed? 40. Yes, that's right. 40. You low-key rocking that fit right now. You mean you're saying that these clothes fit me well?
Another compliment. These are good luck. Good luck outfit.
Yeah, actually makes me want to Maybe it'd be too much if I put on a hat as well.
You have plenty of hats to match it with.
I know, but we've got a lot of hats that are going to work with it. Let me try a hat.
Thanks, MP. I picked them out for him. He has another pair of overalls that make him drip too. He just drips. Yes, I smoke weed too, and actually, I would fight for my right to smoke weed. That's how much I am passionate about weed. Ketamine, I could, it's been 2 years since I've had it. I don't have dreams about it or anything, which is good. But like life without weed would make me very sad. For your right to smoke weed. Hey, how are you? I'm good. Pavel Volchek.
Not only should we allow it, we should require it.
Okay, this is the first hat, guys.
Yeah, check out your possibilities
Rest
here.
your bladder. Well, I don't want to do
What's
it like
ketamine?
ketamine. Like, I don't want to do it like all the
We
time.
don't have access to it, so it doesn't matter.
And like even then, like I don't know, I wouldn't want to do it all the time. I'm not like that, right? Like I'm not really like that. Like I'll do it like we did it with Corey for a while. I felt good after. I felt like I didn't need it for a while. I don't need it.
Should we let newborn solo skydive? We should require it. I don't know what its classification is. Hello from Finland. Hello, Finland. Welcome to California.
I will say I love the nasal one. The nasal ketamine. It's so good. Like the nasal spray is so good. Yeah.
All right, so check out some hat options. Option number 1 is this hat here. It doesn't exactly match, but white kind of works anyway.
Mm-hmm.
See, like this.
Okay, hat number 1.
Option number 2. We got the straw hat with the brown band around it. Okay. Option number 3. This hat. This has got various browns in it. Number 1. Get a deer hunter on the go.
Okay, this is...
Simple Girl says number 2. Someone says number 1. Number 2 is too old looking. I have had 3 marriages, yes. This is my 3rd and final marriage. Option 1.
I was thinking 3.
3 looks Irish. 3 matches shirt and dongos. Okay, well, I heard fair number of 3s. Rachel says 3. Let me put on 3, and then I'm going to bring out one more possible choice, okay? Maybe 2 more possible choices.
Yay! Nice job, Sin. Good for you.
Alright, 2 more possible choices. It's the Heineken Zero. That's what it is. 2 more possible choices. This was number 3 from before. This will be number 4. This one is a little tight on my head.
So just because of that, I'm gonna rule it out.
Okay. All right, lastly, number 5. Now, this doesn't exactly go with the brown per se, but it kind of goes with the black shirt a little bit in spots. How many roads does a dude gotta walk until you call him a man? 6. 6 roads. 4 looks like a peasant. Gotta be 3. Alright, well, I'll go with 3 then. Garrett's saying 3. Sam's saying 3. Let's go with 3. Paul, you need to be crass. This is a family-friendly show.
Yes, family friendly.
I do have a straight-up black hat. That's true. I guess we have one more possible one to look at. Here's what the black hat looks like. We're not unaccustomed to this kind of nonsense. Black hat actually looks pretty good. I think maybe Winston's mom was onto something there. What's up with the voodoo doll? That's not a voodoo doll.
Exactly, simple girl. Exactly, please.
I think it looks pretty good. Root or boot? Don't know what that means. Porter Churchill Murphy here.
You think it's too dark?
I can see myself as like Old West Undertaker. Well, Sheriff, I don't know if we can get the body ready that quick.
Yeah.
I kind of think the black hat fits best too, frankly.
It does.
Definitely got an Old West vibe and maybe a little ZZ Top. I'm not sure about that. My beard's not that long.
It's like you're tapping into your like dark side. But you totally look 1800s, like, I don't know, railroad.
Yeah, or I could even be like, maybe like a clerk in town or something.
Clerk in town for sure. It's not just a hat, that's the thing, you don't know.
It's not just a hat. It's a reference to an entire milieu. Okay. Now, with this hat on, yes, you want to cast me in a movie as a Western guy. With a different hat on, not so much.
Do you have demands as an actor?
Well, I've never been asked to act in anything really, but it'd be nice if I would be asked to act.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you in a pretend world.
Okay, what am I going to act? What's my character?
Hi, Eric. No, you're just being you.
I'm being me, okay.
Yeah. Hi, Eric.
Hello, Rachel. I am now acting.
Such a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're here. We're so happy to have you on set. What are some of your demands?
I would like bong rips every 5 minutes. A bong rip every 5 minutes to be brought to me, put to my lips, have somebody light it, and I'll pull it. That seems fair. Okay, fine. Every 10 minutes is fine.
I think that's wonderful because I want that for you and I want that for myself. But I think that's what I want for you. Let's see if we can work this out with the studio. Imagine, like, someone was like on set and they were like every 10 minutes going in the trailer for a bong. Yeah, taking. They would never get done with the scene. It would cost way too much money.
Well, okay, then they can just give me bong reps when they don't need me acting. I guess. You know what? They don't even have to give me bong reps. They could just give me a lot of amphetamines and some psychedelics.
And bong reps could be in the contracts. It could
be part of the deal too. Sure.
Yeah, so it could be like every half hour, every 45
well,
minutes.
Well, it didn't need to be that often. Because so a less than reputable character as sarsaparilla and asked him to leave the saloon and never come back. You know what, Dirty Jake? You better leave this saloon. Don't never come back. Like that. Oh, I'll be back, all right. Barkeep, I'll be back with a gun. Thanks.
Make sure that it's not loaded.
Yeah, right. Man, I gained a lot of weight recently. Believe it or not, I used to be like 8 pounds, 9 ounces. Well done.
That is a good one.
Well done, cool fellow.
Cool fellow, that was a perfect joke for this stream.
No, I was born in 71, so, you know, the Vietnam War, I think, maybe lasted until 73 or something.
Ronald Reagan was still president when I was born.
Yeah, Richard was born during the Reagan presidency. I guess I was probably born during Nixon. 75, huh? Okay, so, you know, that explains why I was only able to put in 2 years of military service as a toddler. That's when I earned my Bronze Star by blowing up mini nests of Viet Cong.
They deserved it for the torture that they gave to our soldiers. Who shouldn't have even been there.
Yeah, well. You know.
Guerrilla fighting is cray. At least from what I've seen in the movies, cray.
Well, as somebody who's fought a few gorillas, I can tell you, it's not easy. They're a lot bigger than you.
I'm sorry if I got too serious.
I don't think you got too serious. Trouble is a retired grumpy Green Beret. I don't drink alcohol, Garrett O'Malley.
He's too feral to have been in anything required of a schedule.
I haven't drank alcohol in 11 years. It's a long time.
It is a long time. I don't mean to sound like this, but you should be proud of that.
Yeah. Well, mostly instead of proud of it, I'm kind of grateful about it. Like,
that's good. That's even better.
I'm not burdened with being drunk anymore.
How nice is that? Amen to that, honestly.
Richard Nixon is my favorite president, totally underrated. Yeah, you don't hear that often.
No, you don't hear that often. Yeah, he doesn't drink. I think it's a good thing. Well, Sam, you might not be an alcoholic. You might be able to hold your own. But, like, as I've gotten older, booze has hit me harder, and I don't like it. It's just not my thing.
You want to bring that outside? It's pretty nice out here.
Okay.
You feel like it?
Sure. Oh, you're a functioning alcoholic? Hmm. Is alcohol your favorite drug of choice? There was no nip slip. I have a bra underneath. Glad to hear that. Excuse my bird.
Why, hello there. Welcome to the Deadeye Saloon. What can I get you to drink? What do you got? We got beer and we got whiskey, and we all out of beer. I'll have a whiskey then. All right. That'll be 2 flakes of gold. That's how you get cake.
That's wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Would you like to sit?
I would. Thank you.
There she is.
Hello, SB Uni.
Queen of the sitting.
Yeah, is that bad?
No, I think you wanted to sit. If you wanted to sit.
I am queen of the sitting.
That's
So.
fine.
Actually, I was talking when I was talking to Kami and Lou. I mentioned how like Kay is so energetic that like she can like dance forever. Like when I went to the Pride thing at the Grove, like I saw her go to Jerry because Jerry was dancing too. I saw her say like I'm gonna go over to Rachel like because she's sitting like by herself. But like I thought to myself, I'm like I'm fine. Like I don't know. I was dancing as much as I could. Um,
Yeah, she could trust you to know if you wanted to be dancing at that moment.
yeah. But
She was just trying to make you feel included.
she was, and she did a great job of it. She introduced me to everyone. I don't remember everyone's name. I'm sure they don't remember mine. Hey AJ, what's up with you? Nothing much here.
What day of the week is it? Is it Thursday night or Friday
I
night?
think it's Thursday.
I didn't realize quite how late it was.
Yeah, not great, but it is what it is. Hopefully I can change my circumstances soon. I'm rooting for you, Sam Millican. Sorry, I keep on wanting to go Mick. I don't know why. Sorry. I apologize for that.
McMillick McMahon.
What?
McMillick McMahon.
McMillick McMahon. Why do you feel such a need to live in the moment?
Who?
Yeah, who?
Are we living in the moment right now? I suppose. We're just up on an Adderall, live streaming. Pretty much that simple. I don't
You have a good attitude, Sam.
I don't generally live stream nearly as much, and Rachel even less so when we're not on Adderall.
Yeah, I really am so much less though.
Yeah, Rachel had no problem. I think enjoyed even taking over the stream for a while. And, sometimes I'll be tired of it and ready to stop, and she'll be like, "No, I want to keep talking."
Is that okay?
Of course, it's great. I think it's wonderful. I think it's unfortunate that you're subjected to endless amounts of sexual harassment. But,
Thank you.
you know, I guess that's the life of a hot woman on the internet.
I mean, I just keep keeping on with the I'm married and no.
Yeah. Me too. When people try to hit on me, it does happen. Less egregiously than it happens to you, probably. But I do get hit on a fair amount too. I
Yeah,
guess.
you do.
I never really know if they're serious or they're just fucking around or whatever. But
I don't know. I think most of them are serious. Even the ones that you would think are joking or just trolling.
yeah.
You are a handsome man.
Thanks, beautiful.
You're welcome.
That's because I went to finishing school, where I learned all the etiquette and how to be proper. I had to walk with books on top of my head, learn how to curtsy.
Can I see?
Sure.
Wow, you did such a good job.
Yeah.
I could tell.
I won best curtsier 3 years in a row.
3 years in a row. Congratulations.
And then that damn Tammy won it the next year, even though her curtsy wasn't nearly as good as mine.
What happened?
I think we just didn't want to give it to me for 4 years in a row.
That's some politics shit right there.
Yeah. Also, Tammy was the daughter of the president
Oh,
of the
I
finishing school.
knew it.
Yeah.
Always happens like that.
Anyway, regardless, that's why my etiquette is so impeccable.
It's impeccable.
If you could lay down an infinite number of spoons and forks and knives in front of me, and I would always choose the right one.
Or
Any given course of food put in front of me.
wow.
Yeah. So I would imagine that there's like a different spoon for every possible course, and a different fork for every possible course that you could have. There's only a finite number of courses. Maybe you could conceivably think of 10 courses. Like if you really stretched it, you could have.
I feel like I've heard 12 courses.
12 courses? Okay. If you include like cocktail beforehand, hors d'oeuvres,
Yeah.
amuse bouche, and then
Oh my
a
God.
bread course and a salad course, and well, so that's a lot of courses. Yeah, think of all the possible courses. Have a cheese course and a fruit course at the end or something, and a dessert course, a cognac course. If you include alcohol, you can really crank up the courses.
I wonder how many courses were popular during like Downton Abbey times.
Yeah, I mean, the only people who historically ate like that were like, royalty and aristocrats and stuff.
Yeah.
So they probably just had many courses as they could think of. That's how many they had. Well, we gotta have an egg course.
You know, it's true. Like the how like the people were like downstairs in the kitchen. They were always like,
Julie, did you forget our beans course?
oh, that would be a big no. You would get a scolding for that.
As you know, before Labor Day, in a beans course, we have either green beans or lima beans and never both.
She would have to write that down. I would have to write that down.
I'm so sorry, Miss Aristocrat. Your beans were not prepared.
But so she wouldn't actually apologize. She would have someone upper who's like the main maid to say like
boss.
yeah. So the maids, the main maid would be like, we heard about the bean problem.
Bean fiasco.
Yes. We're very sorry about it. It won't happen again.
Very well.
Yeah.
See to it that it doesn't. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, exactly. Good lockjaw. Good Lucas lockjaw.
So that's a more Britishy version of it, I think. It's got a little bit more British to it. Shall we go back inside the house?
Yeah,
Now that I realize how late it is,
we should.
I feel like it's better to go inside where our conversation won't bother anybody. Voices carry in the mountains.
Voices carry.
We all have our vices, man. You can only really kick it when you're ready to do it. Drinking is different, though. I used to be there. It sucks. I'm addicted to weed and cigs, so I'm not perfect either. One day I'll be ready to, maybe. That's why I preface with the lesser the better. Yo, I got a favor to ask you too. What's your favor, son? Thanks. Would you rather have a bottle in front of me or a frontal lobotomy? Well, I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy, but
Ooh.
I would. That's a very famous what do they call it? Dorothy Parker quote. But
I'm
she
so
has.
glad you were able to use it.
Well, I'm reading what he said.
Oh.
Yeah.
I love that quote. It's such a cool quote.
Yeah, they're called Dorothy Parkerisms. I need both of you to name 3 objects. All right, I've got 3 objects in mind. Should I go first?
Yeah.
And
What if I share an object with you, though? Do I have to change? Think of another object?
I don't know.
Okay.
Envelope, driveway, and cigarette. You're making an object show?
Shoe. Toy car. And a 4-leaf clover.
That's right. Writer famous for her witticisms and quips and such. And Dorothy Parker. She also wrote the quote, "You can lead a horticulture, but you can't make her think."
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. She was definitely an ENTP. And I love how you said she was so hip for her time. She was
Yeah, she was edgy and funny and smart.
And right at the right time. It was during the 20s when women were having more of a voice.
I like a martini 2 at the most. After 3, I'm under the table. After 4, I'm under my host.
Yeah, we're back.
First thing I do in the morning is brush my teeth and sharpen my tongue. So, an object show is a show where objects compete for the prize. For example, BFDI, BFB, and TPOT. I don't understand.
I don't get that either. How would we labeled not objects? Shoe, okay, mug, coffee
You
mug.
didn't say they weren't objects. I did not. I wasn't born in 73. I was born in 71. Those are shows.
So what does the 3 objects that we picked mean? What does it have to do with the shows? I'm trying to understand why you asked us.
Envelope, driveway, and what was my 3rd object? I don't even remember. You mean contestants. BDI. BFDI is Battle for Dream Island. I see.
So the objects contestants. I like your imagination. Cool. Can you make the shoe a clog? Did who actually go to a manor school? We both know that you're not talking about me.
No, I did not actually go to a manor school. That would be very silly. I did go to Cotillion. Jacob is goaded. You are hereby shouted out. Cool fellow, you know how I know seasonal sortation.
I think we should bring back Cotillion.
I felt very uncomfortable at Cotillion.
Oh,
frankly.
really?
Well, because, you're supposed to, do all this formal stuff, dance and stuff.
Well, I felt that way about learning country dancing, square dancing.
You know how I know seasonal depression is real? Ever have really bland chicken? Yeah. Well, that's seasonal depression. Is it though? I went to a Cotillion and sweated my balls off in a hot suit.
Oh, sorry. Okay, never mind. It doesn't have to come back ever.
I didn't
I
find
take
it
it
hot.
back.
I just found it like very artificial.
It's so artificial. But so is country learning square dancing. Oh my gosh, I hated that in gym. So millennials cotillion is square dancing. We had to bow to our partner. Ding. Bow to your corner. There. Swing your partner. And then you'd have to go around like this and then go back. And then you go to the other person. Oh my god, I hated it. and then you
Dip your partner in some pudding and spin them round like you should.
my sister and I would make fun of the country, the square dancing record, because it was a record, and you could tell that it was played a million times because it was getting slower and slower each year. And it'd be bow to your partner, dear. Bow to your corner, dear, because it was played so much.
We didn't get to do square dancing when I was in school.
You might have liked it. It was too much for me. Too much having to do stuff with kids who didn't like me, and I might not have liked them either.
She was a beautiful rectangle. Well, beautiful rectangles aren't allowed at the square dance. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do not understand what you're talking about, son. I don't understand why your message was deleted either, but Jim in the UK was getting battered with hockey sticks in the rain. That sounds unpleasant.
I would have taken hockey over square dancing. Totally. I was good at deck hockey with, no skates, just your feet on concrete. I didn't know all the rules, but
You know what I did like to play when we played it occasionally at PE was badminton.
Me too.
Really?
Yeah, I loved badminton. That was like, yeah, I'm going to every gym class. Like, can't wait.
In some sense, badminton is kind of like the OG pickleball.
Yeah, it is.
It slows everything down when you hit the bird. It doesn't really. It doesn't go very fast. You know.
No, it doesn't.
You like dodgeball? Dodgeball was fine.
Oh my god, I hated dodgeball. I was always the last one, and I was always the last one to get hit because I would dodge all the balls, and you had to pick teams, and I was always like last to be picked for a team too because they knew I wasn't good at it. I hated meow.
Would I take freeform rock climbing over dancing? I probably would have enjoyed that more. I think I probably would have been good at the rock climbing. I'm long and can I'm skinny, so I don't have a lot of weight to lift up the rocks. No Face says, "What's your name?"
My name is Rachel.
Do we all play instruments?
Stop spamming, No Face.
How about laser tag? Used to climb up in the banisters and cheat. Can you cheat in laser tag?
Oh my god. Okay, so like I used to play laser tag with my friends, but I was crap at it. I had no aim. I didn't know what I was doing. I was running around like a chicken without no head on, and I would get zapped and then it would vibrate and I would be out of the game or whatever. I think you get like 6 shots or something and then you're like basically out of the game. Um, or you get like negative points, I forget. But one time it was like I was there with my friends and you go into the room after the game is over, the laser tag game is over, and they tell you what team won and who like scored the most points. And they were like, and in the first time in history for this laser tag place, we have a perfect 0. And it was me. I didn't get shot or shoot anyone.
Are you a Christian? Asks Snowface.
Yes.
But
I believe the Bible was written by unreliable narrators.
We do. I play instruments. Rachel sings. She could play a little bit of instruments. Yes, we're Christian. This is incredible. I'm on the edge of my seat. Well, I'm glad, Lewis Medlock. Even though the goal here is Destination Pleasant Times. That's the title. So I don't want it to get too suspenseful. You play guitar,
Thanks,
MP?
Sam.
You're switching to sax next year, but I played flute and ukulele. You already asked that question. We already answered it. No Face. Man. Saxophone, huh? Thanks, No Face. SB Uni says, "Are you a human?" I am. What about you, Rachel?
Yeah, I am. And it's been confirmed by Eric too.
Yeah. I've checked her humanness.
Yeah, he has.
Would I rather give a bear Adderall or give a bear a tiger? I'll just give the bear Adderall, I think.
And then like run, right?
Yeah, because I don't think the bear wants a tiger. The bear would probably enjoy some Adderall.
He might go like ape shit on like killing.
I think it would just be like, "Hi, I'm not hungry right now."
Oh yeah, it would. It
I
would.
think I'm just gonna sort of chill and watch the river stream by for a change. So I don't have to constantly be gathering berries and stuff.
Or it could work overdrive and getting fish.
Yeah, I think tigers in zoos is inherently sad.
I think most animals in zoos are inherently sad.
Yeah, I agree. Digital wizardry. That's some pretty poor wizardry. I'm not gonna pull any punches here. I'm sure it's freaking extra depressing then. I don't want to know about it, frankly. It just makes me sad. Might be the monkey mushroom moment human evolution had for bears. Okay, sure. Is that how humans evolved by monkeys taking mushrooms? Oh, what's your favorite food?
I love Italian food. I love pizza, but I also love McDonald's. That's a tough call, dude. I don't know which one I like more. Probably McDonald's.
McDonald's is pretty good. I could go for any of your major fast food chains, really, are quite good.
Yeah. Oh, In and Out's my favorite.
I like mochi and kuzu mochi and sometimes McDonald's. Mochi is good.
Mochi, when I used to get frozen yogurt at this place in Franklin Square, I used to load up on the mochi. So good. I love, and like when I worked at um Trader Joe's, I used to treat myself to mochi ice cream. So fucking good. Green tea flavor. You think it would taste gross? It tasted so good. Oh my god.
Is that the ice cream with the dough around it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you rather sit down with Richard Nixon or Rihanna? Well, only one of those two is alive.
So I would um ask with two alive people.
I don't want to sit down with Rihanna. Richard Nixon, in theory, would be interesting if he were alive to ask him some questions, but no, she's not from Palestine.
I'm reading the question, the answer. I mean, the
Maybe
people, and it's making me angry.
Pakistan.
Um, no. Yeah, I'm good, Teresa Dean. I'm reading the comments. Excuse me.
Benjamin
Who is
Netanyahu.
that?
He's Israeli, former Israeli prime minister. I don't think he currently is, but Benjamin Netanyahu. What am I gonna say to Rihanna except, are you aware that you suck?
So maybe you should be talking to Rihanna. I'll talk to Rihanna.
Okay, you talk to Rihanna.
I'll be like, oh, by the way,
to Benjamin Netanyahu.
the only good thing that you've ever made, well,
Is that Lemon song.
mm-hmm.
That's the best thing. Hi, James Heiserman.
I put a little with a lemon. I could say it living. Your eyes get acidic. But like honestly, working with Pharrell, you're going to make gold. Like he knows how, or at least knew how to make jams. Eric is not related to me. He is my husband.
Can you explain the Riemann hypothesis formula for me while I sleep? No, I'm not able to do that. It's pork nipples. But is that like a command? Like, everybody, get out your sporks and spork nipples? Or is it like a description of your nipples? Do they have both spoon-like and fork-like qualities to them? I'm curious.
It's a good question. Hi, Nick Phillips.
Hi, Nick Phillips. Burger King or McDonald's? I prefer McDonald's personally.
Yeah, McDonald's. That's his fitting name for Richard Nixon. Live life, go off.
Oh, it's both. It's both the command and how they look. I see. Do you mean both concurrently in every instant? Or sometimes you mean one and sometimes you mean the other? Would rather be on the front lines as a Soviet WW2 soldier or live in China during Nazi time? I guess I'd rather be a Russian soldier.
Me too.
Are you for a free Palestine? I mean, I'm not for. I'm not in favor of Israel continuing their current course of action. That's for sure. And yeah, I think Palestine should be an independent country that's not subject at all to Israel. But you know, I don't really care very much about it. You can eat both soup and chicken with your nipples. That's a good point. Pork nipples. My favorite vehicle is a 2005 Kawasaki Z750S in metallic sport black. I had a 1981 Honda CB750 for a while. It was an awesome bike. Fortunately, I sold it at some point. Then I got a different motorcycle later, and I sold that.
I wouldn't get on a motorcycle with you because I'm afraid of them.
Sure.
I don't mind a moped. That's different. But
would I rather stop world hunger or cure or stop all wars? Well, it would depend on how the stopping is done. If you're a senator prepper, I think the Israeli-Palestine conflict would fascinate you. Oh, I mean, I it's not interesting because it's pretty straightforward in terms of adjudicating all the various questions. You know, it's something that's been going on since I was a little kid, right? Before then, even, and it was a way to debate. It was an impact you could reference or utilize in a debate. Back when I was in high school, you could tell various impact stories linking through Palestinian Israeli conflict, and you still can to this day. How much am I supposed to continue being interested in something that's not changed in 40 years?
boom. Those are the facts. That's why we shouldn't get involved with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on Rachel's. I'm gonna agree with Rachel on this one. I think the U.S. should just not be involved with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict at all. Obviously, all the other Middle Eastern countries get all fussy about it too. But Israel can take care of themselves. They don't need our assistance.
No, stop.
They're more powerful militarily than all the other Middle Eastern countries combined. They don't need our help.
No, they don't.
What's your favorite quote? Rachel, do you have a favorite quote?
I really like the lobotomy quote. I can't recite it because it's not, but I realize how much I like that quote. It's so good.
That's a good one. I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy.
Yeah, I really like it. That's my favorite quote. I'd rather have a front
My current favorite quote is probably the T-shirt I saw at the supermarket. It says, "But Daddy, I love him." That was a great T-shirt.
It is.
They're powerful because the USA makes them powerful. A country the size of Maryland wouldn't stand a
I am
chance.
not.
No, well, I mean, what makes them substantially more powerful than uh, than their neighbors is they sure they have advanced U.S. some advanced U.S. made weapons and stuff, but they have their own nuclear program. They're the only nuclear armed country who's not confirmed that they're nuclear armed. Officially,
Such
they
a,
never
like,
acknowledged it.
why? Like, just acknowledge it. Stop being so meow.
I'm quite confident that Israel would be able to handle themselves regardless because Israel is a I guess sort of ethno-religious response to the Holocaust, which is means you know that they're not going to take any shit from anybody at this
Dorothy
point.
Parker. Not Sarah Jessica Parker.
Dorothy Parker.
And why does Sarah Jessica Parker hate me?
Well, you're not wrong, SB Uni, but it's not exactly the same thing either. You know, they're not sending them off into death camps. They are maintaining a certain level of sovereignty over Palestinian people in a second class apartheid esque kind of way. But they shouldn't be behaving as they are. They should recognize the fact that if they just recognize Palestine as a legitimate independent country, affording them meow amounts of land to do that with, then they can wash their hands of the whole thing. And if Palestine attacks them, then they can attack back as a sovereign nation attacked by another sovereign nation. In the status quo, they can't have that kind of interaction because Israel's too stubborn to see big picture stuff. All right, Sin. Well, check it out. Let's see what your first quote was. Joke that Sarah Jessica Parker is the one. What's that?
Sarah Jessica Parker once liked a little quip that I did on her Instagram. She hearted it.
Pirates are evil.
Gee.
The Marines are righteous. These terms have always changed throughout the course of history. Kids who have never seen peace and kids who have never seen war have different values. Justice will prevail, you say, but of course it will. Whoever wins this war becomes justice. Who's standing at the top determine what's right and what's wrong. That's not true at all.
It was cute of her, but you know who's the cutest of all is Amy Sedaris. She's hearted my quotes and like my oh that's so cute or oh I want to do that like all the time. It's so cool. Like she's the best.
Well, it certainly is a dramatic quote, but I don't like it at all because I'm not a relativist. I don't believe that, you know, as we see, there's an accounting down the road for historical injustice, if only, you know, in the changing narratives and stuff.
So think about who's at the top right now.
Who's at the top of what?
Like it says those who are at the top determine what's wrong and what's right. And like okay, so one of the people that I think of who's I mean, I could think of many is Jeff Bezos. Like why does he get to determine what's wrong and what's right? Like,
I don't think he does. I think that he gets judged like anybody else for bad behavior, as he was judged for his whole wedding disaster. How do you feel about the California hate in Eastern USA dialogue or Republican media that say it's bad? Well, I encounter some of it here, you know. Is California as bad as they say? Mm, no, I don't know. I don't. It's like it depends where you are. It depends. California's a big place, and different parts of the state are very different politically from each other, as well as in like population density and other demographic concerns. So you have very different places and different spots. Flight team stand up.
yeah, it's a big, um, it's a big space. I had something to say and I forgot. Show.
I have been both Israeli and Palestinian, but not at the same time. I'm not biracial. I'm fluidly transracial. My race is always changing, but in every instance, you know, it'll snap into another purebred race, like Guatemalan. Watch your voice, son. Watch your voice, son. Watch your voice, son. Is getting a little loud for my sensitive ears. Thanks. I'm from Michigan. I build motors for GM. Bro sounded like Kratos for a second. I don't know who Kratos is. Is he the inventor of Kratom? Kratos, the god of war? Epic era is wide-eyed with surprise, presumably. He's filled. His heart is filled with surprise. He's the god of war in a game. What video game is it?
I think God of War.
Oh. Well, I've got good news and bad news. I'm not the god of war. So if you're looking for that from me, it's not something I can provide. What do you guys have planned for the weekend? Sleeping? Mostly sleeping. I'll be in what I call sleepy week, which is the few days that happen after I run out of a bottle of Adderall. So, but I might get a little bit of stuff done on the pond tomorrow. We'll see, or maybe in the middle of the night ponding or something. Probably not though. So I still feel very awake. You know, like the Adderalls we took was fairly late in the day. Do I have a barn? No, we don't have a barn, but I do have a shed. We have a shed.
Yep.
We have a garage. I was thinking about going out into the garage to smoke a cigarette, maybe.
Cool.
No, I'm not Jewish. Neither is Rachel. No, but I don't really watch live streams. MP. I do watch plenty of YouTube, but I don't really watch live streams. What are Sarah Jessica Parkerisms? Oh my God, I married Matthew Broderick. Judgment. Now experience my judgment. I'm totally judging you with judgment. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Um, IDK, a good Pretty Woman line. He did the Minos Prime thing. I don't know who Minos Prime is either. Is he a transformer like
Optimus
Optimus
Prime?
Prime?
I couldn't help but wonder. And just like that, those are Jessica Parker isms from Carrie
Ah, I
Bradshaw.
recognize it, yeah. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
I've watched a lot of Sex and the City.
Which, if this Barbie world is at all like the Barbie world in the movie,
Oh God, please no.
is not anywhere I want to be.
And the Ken, no.
Chris encourages everyone to dislike this video. You could go ahead and do that if you want. Or you could disappoint Chris and do the opposite. You could even really disappoint Chris and subscribe. P1 and P2 are the hardest levels in Ultra Kill. Your mom is the hardest level in Ultra Kill. Have you considered that maybe, son? Why are we here in general? Nair Nazari asks that question. Well, I'm going to give this a little bit of attention here. The way to answer that question is to recognize that there are two possible kinds of answers to the question. The idea that we are here for some reason implies that there's been intentionality in the manifestation of people. So, if there's an answer to the question, then we've been intentionally rendered by some agent in some capacity. If we haven't been, then presumably we're here for no reason at all and just random whatever. But I suspect that life has some purpose and some frame of reference beyond that which we can at least currently understand. No face, will you stop being a spammy McBlammy? Ain't nobody likes a spammy McBlammy. Thanks, Winston's mom. Epic Era says, Braille, 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 Helen Keller is so hot. You think Helen Keller's so hot, Epic Era? Would you rather sit down with a human-sized mosquito or Rihanna? It's an excellent question. um, I'm gonna go with Rihanna on that one. Actually, I'm gonna pass on the human-sized mosquito. I have enough trouble with mosquito-sized mosquitoes. MP says, I suspect we have some form of reincarnation. Get born again, so to say. Your mom's dead? My mom's dead too, son. We both have dead moms. What do you think about that? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Our moms are dead. Epicure is looking through his fingers. Yeah, we must have the same mom then. Am I a Russian propaganda? No. I would not say I'm remotely pro-Russian. Certainly not pro-Putin. I don't have anything against the Russian people. It's unfortunate that Putin subverted any possibility of normal, free, and civil society. Have you really ever been far, even as decided to use, even go want to do look more like? What? I heard that joke earlier today. Lucifer 666. No, I am 54 years old. Do I know any other languages? I can speak a spattering of Spanish here and there. I used to speak it pretty well, but not so much anymore. It's been a while since I've had cause to use it in conversation. Lucifer. What's up with the 666 part? I don't know if you've heard, but that's supposed to be a bad number. You know, English, Spanish, German, and a little Russian. Здравствуй, Владим. MP says he had a stroke. Who had a stroke? Me? I didn't have a stroke. Oh, that guy. Yeah, that was a strange comment. I didn't know quite what to make of that. That's it. I think it's fair to say that it wasn't especially clear as to what he meant. You know Morse code and Braille language? Do you know American Sign Language? But I am not blind. Well, that puts you in good company with me because I'm a fake deaf person. I can provide everything a real deaf person can. Plus, I can hear you. MP needs to go to sleep. Strike Gold says, Winston's mom, how do you know? How do you me name? How do you me name? Isn't it? Isn't that an important skill that I have, son? Unlike that guy in Africa that they hired to do sign language interpreting, but he didn't know sign language. He just made some gestures up hilariously. Is it me, or is every pop star like extremely satanic now? What's up with that? I don't remember babyface Paul McCartney with devil horns, blacked out eyes, booty bouncing on a stripper pole. Is that what he's doing now? Is that where Paul McCartney's gone in his old age? Put on some devil horns, blacked out his eyes, and he bounces his booty on a stripper pole? I did not expect that to be where Paul McCartney would go with his career. That's really surprising.
Yeah,
to
that
me.
is very surprising.
Moderators can click on a name and go to your channel. I do this sometimes because children show up and we try to keep things family friendly until we don't. Yeah. Or I'd like to say, hey, it's a family show around here sometimes. I got that he was saying that, SB. I thought it was funnier my way though. It'd be interesting if Paul McCartney were to make a new song that was like a number one hit or something. The thing is, I hate to be the one to point. I don't know. Is that that's Morse code? Probably. Yeah, that one's Morse code. But I should point out to you, Epic Air, in case you're not aware, that blind people won't be able to feel the bumps when you put it in the chat. They don't have a they don't have a oh God, son. I've heard that so many times, like 100 million times. It's like the most common thing I hear. It's just a repeat of something somebody else said, you know. Okay, well, whoever dared you to do that is not a very imaginative darer. You should tell them, listen, your dare scored a .3 on a scale of 1 to 10 of dares. Unoriginal, uninteresting. The only thing that's interesting about it is Eric's commentary right now, plus the $8. But the darer hopefully has learned a lesson worth well more than $8, which is don't be so boring in the future. For real, it's all demonic imagery now, and we're so desensitized to lyrics. Music used to allude to sex, not right smut like Mama's Got a Squeeze Box. That is a smutty song. Mama's got a squeeze box, Daddy doesn't sleep at night.
So the reason why I think from what I concluded, the reason why Rolling Stones still tour and stuff, I think they do. Did they give it
I,
up?
they may, they have not that long ago. I don't know if they still do or not, but
Well, they gave up the rights to their songs to like either the producer or manager, I forget. Um, all their songs from like 62 to 69 are like their manager's songs. So for them to like make money, they'd have to tour.
I see. It's 4 a.m. for you right now. You must be on the East Coast. It's only 1:15 in the morning for us. It's pretty early still. Winston's mom is such a skibbity beta with no wrist from Ohio. No. Oh, straight gold. Winston's mom is not skibbity. She is full of riz and also phantom taxes. You guys are all skibbity betas with no riz from Ohio. No, we're Rizzlers exacting a phantom tax with our non-skibbity, non-toilet things in Ohio, in a state other than Ohio. How does he know our code? Oh, well, I've encountered plenty of Gen Z slang around here. One encounters it. You know, people come around, they use their slang terms. Sometimes I have to look them up. Sometimes I have to ask twice before I remember it. But I see, feel, no, yes, person, kindly waiting, yes, maybe, so, mountain. What? We're uber rizzy sigmas, is what we are. I'm an uber rizzy sigma. Rachel's an uber rizzy sigma. Side bow or no, I don't know what those mean. I'll be glad to learn though if you want to tell me. SYBAU. So you better announce umbrellas. Or so or summer dirt is your best treatment. Summer dirt is your best treatment. I think that's a good explanation for SDIYBT. I see, feel, no, yes, person. Kindly waiting, yes, maybe, so, mountain. Tears of confusion. SP Uni is what I need to cry. Tears of confusion. Have you heard of Robert Neurodivergent? Neurodivergent. He's cool. Yeah. Neurodivergence is a dumb idea. Let's just admit that right now.
Yeah.
I see. So SYBAU is shut your bitch ass up, huh? I see. And what about the other one? Some dick in your butt, Tom. I'm naming my daughter Basic Unique. It's kind of a interesting rapper name. Two doctors said I was autistic. I said, "Oh yeah, well you're Down syndrome." Start digging in your butt, twin. What does that mean exactly? Why? Stop digging in your butt, twin. Is twin like cuz or dog or friend, amigo? Just because someone says you're something doesn't mean it's true. New lingo unlocked. I appreciate it. Thank you. Start digging in your butt, twin. Is that like a, an extended version, like suck my butt or whatever? Yes, we're still online. Rent cannot be this high, Unc. How? Yeah, I'm sorry that your rent is high. I don't know what to do about that. Yes, twin is cuz or dog or friend. I see. Okay, cool. Doctors will roast you saying you're autistic and force you to take pills. Crazy tear rolling. I don't think they give you pills for autism really, but I mean the thing is there are actually autistic people in the world, which is a genuine disability, you know. Right, Cat, the same dude says I have 6 months to live and stay blah 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 scam scam. Start selling pirated movies. I don't have any pirated movies, and if I did, I wouldn't want to sell them. Um, how about I start selling unpirated movies? You know, movies that I make myself and publish on YouTube. Wait a second. I'm doing that right now. This is like a movie. It's like the most boring movie you've ever seen. Dear God, Judy, can we leave, please? This is gotta be the most boring movie I've ever seen. And Judy's like, well, you know, let's give it another chance. It's only been going on now for 6 hours. One time I saw my brother yanking his pipe. It's like a good way to break your pipe. Yanking his pipe. You mean tugging his piccolo? Is that what you mean? I'm glad I don't have any brothers or sisters. So I never had to catch them yanking their pipes. You forgot to knock. Well, that's your punishment for that, I guess. How come women don't have penises, but dogs do? You know, I got a little bit of news for you, Dog Slayer. Not all dogs do have penises. Hey, thanks, dude. We matched on Grinder. Thanks for sending me the link to your live stream. Look forward to meeting up with you soon. Oh, ding dong football. I've heard that so many times before. I'm the uncut bull with the butterfly tattoo above my tutor, if that helps your memory. Yeah, that guy, right. Ding dong football, that guy. Yeah, I'm not obviously on Grinder or single or interested, so. Wah? Say Mina. Hi, Mina. I'm happily married to my beautiful wife, Rachel.
Thank you.
And not interested in grinding. Would you rather sit down with Hulk Hogan or Ozzy? I'll take Ozzy, I guess.
Me too.
I mean, I first met him to be so. How does it feel to be dead? Yes, I remember you, Mina 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 Mo. I remember you like Miggity Mia. Congrats on your long lasting marriage, Unc. Well, thanks. I wouldn't call it particularly long lasting at the moment. We've only been married for what?
2 years.
2 years. So they're both dead. You can't have that rule. Okay, well, I said Ozzy. Um, but probably I'd be okay with Theo Huxtable too. Would you let your daughter sleep over with Michael Jackson? Probably not. But it probably was harmless. But just to err on the side of caution, I would say no. I don't think he really did anything. He just didn't seem. Predatory. He didn't seem predatory. You think CIA is hiding aliens? No, I don't think so. I don't think there are any aliens who've flown to our planet or whatever. It would take too long. Well, I suppose one could argue that while they're not, they somehow have some workaround with to relativity that allows them to not face the time issues that go along with interstellar travel. But I think try to make that argument is to not understand why relativity is what it is and how it universalizes. Who would win in a fight? The unmatched power of the sun or a coughing baby? I'm going to say the sun. What if your stream is used for foreign agents to communicate in code here about top secrets? Well, then that's what's happening, but I'd have no way of knowing unless there was certain. I'd have to be looking out for that unless they were doing a terrible job of using code. The red fox humps the yellow tree. I've noticed that as well. I thought about that a lot. It's like, what is that fox doing to that tree and what color are each of them? Out of everyone, they would pick you. I would imagine that if people did that, use that means of communicating with each other in code, that the live stream at which they did it would be kind of picked randomly and then shared with the other individuals of it or something. But I don't know. I'm not very well versed in spycraft. I've never been part of the CIA. If you could click a button, it like a random person, but you reverse your age 20 years, would you do it? So I'd go back to being 34. That'd be. I mean, if I just physically go back in age and still have my current life, I don't travel in time. Somebody just tried that just a second ago, Anthony Rock. I just there's no reason to go around and copy and paste somebody else's joke or whatever into a bunch of live streams. It's just horribly unoriginal. And are you saying that because you're on live stream? Well, I'm saying whatever I'm saying because it's correct. Combo F and TD, Lombo Mike the Otter. I don't think it's a bot. I just think it's somebody who thinks this will be fun and who gets the idea from one of their classmates or something, and they're like 12 years old, you know. I suspect bots would be less obviously, you know, with the advent of AI, bots should be relatively advanced, not super primitive. Put on a movie. This is the movie that we're watching right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Eric, the most of his head, the back of his head. The Back of My Head, a feature film by Eric and Rachel. If you had that train that killed like 5 people or one guy and you gotta pull the lever to choose, what you doing? I mean, the answer to that is I do the thing that was foreseeable but not intentional, but I wouldn't do the thing that was intentional but foreseeable. It was both intentional and foreseeable. You hear the news of AI killing a technician? I haven't clocked on it, but it's from an established news source. How would it kill a technician? Like, with what physicality? Let me see. Let me Google it. It just says they're killing jobs. I don't see anything about somebody dying. I see. Well, that answers that question. So you might be saying, well, can the U.S. Air Force be trusted to accurately report on its own behavior? And the answer is definitely not. Bruh, what? Gangster Chap US. Okay. Well, welcome to the channel. How are you doing this fine evening? I hope you're doing at least as well or even better than I'm doing. I'm doing pretty well. Would you rather lose an arm but never walk? I don't want to lose an arm or walking or an eye or hearing. And I don't want to fly particularly. I wouldn't turn it down if it came with no negatives. But if I had to lose, if I had to either lose an arm or go deaf, I guess I'd lose an arm, but that would be the end of playing music. I need a beverage. a delicious beverage. It's like the song Moon Shadow. I don't know that song, I don't think. I know Moon River. Moon River. Yeah, meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. You know, Moon River. The song is about, partially about a satellite, partially about a body of water. Sometimes called history's most schizophrenic song. Moon Shadow is Cat Stevens. Well, good for him, Mr. Moon Shadow. Canada Dry. It is Canada's most famous beverage. Have I ever seen a one-legged cop kick a door open? No. I don't believe I have. It's a good question, though. I've not seen a one-legged person kick anything over, really. But presumably they could if they jump up and quickly kick and then straighten their leg out again. It would be easier if their one leg came from the center of their body rather than having just on one side or the other. I guess that's not one of the choices you get. Have you ever seen screen windows on a submarine? No, I haven't. Good night, cool fellow. I'm not too far behind you. About ready to wrap it up.
Can I talk for a little longer?
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, you can play the music and then I'll talk when you're ready to wrap it up.
Okay. I'm going to play a little bit of Russ and Steven. This is going to fall down. It's dumb to leave that there. Russ and Steven delight in delivering cheese every day. And the dairy that employs them ensures they earn quite reasonable pay. Russ has cheddar, American, and Swiss too. He'll bring them all to you. Steven oversees from his desk easily. He oversees the G's. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven are a couple of guys, work at the dairy from 9 to 5. Russ and Steven think they've arrived, work at the dairy the rest of their lives. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Russ and Steven love delivering cheese. Well, that was a rousing rendition of Russ and Steven. Thank you, darling. I think what I'm going to do now is go out to the back, smoke a cigarette, and come back inside and hand you over to my capable hands of my beautiful wife, Rachel. Hope D3 not here, she hate me. I hope D3 not here, she hate me. Oh, D3 hate me so much. Evelyn slays. Does Evelyn slay? What does Evelyn slay? Man penis? If so, that should be your full name. Evelyn slays man penis. The term, of course, is an amusing one because of its inherent redundancy. Well, I've more or less finished the initial mortaring stage, concreting stage. I switched to mortar towards the end. But now I'm able to go over it and do individual spots, using a combination of different things to make sure it's watertight with rocks and mortar and silicone and caulking. I'm going to try to get it. I'm going to take a mostly small rock approach. So the small, like break the flat rocks into smaller pieces to make it more mosaic-like. So, anyway, I'm looking forward to getting into the next stage of the pond. I often hear animal sounds out in the forest and the woods. I get my flashlight out and look and try to identify what I'm hearing. Never see anything. Never see what it is. We have got a real thicket of plants here. It's looking so healthy and alive. Makes me pleased. One thing that happened in my last relationship before Rachel was everything that that woman and I tried to do is with life. It all died. Pets, plants, everything. You know. My wheat plants didn't die. I'd get a small harvest from there, but uh, everything we touched died. We just weren't meant to be. The universe rejected that relationship on every level. Everything that Rachel and I have had is like that has lived a long time. Like we had a crawfish that lived for years. And we did have a couple of fish get eaten by a couple of the other fish. We put the wrong kind of fish together. But like we plant things that grow healthy and like seems as though the universe kind of made efforts to scream, "No, not this woman, you FI polar moron." And eventually I got out of that, but that was not a healthy relationship at all. And this one is so healthy. Rachel and I love each other and want each other to be happy. We have the same attitudes, values, vintage music, a lot of stuff that makes us super compatible. And the thing is, it feels to me like it's uh, it's a binary thing. You're either very compatible, meant to be, quote unquote, or it's not the right person. I don't think there's a lot of good to be had in making the wrong relationship work out as long as possible or something. But it's also the case that you can't be serious about a relationship while thinking about getting out of it. So it's kind of a catch 22, I guess. I'll be back inside where I have glasses in a second. But I'm going to hand you over to Rachel, I think. Let her stream for a bit while I maybe watch a cartoon or two. Or I don't know what else. Fuck around with the piano or something. I don't feel tired at all. Alright, let's go back inside. What's that? What was that sound? Oh, it's Rachel. It just coincided in time with me opening the door. It was actually unrelated. You know what they should call Naked and Afraid? I've come up with a new variant of a name for Naked and Afraid. They should call it Festival of Butt Cheeks.
It is a festival of butt cheeks.
Let's see here. We are very comfortable together. Dang that football, you already tried that. Tell it to Diddy, old motherfucker. I don't want to tell it to Diddy, thank you very much. I'd rather not engage with that gentleman at all. Here you go, darling.
Thank you.
Don't squish your fingers.
Thanks. I'm gonna get.
You want me to carry this for you? Do some fine camera work here on the way and show you a sleeping kitty on a box. Thanks, guys. Medulla seems like someone I sit and listen to for hours, get some nuggets of wisdom. Pray for Gaza. Alright, if I remember to. Was that a Dylan in the back? I don't know what a Dylan in the back is. It's a hat box that the cat is sleeping on. Mandala, it means drum. I see. Where do you want this? Over on this side?
Does it need a charger?
It's been charging for a while.
Okay.
But if it pops up a thing, I'll just bring it in.
Hey, everybody.
I don't know what you were looking at, but no, there was not a dildo in the background.
Thank you.
There you go.
Hi, Sin. Where'd you go? Oh, Mina. I did. Madala is an expression of in African for respected elder, but only for men, while Magriza would mean respected elderly woman. Cool, you learn something new every day. He thought he would wear a hat. He just thought, oh, maybe I'll wear a hat. So he wore a hat. And we chose it for him. I don't know what you're talking about, Sin. No, Sam, it's okay. We've been together. It'll be 6 years in September. We met through the channel. I followed his channel even before like getting involved with him. And once he was single and I was single, he put it out to the live streamers. If you guys are single and older than 30, you know, I'm looking for a relationship. And I was like, I thought to myself, I'm like, I'm 34. I would totally date him. And so I booked typing session because I really did want to find out my type. And he typed me, and during the typing session, I let him know that I was 34. My favorite game? Road Rash. Yeah, I mean, you never know, Sam. I only know Crazy Train. Going off the rails of this crazy train. No, I was actually interested in personality types, and I trusted his work. So I booked a session. I really wanted to know my type. I like Fruit Battlegrounds. It's a PvP game on Roblox. Oh, I see. That's cool, Sin. Hi, David. I'm doing good. How are you? Your alarm is about to go off. No sleep till Brooklyn. Cabo Alistair, the soul main. We're from California, United States. That's good to hear, David. What bench? Oh, you have a view of the beach from your house. That's pretty. That's nice, Sin. I read it wrong. I thought you said bench, and I was like, bench, beach. That's very nice. Winston's mom, it's not something I'm familiar with. I didn't realize there was a system. Yes, there is. Thank you, UFC food. That's cool. Do you go to the ocean? Do you like swimming in the ocean or like laying on the beach? Can you lay on the beach? Is it sand or rocks? Ernestina for a field trip? Where's that, Sin? Oh, it's a boat. Interesting. I've never really been on a boat, only a big cruise ship. Really? They don't talk about it in the UK? Personality types? Like ENFP? Ooh, a real old one. What did you like about it, Sin? Isolated habitation teaches a lot. Oh yeah, Paramjit Kaur Kaur Kaur. No, you might not be. It might not be a thing in the UK. They should. It's fun. A pine cone. Did they say why? I hear good and bad stuff about California. Good place to be as an artist / creative, but I hear also Black people aren't represented well, like the gangsterism and stuff. Is it true? I don't know about that. I don't know. I've only lived in California for like 6 years, and 2 of them have been in Mariposa. So I don't know. It's a sprawling city though, so you have to have a car to really benefit from the city. Yes, it's those tests that they use for employment that they try to see if you will gel in with like the place that you work. That's usually a personality test, and it's usually based on Myers-Briggs. Paramjit Kaur, are often asking yourself about you? I don't know what you're asking. It was fun because I got to help lift the sails and learn about its history. That's cool. What is some about, when was it made? Is it difficult to lift the sail? Oh, during World War II. Wow. I've done plenty of sitting with myself. I used to sit with myself for days. High phase mix. The whole class to help. Wow. I could totally imagine that. You would need the whole class if it's a World War II ship. That's cool. Are you guys also artists? You live regularly? Sorry, my first time here. We're not currently working. Eric and I do sing together. Eric plays guitar, bass, and piano. I went to Antarctica. Really? What did it do in Antarctica? It transported goods across the seas. Wow. It must have dealt with some difficult waters. What do I consider about the illusion around us? I think that it's unfair that some people don't know that they're living in an illusion. That's cool, Sin, though, that you're on that ship, that boat. Russ and Steven. Oh, that must have been pretty. I used to like recording videos of water myself. I lived on Long Island for most of my life. So I like would go to the beach and record the waves sometimes. When I was by myself. How am I far from myself? Shouldn't the person who knows themselves more most about themselves? That's fun. Sin, I would totally ride my bike down the beach too. Hello, Jay from California, United States. Our neighbor's from New Zealand. She lived in New Zealand until she was 13. Hi, Logic Hair Vlogs. Yeah, she lived, she's born and raised in New Zealand, and then when she was 13, she moved to Australia. But yeah, she's from New Zealand, our neighbor. I'm good, Logic Hair Vlogs. How are you? Yeah, it is. She's like one of the only like Australian, New Zealand people in town. I'm reading the chat, Akai. Just ask how this started. How did this start? We live in California, United States. Logic Hair Vlogs. Where are you from? I'm going to reapply my lipstick because I want to. That's a great question. I'll ask her next time I talk to her, Jay. I'll ask her if she's from North Island or South Island, New Zealand. I didn't think to ask. Creation of USA and the life on Earth. Well, those are two, like, United States as a country or United States as in, like, think of the globe. So what do you know? Tell me all that you know, Paramidget. I need to know the secrets of the world because apparently I don't know shit. Oh, it's 9:06 at night there, huh? It's like some odd hour in the morning here. 2:07 in the morning. Do you ever feel like eating a random food at like 3 a.m. but you don't have it? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, Jay. My husband and I took Adderall, so I'm not very tired. We're both not very tired. I probably won't be like live streaming for much longer, like for that long anyway. Yes, I do. Oh no, you pulled an all-nighter by mistake. Oh no. All-nighters are rough. Sorry about that, Sin. Extra large coffee. Russ and Steven delight in delivering juice. I can't sing Eric's song, but I love it. Okay, large cup of tea. That'll help. That'll do. I like coffee. I'll drink tea from time to time, but I'm mostly a coffee girl. I'm trying to think of what I could talk about. I do love me a spot of tea with my chap in the morning, if I do say so myself. Well, that's a really nice way of starting the day. A really nice way. Are you from the UK, Sin? Oh, you were just doing a... That's very old school. Hi, Cece. You like the British accent? Like the English accent? I used to watch a lot of Beatles stuff as a kid, so I used to like imitate them and do their accent, but I can't anymore. Indeed. I have to watch like a lot of, but I know if I went to the UK and I was there for like a week, I would definitely start speaking in the accent, most likely. What are some things that you're not buying into? Like what are some like that trend propaganda I'm not falling for? What are some things that you're not falling for? I'm not falling for seasonal color analysis. I'm also not falling for astrology, even though I study it. Yes, and you, yeah. Cece too, if Cece wants to answer what she's there not falling for, they can list that too. What are things you're not falling for? I'm also not falling for Labubus. Hi, Grow Garden fan. Very smart, Kyle. Machinis. Right on the nose. Labubus, huh? Sin? Yeah, they're very popular right now. That is a terrible prank. Sorry that happened. Even though I know it didn't happen. It's okay, Winston's mom. That was fine. That I'm not falling for little boo boos. I'm not buying. I'm not. Hmm. If it gets, like, uh, I'll let you know. I find them creepy too, Sin, but whatever. I mean, I had a troll doll growing up, and trolls were freaking ugly. So, okay, so Labubu's sort of originated from that book Where the Wild Things Are. Some Chinese designer decided to draw it and make it into a doll. And it's like this little monster thing. You can hook them off of your bag, and they're blind boxes, so you don't know what color or type you're going to get. It's whatever. I'm just not falling for it. Yeah, it's those little things that look like demon rabbits. Yeah, it originated from Where the Wild Things Are. Exactly what Winston's mom says. Labubu is a brand of collectible designer plush toy monster elves created by Hong Kong Dutch designer Casing Lung and marketed by and sold exclusively at China-based retailer Pop Mart. Labubu is also named one American character in the series. Pidgey, you can definitely keep that to yourself. I'm not falling for personal style. Like, fuck that shit. Just wear whatever you want. Like, why does it have to be your personal? I don't know. Just wear clothes. Why do you have to have personal style? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying into personal style. I'm also not buying into clean girl aesthetic. I'm not into any aesthetic. Though I believe in aesthetics. I don't want to be one. Hey, Easy BCLS, it has been a while. Great question. Kyle says, I'm not buying into this whole gravity thing. Like, is there even any proof? It's a great question. That is a fun fact. Pink used to belong to boys and blue to girls. When did it change? a long time ago. Like, how long are we talking? Like, are we talking like it was blue back in like Jesus's time, or are we talking like 1700s, early 1900s? I mean, that makes sense why it would change. In some cultures, pink is actually a very spiritual color representing spiritual awakening. Maybe 1800s. I mean, that makes a lot of sense that it would change at that point. We're talking about how pink used to be for boys and blue used to be for girls until the 1800s or the 1900s. What else did you learn about that, though? Like, why did it change? I have a pink dress. I have pink and blue in my closet. Hello? We know, says Angel. I don't know, said Angel. I just learned it from Sin, who's in the chat. Sin saw it in a short. What social acceptance shift is happening now, do you think? Hey, Emily. Shout out to you. Russ and Steven. So you think we're going to move into no gender specific colors? Thanks, 3D me print. I think that's good. I mean, it'll get people to start saying, "Oh, your baby's so cute," just in general, not like, "Oh, she's so cute" or "He's so cute." You shouldn't need pink if you're a girl, especially if you don't like it. I'm also not buying into, I'm not pregnant, I'm not having a baby, I'm not having babies, but I am not buying into reveal parties. I'm not into them. Guys in the 80s wore pink pop collars. Yes, they did. It is not necessarily for girls. You like watching gender reveal disasters? I just think they're dumb. Oh, sure. Pink never really went out of style. I guess. I don't know a lot of guys. My brother wears purple. I like Jack Herrera. I don't, I mean, I like pink and I'm a girl, but it's not because I'm a girl that I like pink. Hey, Rick H. I mean, it is subjective, but like, it's great that there are labels for things. I don't want everything to be like just whatever. What is color then? Can you say Minions tonight? We're gonna steal the moon. Why? Oh no, like our color is just how our eyes perceive light waves. So do people who are colorblind see light waves differently? Color is a word. I've been there. I'm not going to be sleeping tonight either, Rick H. No off-white. Minions are a show? Everyone loves Minions. I'm sorry, Sin. Is it a movie? Is the Minion movie? So we have 3 rods and cones in our eyes, each sensitive to different wavelengths of light. One is red, one is blue, one is yellow. We talk about personality types, current events, politics, music. Yeah, my cousins loved the Minions. I never got into it. UFC food, I don't appreciate that backhanded compliment. So if they are missing the yellow, they can't see anything that has yellow wavelengths and so on. You didn't have to delete that. That was fine. I think the mass deportations are disgusting. Bread. Exactly. Bread. When Eric and I go to sleep, we call it bread. We go to bread. This bed that I'm sitting on is called bread. Like, some cats are orange. Yes, it's because in nature most animals can't perceive red light. So to most animals, the orange cat can actually appear green. So it's actually camouflage. So should hunters really wear like orange? I like not my racist hand. Screw that. I'm not racist. I mean, I might say things that are no stereotypes of different ethnic groups, but I wouldn't say I'm not racist. Thank you, Tigzu Hagwas. Hagazwas. I'm sorry I can't say your last name. Kyle says, yeah, some camo companies have come up with camo patterns based on different animals' vision. That's interesting. Hello, Sailor. You are right. I am female. You're the most riciest there is, the man with the great machete. Good to see you. Of course he is, 3D Emmy print. Of course he is. Of course Trump is. Kyle says mantis shrimps have 16 sets of rods and cones. We humans only have 3, so imagine how beautiful a sunset must look to that shrimp. They also see many colors we can't. Wow. I wonder what world that does look like for them. It's crazy. I mean, I can only see so much. I can only see, Roy G. Biv plus white and shades of gray and black and cream. I'm sure people who have tripped on acid have seen different colors before. But it is trippy that to think about a color that you've never seen before. It's crazy. I can't. I can only think of like the Pantone colors. My favorite color? I love the color black. Okay, Angel Arroyo. It's like 2 something, 2:30. Yep, it's 12:30. I mean 2:31. Not 12:31, 2:31. Hello, Gorlami. Is that Brad Pitt in that movie? Inglorious Bastards? My favorite colors are PMS 333 and PMS 334. What kind of color would you say it is? No way, Rick H. Thanks, Rick H. What did I do today? I did a lot of talking on the phone. I caught up with a lot of friends today. And my dog just woke up, and I believe it's Coco. Oh, Squidward! I love the Squidward dab. I shall go to sleep in my chill. That's good. Why are you crying? Oh no, why what? 3D me print. I was always a SpongeBob SquarePants fan. I used to watch it with my friends. How many times do you have Bible study a week? Bible school? Maybe Bible school isn't lame to Rick H. I didn't call off. I called friends and caught up with them. I called people on the phone. I caught up with them. And that's okay. We have it like each year. So, like, we had it last night, and then we're doing it tomorrow night, and on Saturday it ends. And I have church on Saturday. So, yeah, that's a lot. It starts when it gets dark enough to start. Interesting. Interesting. I don't do well at camp. I'm not really like a team player. Excuse me. You're fine, Rick H. You were explaining. That's why you said what you said, because you were explaining to me a question that I asked. Lord does need a lot of time. Apparently, Kyle. Winston's mom putting Angel Arroyo in its place. In their place, whatever. Yeah, with 6 times 6. I don't know what hockey is. Or a devil fruit. You're right, Rick H. It is. Good multiplication. It's anime stuff? I don't watch anime. The only anime that I watch is Ghibli movies because they're dubbed so well. I don't like dubs and I don't have patience for reading, so I don't watch anime. Hey, HSM Music. Spirit Away is so good. I have to watch that again. Quiz Lady. I watched Quiz Lady. Crazy Rich Asians. Like Step Brothers and Anchorman. Sunset Boulevard was really good. Oh no. I'm not watching that. I'm definitely not watching One Piece. Hell no. Salute Your Shorts was a show I used to like. Yes. I did like the movie. It was good. I can't lie though, I tend to like the more childish Ghibli movies, like I love Kiki's Delivery Service. I'm married HS music. And wait. Hockey is a power that one can learn and harness from their soul. I would definitely choose hockey. No, I haven't. I haven't seen the Ghibli documentary. What does the ice devil fruit do to you? Yes, I do know about Taliban's. What's Congo hockey? Who cooks for the staff every day? Homemade meals. Have you ever heard of some? What does FNAF stand for? That's so cool. That is so cool of him to feed the staff. Five Nights at Freddy's. I know that one song. Since you've been, I can't sing it. Since you've been gone, I've been singing this stupid song so I can ponder the memory of your something. Why does it have to be called devil fruit? I still think I would pick the first option. Kyle says about animatronics like at Chuck E. Cheese who come to life and try to kill people. It's weird. It's fun though, I can't lie. I used to work at Chuck E. Cheese for a hot second. I'm a pretty patient person. I don't doubt that I would be quick at some hockey and slow at other hockeys, and I might get frustrated with myself. But I think hockey sounds cool. No, I'm not Jewish. Devil fruits are supernatural fruits that each grant a unique power when eaten, the cost of removing the eater's ability to swim. Cool, Rick H. Isn't Congo hockey just called basketball? Then who are you? What's your religion? That's one way to ask a question. No, I'm not gonna dance for you guys. There's no music playing anyway. My name is Rachel and my religion is Christianity. I ain't your monkey. I mean, it's important to swim in water. Thanks, HS Music. Can you swim in fresh water is a good question. What DJ music command from security breach comes into your home? Um, Something by Dead Mouse. I forget the song by Dead Mouse. Closer. Closer by Dead Mouse. No one does, Michael. Unless you find a special person who wants to. Ding, 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 ding. Cool. He starts playing his DJ music. I'm into it, Rick H. I feel you, Rick H. I do. I'm gonna share my. Hold on. Sorry, I had you guys on mute. How many apostles are there? How many like books of Luke, John, Paul? How many are there? There are 12 apostles, okay. I thought there were. So they're actually unreliable narrators because none of it is told from Jesus himself. It's not Jesus's writings. It's other people writing about Jesus. You were wrong. Epstein loves Donnie. That was quick, Rick H. It's black as the night v Serpent X. That's a personal question also, so don't be a creep. So I'm saying they're unreliable narrators. I think that Jesus was doing more cool stuff than what the apostles said. I will look into it. I said it's black as night, serpent. I'm having a good night. Morning, early morning. What's Conquer's hockey? I think history of religion is very interesting, even though I'm not exactly practicing myself. Subjugation of women wasn't in the original Aramaic, Aram, Aramaic Bible, wasn't but was added to the Hebrew Bible 330 AD and embellished in the Greek in 550 AD. Why hasn't it been updated ever since? I've seen Dogma. I don't really like it. It lets you make people bow down or pass out with immense wave of hockey flowing for miles. Wow, that's crazy. Used to be very into spiritual, which took me down a path of learning about all sorts of different religions, which ultimately led me away from worship, but I learned a lot of cool stuff. That makes sense. Basically a huge shockwave. Oh, wow. That hockey sounds powerful. She can't even read the word. I haven't even read the Bible that much. That sentence doesn't make any sense. I mean, do what? I don't know. I don't know what you should do. Rick H. There are 3 types of hockey: observation, armament, and conquers. What would you recommend for me? I'm pretty calm. I stumble over words all the time. I can't pronounce the word Aramaic. Give me a break. I've never even seen the word before. If I was born all day of those, I would be unstoppable. I don't know what you mean, Rick H. Observation lets you sleep since someone's observations lets you see a few seconds into the future. Interesting. That's what I want. Observation hockey. Thanks, Sin. I appreciate that. I think that would suit me well. Why are you supposed to trust my word? You don't have to trust my word. What I mean, like, I'm not trying to make you like trust me. This isn't a parasocial relationship. Then it's time to go to sleep. Good night, Rick H. I don't understand what you're saying, Clayton Clay Jake Chafin. I think that a long time ago humans were violent, like really violent. Like nowadays people are pretty ingrained with right and wrong. About 5,000 years ago, I think not so much. Interesting. Thanks, Chase. Okay. Good night, Rick H. I'm gonna be sleeping it at some point. Sleepy, sleepy, nobody has the answers. You don't seem to be a very nice person, Clayton. Armament lets you coat your body in unbreakable material that can only be broken by stronger hockey users and lets you hit a logia fruit user. Huh. And I think religion gave people something to rally around, gave people a sense of right and wrong. Yes. And I think religion helped us form society in a world of chaos. That's good. You're probably right on the nose about that. Okay, Rick H. We might not be here then. Hello, Giovanni Gonzalez. I have Winston's mom. I recently bought Shibumi Noi. Not read much yet, but SE seems quite NTE resting so far. What's my assumption? I don't know what's my assumption. I don't know how much I weigh, Angelo Arroyo. That's like a very impolite answer. I mean, impolite question. And I know conquers. Cool. So I'm an observation. I have observation hockey. Hello, Luis Ramos. Thanks, Rick H. At ease. There has been a lot of corruption in religion. Hello, Luis Ramos. I said hello already. Putty Cat says, in my view, religion is man-made and a relationship with God is spiritual. I think the relationship with God is spiritual too. Sin says, and there are 3 devil's fruit types: Paramika, Logia, and Zoan. From Aspen Hotel. I didn't know someone asked you a question. I thought that what you were saying had a mean tone to it. I don't mean to be calling you names. I'm sorry. You too, Giovanni Gonzalez. No, but I know you do, Angela Arroyo. I agree with Putty Cat too. I'm sorry that you feel depressed. Good night, Rick H. Paramika lets you do random thing like turn anything into rust or become a jacket. Interesting, Sin. I don't know if the Athletics won or lost. Don't let me know. Take the liver. Sin says Logia lets you create and control an element like sand or magma. Ooh. I apologize, Clayton. Like, if you didn't mean that, I took your tone because I can't tell tone over chat. Like, I said I'm sorry. And Zone lets you turn into an animal. Well, that's cool. I'd like Zone, Devil Fruit. You're doing Nintendo memes? Like, you're making them? Yes, we are going to an athletics game this year. No, you're fine, Clayton. Risky Ramonda Sik Umbang. Hello, Umbang. Hello, Mr. Cluck. There are Mytha and ancient Zoans. Ooh. Mythical and ancient Zoans. Ooh, I'd be more mythical. Thank you, Inar Bryce, too. If I would have devil fruit, I would have to pick like the dragon fruit because fruit, since in blocks fruits in Roblox the dragon fruit, I got it. I read that totally wrong and totally tired. Since as mythical zoans let you become a phoenix or a dragon. That's cool. Oh, I see. You know, God, what God is, it's dog backwards. Think about that. And there are a bunch more other devil fruits. 250 plus. Wow. That's a lot of options. No. 2 kids in a trench coat. It happens. Now there's 9. It happens. It goes up and down, Rick H. Subscribe. And you'll see. Thank you, Winston's mom. Angela Arroyo is just a hater. Very few have been awakened, huh? That's interesting, Sin. So are you saying the Earth is flat? 36 trillion dead, 30 billion for Mars? To awaken your devil fruit, you must be one with your devil fruit. Ooh. So you have to take care of it. Hold goal, what does that mean? I have Eric's song stuck in my head. Rustin Stephen. I'm married. Eric is my husband. I didn't know your last name was that. I'm already married to Eric. Cool, Rick H. I'm LBGTQ plus ally. Oh, never mind. I mean, I am. I am married with 2 women. What are your thoughts about that? I mean, isn't dealing with one enough? If you have the Hito no Mi model, sun, god, Nika, for example, you would need to be carefree and joyful. Interesting. If we all realize that this place is built for us and we are all getting lied to on the same scale, that may start a good revolution. I mean, I know that. I know that. You don't need to be telling me that. I mean, who doesn't like bread? I used to work at the Olive Garden, and you know the breadsticks they have? We were able to eat the breadsticks for a quick snack. One time I had coffee at lunch with the principal and my old school. Well, he was joking. I thought he was being honest, but he was joking. But he thinks he might actually be gay. Well, I'm from California. Carsley gone. Never had breadsticks before. I only had like a loaf of bread or croissant. Since or the leopard fruit, you would need to be bloodthirsty to awaken it. Oh shit. Hello, Sky's Pony Place. Croissant. Obviously. What's your favorite food? McDonald's. No. Biocentrism holds that the universe is created by life and not the other way around. I haven't slept yet. Hello, Andrew W. from California, United States. My favorite animal? I love pandas. I like sea otters too. Hey, Devanish. You like red pandas? They're cute. Bison, have a good day. Rick H is not my husband. Clay, stop negging. Thanks, Rahish. Hey, G. I'm not falling for actors and actresses and celebrities. So, like, propaganda that I'm not falling for is celebrity bullshit. That includes Donald Trump. I don't do it all the time, Adam Sahil. I appreciate the sentiment, though. That's cool, G. Full circle. Usually we stream about personality types, current events, politics, really whatever comes up. I mean, I'm a huge fan of sleep. I love sleep, but I took Adderall, so I'm chatty. Pistachios are great nuts. RP Coach Wall. RIP Coach Wall. Sleep is awesome. I'm from the United States. I'm a housewife. So where are you right now, Rick H, if you're not sleeping and you're dead? Okay, Devinish, what are your questions? I think Israel needs to quit it and leave Palestine alone. They've done their damage. Thank you, Tio Pakusadewu. Thanks, Rick H. They don't need to bow down, but that's sweet. I like that. I mean, if I have ancestors from the Middle East, it would be like really far distant relatives, like way far distant. Eric once says that we're the aliens, humans are actually the aliens, and we're just trying to survive on Earth, and I believe that. You don't sleep at all, Rick H? Thank you, Ahmad Dudin. Same. Have have any of you guys watched the cartoon show Daria? My sister used to say that she was Daria and that I was Jane. And I guess in our dynamic, I am. But I think I see, like, I'm very much like Daria. Have any of you seen that show? Very much like Daria. Na 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 na. La 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 la. I watch cartoons. I'm very much like Daria. I think they're great. I think that it's great that there are other people and cultures other than the United States. Hello, Owen Goluke. How many kids do you have, Adam? Summer Slay, thanks. Hello, Innocent Stephen Kelvin. Sorry, Rick H. Are they young? I mean, I watched Daria when I was like 13. So I'm not expecting like adults to know what Daria is, but like if they watched it as a kid, I'm like Daria. I'm good, Innocent Stephen Kelvin. Summer Slay, that's nice to say. Is that is your profile picture the San Gennaro body spray? I have that body spray. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get it. Hold on. Is it this one? Or is it, yeah, is it this one? Yeah, so I sprayed this and this together and it smells really good. I'm gonna spray it on myself now. I guess perfume first. Bye, Rick H. Have a good day. Good. Now I smell really sweet. I didn't didn't know you could use it in wet hair. My hair is kind of fragile, and I know it has alcohol in it, so but my perfume is Missing Person by Fleur. Hi to Ty Blue Collar Guy. Yes, we are still live. And no, let's not prank Eric. It smells like sweet and salty. 2 years. Oh, you're fine, Summer Slay. If that's your jam, go for it. I appreciate the suggestion. That's funny, Lucifer666. No, I don't have kids. Hello, droning with Jamie. Oh, several times. So Lucifer keeps coming back. Thanks, Summer Slay. Rick H, don't tell me you're back. I hope you are too, droning with Jamie. I am having a good life. Cool, Rick H. Thanks, Devanesh. Room tour? It is pretty messy. If you don't mind seeing messy rooms, I'll give you a tour. Thanks, droning with Jamie. Subscribe. G, it's just your A slot SI. It's okay if it's messy? Okay, cool. All right, so here's a tour. This is my bedside. My perfumes, my lipstick, lotion, my cup of coffee. I had a cup of 7-Up, water, my bag of weed. This is the bed that we sleep in. These are the clothes that I haven't put away. This is Eric's closet. And this is our bathroom. Hope you like the tour. No, from River to Sea. Can someone just delete that? I'm glad you did, Summer Slay. Again, I apologize for the amount of clutter. No way, G. That's a terrible idea. Thanks, Summer Slay. Yeah, it was actual weed. Yes. I smoke marijuana. We smoke marijuana, Eric and I. No way. I'm mayor. No, I don't like jazz. Bye, Winston's mom. L. White asks, have you really ever been far, even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? What? I do have a Bluetooth speaker. I don't like jazz. Elsie, what's your question? Oh, wait, I don't understand what you're saying. What flag is that, Summer Slay? Some people like jazz. I knew 9TJ who likes jazz. I listen to rock, indie, pop. Summer Slay, what flag is that? What country? I don't fear jazz. I've listened to jazz. I don't like it. Just like country music. I don't like country music either. Oh, Denmark. Very cool. I don't know. Two of us YouTube. I just shouted you out. Two of us YT. Hello, Britain. Do you like your king? Nothing to see here says you can roast beef, but you can pea soup. I think you're from India, Devonish. But you can't pea soup. I got what you meant. It's a cute joke. I just guessed. Yeah, your name did give it away. Oh my god, I had so much trouble putting that, like smoking that pipe. Oh gosh. That's nice of you two of us, YT. Propaganda I'm not falling for. Plastic surgery. I'm not falling for plastic surgery. I'm not falling for facelifts or hello extreme 969. I'm not I said I'm propaganda I'm not falling for plastic surgery. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not falling for the plastic surgery phenom of getting your face like pulled back and stuff. I'm just gonna age. I'm gonna fucking get ugly and like what like that's part of life. I mean, I don't have to worry about other dudes. I'm married, so like all that matters is what he thinks, and doesn't want me to get plastic surgery. You know, Eric doesn't want me to get plastic surgery. He wouldn't be interested in that. He yeah, I'm just gonna age. It's not easy, you know, like walking around in Vegas and stuff and coming home, like my legs really hurt. And, 10 years ago, they wouldn't have. They would have, I mean, my calves may have burned a little bit, but like I would have been able to handle it, lady, easier. The actual Kurt, you should worry about G because he's a G. G's been around for so long. Good presentation is always better than looking good or any other thing in general. I'm definitely gonna prune and have like wrinkles and stuff. I already see changes in my body at 40, and I'm getting more and more gray hairs. It's just like how it is. So yeah, more propaganda I'm not falling for. I'm not falling for Anna Wintour just wanting to leave. I was saying that there must be something about INFJs going gray. Are you still here, G? Is anyone still here? No. Oh, it's back? Okay. Propaganda I'm not falling for. Lip stains. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I'm not falling for lip stains. Hardly any lip stains actually stain your lips. It's like crazy. Crazy the amount of lip stains that are out there that don't do the job. The lip stains just don't cut it, so I'm not buying into them. I bought 2 recently and I was sadly disappointed. Propaganda I'm not buying into. Korean beauty care. I just don't want to go on Yes Style and wait a month for a package. Like, they might have great ingredients. I don't know if they test on animals. I hope that they don't. I don't want them to. A lot of them do. And like, I mean, I feel like there are I mean, it might be cheaper and that's why people use it. I don't know. I'm not buying into it. I'm not buying into Korean beauty. Propaganda I've never bought into is designer bags. I have one Michael Kors bag, but that was a 30th birthday gift. I'm 40. What kind of advice are you looking for? Enjoy being 25. Ozzy's Ghost, you're so rude. Propaganda I'm not falling for is rage bait. I'm totally not into rage baiting. I think it's cheap. Propaganda I'm not buying into is staying with your husband or wife or just your partner if they cheat on you. Propaganda I'm not buying into staying with your partner if they abuse you. California, Chris. That's where I am. That's good that you ate. That's fine, Summer Slay. We actually got the internet dropped for a moment. Propaganda I'm not falling for is just anything Justin Timberlake. Aliana with some of my besties. Hello. As the great late Brian Wilson, right? Wilson sang, I wish they all could be California girls. Yes, I'm okay. Thank you for asking, Aliana, with some of my besties. I'm not in slow motion. I'm just slow. I talk slow. I answer slow. It's pretty slow here around here. So if you're looking for a quick stream, you're not in the right place. Well, at least not right now. You deserve everything too, Summer Slay. Thanks, man. You too. Yeah, I'm not like Speedy Gonzalez. I heard about that too. Yeah, I'm worried for people who live close to it. You're fine, Summer Slay. I think there's reason to worry. How long it's going to be, it's probably going to be a while, but it's something to keep in mind. That's crazy. My birthday's not today, Aliana, with some of my besties, but thank you. Excuse me. Yeah, that's definitely something to worry about. That's crazy. That's insane. I'd rather not think about that. Bye, Summer Slay. Subscribe. Thank you. Hope to see you around, Summer Slay. Have a good one. Thanks, Dave James. Greenland? Oh, I don't feel like getting up, Aliana. Hello, Donnell Greenham. I'm probably not going to be on for much longer. It's okay to ask. You're fine. I just am. It's like 3:45 in the morning, and I'm feeling lazy. That was quick, Summer Slay. Thanks, Donnell Greenham. Appreciate all the likes and subscribes. We like to see people come back here. Thanks, Sleepy Hollow. You too. It's 6:45 in the morning, huh? You starting your day, Aliana? Ina? I'm 40. Do I believe in aliens? Yeah, I believe in aliens. Hello, Robin, Marek, Dango. It's nearly Saturday morning here. I should go to sleep soon. Same. Although it's Friday morning here. I'm 40. Why? Look back? But don't look back in anger. Or say. Yes, I do watch movies. Thanks, Sleepy Hollow. Thanks, Summer Slay. Did you think I was older? Thanks, Summer Slay. Thank you. Alaina. The last movie we watched that we liked, Eric and I, was Crazy Rich Asians. But the last good movie that I saw was Princess Mononoke. My plans for the day are just sleep in. Did I say it right? I can never figure out if I said it right. It's a good movie. Princess Mononoke is good. Highland and B. I tend to like kiddie versions of I prefer the sub. I mean, I prefer the dub. I think that Ghibli movies do dubs really well. I don't like subtitles. Why was it called Princess Mononoke? Ilana. Nice to meet you, Ilana. It's a pretty name. But yeah, I tend to really enjoy the kiddie Ghibli movies. Like we watched Ponyo and I loved it. I like Whisper of the Heart. I like Kiki's Delivery Service rules. I love Kiki's Delivery Service. My Neighbor Totoro is good. California, United States. Hello, Tony Two Toes. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you? Hello, Irida Kurtaj. That's a lot of siblings. Where are you? Are you like one of the older, middle, or younger? I'm doing good, Irida. Your birthday is May 23rd. Does that make you a Gemini? Sorry to hear that, Ari. Cool. May 26th, also Gemini. I have to rewatch Spirited Away. I liked Howl's Moving Castle too. Another Gemini. Wow, Gemini is up in the stream tonight. Cool. I've never been to England. My sister's been to England several times and she loves it.